symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World with Jeff Jarrett. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer himself, your friend and mine, Double J, Jeff Jarrett. Jeff, how are you, man?
Conrad, how we doing today? Another episode of My World, but I just got a funny feeling this isn't just another episode of My World. I don't think any of them are just another episode, but this is our first ever, I guess, shall we say, like I said last week, it's an episode dedicated to a single person, a talent. It's not an event. It's not me pulling out guns and holding Vince McMahon up, or me laying down in the ring because I was tired and didn't want to work with Hulk that night, or any of that kind of stuff. No, today's episode is unique. It's a first for us, not for you. But I'm looking forward to it. It literally spans 30 years. So I get lots of tweets. Hey man, when are you going to talk about Memphis or USWA or Dallas or any of that? So today we're going to check all the boxes: Memphis, Dallas, Tennessee, WWF, little WCW, because we'll have to go there. But yeah, a lot of ground we're going to cover. A Thunderdome, potatoes, all kinds of stuff.
Well, Stone Cold Steve Austin is our topic today. And of course, we're just calling the name of the show Austin 316. If I had to guess, your relationship with Steve Austin begins with his training in Texas with Chris Adams. Is that correct?
That is. And before we get going, I'm sure, and this is, as they say in Mick Foley world, this is the cheap plug, the cheap pop. You've done single episodes with Bruce and JR, I'm sure, and Eric and others on Steve, correct?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah. Many.
But we're not really talking about Steve's career here today. We're talking about you and y'all's relationship.
Yeah, so yeah, I get that. But I just, again, go to the archives. You can go on YouTube. You can go to ad free. You can go to anywhere you download a podcast and get all kinds of context. But yes, the first time I laid eyes on, at that time known as Steve Williams, was in Dallas, Texas. What was that address? Industrial Boulevard at the Sportatorium. But I was, were you ever in that building, Conrad?
Nope. Never got to see it. Would have loved to.
Oh, it's a great, I'll call it almost in the round theater seating, but the ring sunk down. The ring was, when you walked in, you went down steps. So when you walked in, you literally walked in on the back row. But up at the top, they had this little area called the Crow's Nest, where back in those days, heels and baby faces could watch matches together, but you could peek down, and it was right off of Fritz's old office. And then everybody who sort of followed in Fritz's footsteps, Eric Embry, my dad, obviously all the other Texas executives, but you could look down and watch the matches. Well, we were out there during this time, and a lot of times I would stay Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But Chris Adams, man, this is to sort of set it up. Chris, megastar during the heyday of WCCW, and this is late 80s, so the territories weren't doing so well. So Chris decided to start a wrestling school, and him and my dad went in partners on the wrestling school. But obviously, Chris ran it, but just used the facilities of the Sportatorium, and we advertised to him, so they were partners in it. And his class, first class, had that, and my dad said, "Hey, let's go watch some of Chris's students." And we set up in the Crow's Nest and watched Chris go through the training sessions, and that's the first time I ever saw Steve.
And what'd you think of him as an in-ring performer?
He had several guys in there that were good, and I just, so I'm still only 3 years in the business at this time, around that, as far as actively being the business, 2 or 3 years. But I had known of Chris and, his angle, with Gino, and just Chris was a big star out there. And I always liked his matches and all that. And then here I am seeing Chris teach these students. It was really interesting. But Steve was the standout. Stone Cold, had, I'll call it ring presence. I didn't probably call that at the time, but I'll call it that now. He had ring presence from day one. And Chris was high on him in a lot of ways. My dad, was definitely high on him. He was the standout of the class.
You could tell there was something there though, right away.
Oh, sure. He had just the blonde hair and a swagger about him. Steve's natural gait or walk has some Texan swagger to it. And he had that literally from the beginning. And like I said, Chris Adams was very high on him. And so, as we get into it, and I'll follow your lead here. I just thought of something. We didn't talk about feedback. We got right into the meat and potatoes today, didn't we, Conrad?
We did, man. I feel like you're going to go long in the tooth on this one. Could be wrong.
Watch his own, folks. I think I'm already getting chastised subliminally because I went too long last week.
No.
That's another story. But no, Chris was very high on him. And so much so, obviously not just our territory, but every territory remaining, you wanted new, fresh talent. And Chris Adams and my dad picked Steve to be the first one on TV.
So let's talk about, and I know we're going to talk about it another time, but what are you specifically doing in Texas at the time?
So we went out there, gosh, and you're right. This is a whole nother podcast, but they were down and out. When I say they, the Von Erichs, Kevin and Karen.
And who is we? You said they and we, so define those.
Sorry, pronouns. You just chastising right out of the gate. No. So my father was invited out to sort of take a look at their business. And the Von Erichs were 40 or 50 grand in debt to Channel 11, and Channel 11 in Dallas, Texas is a mega station. And that was basically, their bread and butter as far as drawing fans and making, the spot shows run, and it had a strong signal. So long story short, my dad ended up taking 60%. Kevin had 20, Carrie had 20. And so, the mode of operation, we taped the ESPN tapings on Friday night, and Saturday morning we did the Channel 11 taping. And Channel 11 taping were, I don't want to say it was like Memphis studio wrestling, but that's what it was as far as creative storylines. That was building the houses. And we would, basically on Saturday morning, we would talk about what's going to happen this Friday night to get them out. So that was sort of we taped on Saturday morning, free to the people. It packed. We opened up concession stands and parking, and man, we really got that thing rocking and rolling. But that was sort of the business model. Saturday morning free, pay on Friday nights. And so my dad could not be everywhere at once. And obviously we had Tennessee running back here, and Lawler was booking that and all that. So I was, for lack of a better word, my dad's right-hand man. Eric Embry was booking, but I was out and I enjoyed it. I was working just about every show we ran, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, until we started the bus trips, which we got it. We'll get into that. But no, so we is, I guess you could say, me and my father, and they is from a management, Frank Dusick was there. Bronco Lubitsch was the rep. He was office. My older brother, Jerry, that's the one and only time he, I guess you could say, put his toe in the business. He moved out to Dallas and ran the box office, watching the money on show days. So family business again. And yeah, that's we and they. I hope I answered those questions. But Kevin and Carrie were the principals of the Von Erich, and they were the owners.
So when you're out there, you're doing a little bit of everything as part of your dad's, quote unquote office, but you're doing in-ring wrestling as well. Did you ever get in the ring and roll around or work with Steve at any point?
No, that was the school. And again, so this is 88. And we started which is another podcast. We'll get into the Texas and Tennessee, the last big Cotton Bowl show where I wrestled Eric, which sort of led into Super Clash. But no, I was working 7-8 times a week. And that's something that, I wish guys today would get that opportunity, but getting to work in weekly towns, Memphis every Monday, it's different than working in 20 different towns in 30 days. We were in the episodic storytelling in Tennessee, and then out in Texas, we did the Friday night, we'll call it live event, and Saturday morning TV. And then we ran spot shows all around like that. So I didn't get in the wrestling school. I wasn't a part of it. I witnessed it maybe a grand total of 5, 6, 7 times, something like that. I forget what night they had it on or what afternoon, but anyway, I would, observe it, but that was about it.
Let's mention Steve wrote in his book. So I was getting paychecks from Jarrett, but I wasn't getting them as often as I would have liked. But I thought I was doing a good job in the ring, and finally asked Jerry when he was going to book me full time. Jerry said, quote, "Hell, Steve, I think you're ready now." You were seeing some of what Chris was doing. Did you agree with your dad that Steve was ready?
So put it in context. The short answer is absolutely. But you got to remember in Memphis or wherever, being ready is relative. But Steve stood out so much in his wrestling school class that absolutely he was ready. And I vividly remember Chris sort of laying out the storyline that he wanted to propose to do, because it was just so unique that, hey, here's a student. And I was just enthralled by it. He wanted to bring in the mentor, mentee, whatever you want to call it, the Bruno Zabisco storyline. But it was just really cool that, okay, we're going to head down this road. And then where it led was, it was, you talk about blurring the lines, and so relatable with wives and ex-wives and Tony Adams and Gene Clark, and, Steve and Gene ended up getting married, but just the genesis of all that and how it was working. And so, yeah, Steve obviously was, I'm assuming he put it in his book, but he was married and he was working on a loading dock, and he loved this business and wanted to get into it and had a passion like so many other of us young guys that, man, let's do something fun. Let's do something that energized me. I don't want to punch a time clock, period.
So he starts working full time for the first time in his career in Memphis for your dad. He's working as Steve Williams. And at this point, before Dutch Mantel renames him Steve Austin, that's a story that everybody knows, but he's still Steve Williams at first. Dutch renames him. Our boy Bruce tells a story on Woo Nation, my very first podcast with the Nature Boy Ric Flair. And
so Bruce was the guest.
Yes,
I got you. I just making sure that I understood this.
And as the legend goes, Steve had worked a long time, very hard, to try to figure out how to just make a living out of this thing. At times, he couldn't afford to get a hotel room. He's sleeping in his car. Other times, he's just living on cans of tuna and raw potatoes, and he's behind on rent, probably going to get evicted, but really believes there's something to this. And he's just tickled that now he's got the opportunity to work 7 days in a week. Instead of getting booked here or there and not being able to eke out a living, this could finally be the big break. He got it. He's a full-time wrestler. And he gets his first check. He's all excited. I'm finally going to get to eat something besides cans of tuna and raw potatoes. I'm not going to be able to, or be forced to sleep in my own car. I'm going to be able to make rent. I'm going to do it, man. This is it. He tears that envelope open, and he's shocked at what he sees. And he just stares at it. And you can almost hear an exhale. The disappointment is just written all over his face. And around that time, the promoter's son, who quote unquote grew up in a 20,000 square foot house, comes strutting by,
Should I be humming Simply Irresistible right now?
Slaps him on the back and says, keep on staring at it, boy. It ain't going to make it no bigger. That's the way Bruce has heard it. I've heard other people say the words were a little different, but the gist is the same. Stare at it all you want. It won't get any bigger. Ha ha ha. Slap him on the back. Now, the context of that is important because everyone sees you as the promoter's boy, AKA he didn't earn nothing. He was born on third. He's spoiled. Look at the quote unquote, the guy who's screwing me. This is his son. And he's going to wake up tomorrow in this mega mansion and just get to run roughshod around here and do whatever he wants. That's the perception. Now, is that reality? Probably not. We've talked about that before. As soon as you started wrestling, you had to find your own place, et cetera, et cetera. But I also want to add the context of you're very, very young. How old would you guess you were there?
21, 22.
And a lot of people listening to this are my age. They're 40 years old. And we think we got life figured out now, but boy, we knew we had life figured out when we were 21.
Yeah. And Steve's a few years older than me.
And so now there's this younger kid coming behind you, slapping you on the back after you've been chasing your dream, sleeping in your damn car, probably got a crick in your neck, probably hungry as hell, literally. And it happens. And supposedly that's a story that, now let's add the context here. Was Bruce in Memphis? No. Was Bruce in Texas? No. Was Bruce in the same state that show happened in that day where Steve's in the backstage area and opens that envelope? No. So who told him that story? Stone Cold Steve Austin. And of course, he told him that story once he was the biggest star in the business. Let's clear up the rumor and innuendo. Did this happen? Did you make that comment to Steve, slap him on the back? Do you remember this interaction or exchange?
I absolutely, positively, without question, did it. No, of course I do. I remember it vividly. And let's go down the story behind the story because, you know, the name of Dwayne Johnson's production company is called $7. So it's sort of a marker for him. It's cool. But when I hear this story, it always sort of relate it because Steve and Rock are connected creatively through the years. But let's go back in time and look, should I have said it? Hell no, because I had no idea and didn't know till years later until these kind of stories came out from, and I don't even know the first time I remember hearing it, but Bruce and others. And I'm like, oh dear Lord. I was shocked. I was shocked in so many ways because Steve, now Conrad, get ready for this. Steve ain't the only first person that I said that to. Matter of fact, it was, you know, you got to laugh about it because if you don't, you're going to cry over it. My paychecks, and we'll gotten into this, were exactly what others were. We got $40, and this happened in Evansville, Indiana, and we got paid on crappy houses, $40 in Louisville, Evansville, Nashville. My father always tried to pay a little bit better in Memphis because the gross was bigger, and so it was a little bit bigger. But there was a lot of $40 payoffs, a lot. And 7 times 40 is $280. So most guys got about $350 a week on the really crappy weeks. Dutch Mantell is legendary at telling these stories. But to put it in complete context, and not to get too much in the weeds, but in Texas, my father, as we just stated, yes, they were partners in the wrestling school. And my father, yes, Chris, let's work this angle. And then they began to work that angle. And then it turned into Tony Adams was Chris's wife, and Jean Clark, who later became Steve's second wife. They got together. So it was Chris's current wife and ex-wife and Steve, and they had a whole storyline, all that. And then Steve really began to grow as a performer. And then that's when we started, taking the bus. We would drive out from a spot show on Thursday. But anyway, Steve came to Memphis, and my dad, I mean, he loved him. And Tom Pritchard, he put Tom and Steve together. So Tom would help Steve as far as learn how to be a heel. I was a babyface. Me and Steve worked around that, around the loop. Many, I don't know how many matches I had with Steve in Tennessee. A lot. I'd say over 100. I mean, that's, but you can get in 5 or 6 in a week. So it doesn't take long to get that with tag. We got into tags, and we'll get into all kind of stuff. But so, and Steve was, on the bus and making the rides. And so were me and Steve best friends? No, but it's like I had been around him at this point a year or two. I don't know exactly, but a long time. And to get into the territory sort of psychology, payday was Wednesdays in Evansville. It's just how it worked. Memphis, big show Memphis, everybody was hands on decks. And then on Tuesday is when the bookkeeper would write the checks. And then me or whoever, my grandmother, even if my dad, which my dad rarely went, but somebody would go by the office and pick up the paychecks. It also incentivized guys to make Evansville. It was the worst weekly town by far out of the loop. So that was payday and handing out checks. And Frank Morrell, I rode with him. You know him by another nickname, but Mr. Morrell, no, Frank. We traveled up and down the roads together, and he probably was the first one who would I heard him say that, because guys would come into the territory and the checks would be terrible, but it was what it was. And I can remember Frank getting in the car when we would hear, not Steve, but other guys coming up in the territory bitching about everything. And Frank would look over at me and say, last I remember, nobody told him he had to come. He showed up. It was okay. That was sort of the mentality. And obviously my grandfather, Eddie Marlin, had that mentality. You pay what the house is drawn. It's just a whole different business then. You got paid off the house. Nowadays, that isn't, it just doesn't happen. It's TV deals and merchandise and everything. But back then, you couldn't pay what you didn't have. And my dad had a choice. I can overpay the talent of money that's not in the house, and I go out of business, or do I stay in business and continue to hopefully give guys an opportunity to move on? And that's the business decision he made. He wanted to stay in business. So that happened, Conrad. So the checks were handed out, and I can tell you, I probably said that multiple times to different guys. But that night, Steve, and you have to know Evansville, the heels came down one side of the building, babyface came down the other back, but we all dressed in our dressing room downstairs. And Steve, everybody sort of had their different areas of the dressing room. And Steve had his chair set. It was right where I would, or not just me, others had to go, and we had to go up some steps to get to the stage. And Steve was sitting there, and I walked by him, and he had the check in his hand. And I didn't think two things about it when I said it, but I said it, and it obviously stuck with Steve to this day.
In hindsight, do you recognize that it was kind of a shitty thing to say?
Kinda. It's horrible. I mean, it was, look, do I have regrets across the board? Oh my God. I mean, of course I do, in many, many ways. But did I say that of malice or spite or gotcha? The thing was, and this is what others knew, because they saw it was what it was. You went into it. My dad threw me out of the house when I started working because I came in late seeing my girlfriend. My checks, my dad didn't do it because he wanted to prove to Lawler or anybody else. My dad wanted to discipline me. So he made sure that I got paid what my opponent got paid. That was just literally, that was his rule. Don't pay Jeff a penny more than you pay his opponent. And that was the deal. But yes, I regret saying it, and a lot of other crap back in that day.
It's interesting to go back and relive some of this stuff and see how it all got tangled up. But, we're going to get there. But would you agree that that's probably the first part of the web that we're about to weave here of why Austin had hard feelings on your side?
I can tell you this, and I've said this multiple times on this podcast. Communication is the key to every relationship. I don't care if it's your spouse or a stranger on the side of the road or the homeless guy begging for money and whatever. Everybody has a story behind the story, and the compassion and the understanding that you get with age and wisdom is radical. And so I had residual heat, as a lot of folks like to say. But my father pissed a lot of people off being promoter, not on purpose. It just was what it was. Maybe he did sometimes on purpose. But yes, this incident, had I known, I would have immediately rectified. And here's how a cocky 21-year-old would have rectified it. Hey, Steve, dude, come here. Look at my effing check. Do you really think I meant that? F no. I mean, I'm getting paid exactly what you're getting paid. But guess what I'm doing? I'm getting out there, shaking hands and kissing babies and getting picture money. But I can tell you, Conrad, it is for sure hindsight's 2020. But this definitely started. And this is what's kind of ironic. Look, Steve could have gotten his car at any time and gone back to Texas. So could Undertaker. So could Soul Taker or Papa Shango, Godfather. So could so many other folks that came through the lean times. Dwayne Johnson being one of them. It's not like they signed any contract for my dad to work in USWA. You could go home at any time. And Dutch and Frank Morrell and any Bill Dundee, they all would gig me about that. Hey, man, they can all leave. You know, those guys decided to stay. But yes, had I known, I would have never said it. But it definitely set the relationship. And again, we had I felt a really good relationship up to this point. I didn't even know it went sideways.
Oh, man. So you two wind up working a lot when he's in Memphis, including a couple of matches that Tom Pritchard has watched over at adfreeshows.com. You guys even did a Thunderdome match. Listen to this lineup: Bill Dundee, Danny Davis, Eddie Gilbert, Jeff Jarrett, Robert Fuller. That's one side, against Eric Embry, Steve Austin, the Texas Hangman, and Dr. Tom Pritchard. What are your memories of this Thunderdome match?
Texas versus Tennessee. Eric Embry had a knack. You know, I think we talked just last week or on a recent episode about Dutch had a knack of booking Puerto Rico and drawing money. Eric Embry had a knack for Dallas territory. He just did. And so in Texas, it's like a whole other country, much like Mexico or Canada or like Puerto Rico. A lot of national pride, a lot of state pride in Texas. So the old verbiage that if it wouldn't have been for Tennesseans, there would be no Texas, that and it's a nerve. It's blurring that. Oh, wait, that kind of is true. So in wrestling context, we're going to say he really meant that. All this other stuff's kind of make believe, but oh man, they really mean this, Texas versus Tennessee. But when you just list those names, Fuller and Eddie Gilbert, Dundee, it was, you know, and Eric had laid it out right. And I know Texas Hangman, and there was a lot of ups and downs and weaves and turncoats and all that kind of stuff. But it was a big blow off program.
What do you remember of working with Steve after this? I mean, after your moment in Evansville, was there ever any inclination as you guys were working a series of matches here in all these various towns? I mean, you're seeing each other on a pretty regular basis. Does any
every day? And the things that I, you know, obviously when I, you know, after the fact, but learning through the years, I go back and jar my memory, but I can remember during my WWF time thinking, man, we really got sideways. But I remember just a few years ago. So when Steve came up, you know, when he broke into the business, he didn't call a match. You know, no young guy does. So I'd had whatever 3-4 years in the time of the business. Maybe by the 1990, I had 5 years in the business, whatever. But I can remember me and Steve working together, and there was a gradual process. A lot easier for heels to call the match. It just is easier, but when you have someone green, the babyface has to call it. So anyway, there's a transition period where Steve started calling the match. I enjoyed the hell out of working, and it was, if Steve didn't enjoy working with me as a, you know, him being the heel and I'm a babyface, he damn sure fooled me, because if you watch my work as a babyface, all I did was sell, drop kicks and sell, drop kicks and sell. So, and could throw a punch. But yeah, we worked an awful lot, but I never knew there was any kind of anger or resentment. None.
Well, he's not long from Memphis before Dusty Rhodes gives him a call to bring him to WCW. We've talked about this before, but it was on one of those bus trips during this Texas era for your dad, where he's doing both stuff with the Von Erichs in Texas and, of course, running his own territory in Memphis, where you found out that WCW had expressed interest in working with you and he had shut it down, saying you weren't ready. But now you see this guy who literally was training when you first got there. I mean, you're already working matches, you're up and going and established, and he's still training, and now he's getting the call to go to WCW. That had to make you feel a certain type of way now.
Well, as a talent, yes, but I felt for sure he was ready because, as you said last week, I'm a wrestling junkie. Back then as well, I watched all of WCW and WWF, and in those days you had to record it. But let me take a step back further. Scott Steiner came to Tennessee in '87, I think. I mean, I think and we hit it off from day one and became best friends and families, and we go way, way, way back. Scott, Robbie, Rick Steiner, his older brother, was in the business, but Scott wasn't in Tennessee very long, and he went off to WCW. Undertaker, he went to WCW. We could go down a whole list of folks that, Mick Foley. There's a whole list during this, we'll call it 87 through 91, 92. So about 5 years, because I didn't go to Vince till 93. There were a lot of guys that came through the territory that when they got to Tennessee, they were at one level. And when they left and went to make 150 grand, starting salary at WCW 156, some guys 104, but still that's guaranteed. And they weren't in the car driving 4,000 miles a week. So, but I can say each guy that left, I'm like, good for them, man. Good for them. I don't blame them. They're tired of staying in $29 a night hotels and eating potatoes and rice and ramen noodles and driving Ford to a car and, everything that went with it, but always had, now I look at it with enormous gratitude. I always had that sort of checks and balances of a Dutch, of a Bill Dundee, of a Frank Morrell, certainly my dad or Lawler, is that this is how the business works. They came here to get an education. You don't see a guy, hey man, I want to be a doctor. Okay, we're going to start paying you 150 grand. Now go to school. Not for 4 years, but for 8. That isn't how the world works. It just doesn't. So coming to Tennessee, getting paid off the house, was it easy? Was it fun? No, but you take the Tennessee and Texas days out of a lot of guys' careers, and it's just, a different story. I've always believed in the fact cream always rises to the top, no matter what. Mick Foley would have main evented. Steve Austin would have main evented. Undertaker would have main evented if you take Tennessee and Texas out of their careers. But it would have been a different path, and nobody begged or told them they had to stay.
I love you always frame it that way.
What do you mean? What frame it what way?
Well, nobody's telling you got to stay here. Nobody's making you come here. And I understand that. JR often says, hey, why don't you go market that resume outside of these walls and see what your street value is? I get that, but it is interesting when that's your attitude here. Right. But I've also heard you on the show say, well, JR was fucking with my money. Like you could see both sides on that argument or conversation, could you not?
It's always leverage negotiation for sure. I definitely, when JR quote unquote effing with my money, I definitely had the option to leave and go home and get in the construction business.
Just saying. You come into this, you have to appreciate you came into your wrestling experience with a greater understanding and knowledge of not only wrestling, but being a business owner, and more importantly, owning a wrestling business. And that most people who get into wrestling, Stone Cold included, I don't think his parents were entrepreneurs. I don't think they owned wrestling businesses. I don't even think they owned businesses. And his wrestling knowledge was largely probably what he saw on TV, what he read in magazines, and what gentleman Chris Adams taught him.
Yes.
So you entered this relationship with a major leg up just based on knowledge of those three that he would not have been privy to. So I just think that context is king here. And certainly he could have went and did it somewhere else, but what would that have looked like for him?
And I'm going to give you one more piece of that. And this is where everything you just said, without question, absolutely times 10. Another thing that I got blessed with, I mean, it really is. Now I can say that from this point of view is that the education, and Kevin Nash says it so eloquently, the real lab discussions, if you will, if you give a college phrase or seminar, are when you ride up and down the car. When you get done with the show and you're going to be in a car for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, you're going to discuss the industry. And so when I rode with my father or grandfather or Frank Morrell or other guys who had been around a while, I can remember conversations that, Pat Tanaka's father a little bit, but a guy like Billy Travis or Paul Diamond or others that maybe had a couple of years in the business but weren't around. Yes, I definitely was super blessed being in those lab discussions, also known as car rides. That really helped educate me. And Steve, like you said, Chris Adams, and then bus rides, and then whoever he's riding in the car with, but for sure.
So let's continue the story here a little bit. You guys don't really cross paths again until 1995, I think. That's when he's going to debut for the World Wrestling Federation as the Ringmaster. Did you see him before that? I mean, when he leaves and goes to WCW, do you run into him again?
Nope, never did. It's just one of those things, never crossed paths. I watched him and Brian and, his success, I'll just say his success he had, in WCW. I mean, he was obviously worked his way up the card pretty quickly too. He got over, maybe not the main event level, but he got over in a quick amount of time because he knew what he's doing. He absolutely knew what he was doing in the ring, but we had never crossed paths.
How was your interaction with him in the WWF? Is it simple? Hey, Jeff. Hey, Steve.
Yeah. And you know what, when he came in, and this may strike you as odd, I don't know. What'd you think? Let me ask you, put you on the foot. What'd you think of the Ringmaster gimmick?
Well, it sucks. Everybody knows it sucks.
See, and here's where I'm going the other way with it. Look, we all know Stone Cold is Stone Cold, but I can see where the powers that be, because Steve had a ring presence, and ironically, if you could just for a minute close your eyes, get in a meditative state, and think if Stone Cold would have delivered promos, and I know he could, in the vein of a cool, calm, collected Jake Roberts, not being I'm a snake, but I'm a ringmaster, and never really raised his voice, and go out there and wrestle your ass off and do everything he needed to do. Look, did it ever mature into that type of character? No, but I actually really, and maybe I was drinking the Kool-Aid too much, I don't know, but I really, really like the Ringmaster gimmick coming out of the gate. Shaved head. I thought Steve can take this and knock it out of the park. That was my initial thoughts. And to answer your question, yes. Hey, Steve. Hey, Jeff. Blah, blah, blah. No big, it's just nothing out of the ordinary. Normal locker room conversation.
So, you leave the WWF. Of course, we've said that story a million times here. And Steve Austin begins his rise. And the Ringmaster is not long for this world. No longer does he have a mouthpiece in Ted DiBiase, or is he the $1 million champion? And slowly but surely, he becomes Stone Cold Steve Austin. And around that same time, we'll call it the fall of 96, you're starting to come into your own on Nitro. Got the association with Ric Flair brushing up against the Horseman, going to be, challenging the Giant at a pay-per-view. So you're in a good spot, and he is too, and you're on separate brands. But then what do you know? Every October, 1 year after that's happening in October of 96, October of 97, it's time to revisit the old contract. And you wind up joining the World Wrestling Federation. And as the story goes, the narrative out there is that Vince Russo was really high on you, and that he had promised you this and he had promised you that in regards to, we're going to have you on top. You're going to be working with Steve. Now, let's remember, October of 97, Stone Cold is not the world champion. October of 97, Stone Cold is nursing a broken neck. He got dropped on his head by Owen Hart at SummerSlam just a couple months prior. He did win the Intercontinental title, but he can no longer defend it. So they've taken it off of him, and they're just letting him stun people and do interviews and build his character. And famously in September, they have the first Raw in Madison Square Garden. Cactus Jack debuts. Vince McMahon catches a stunner. Austin gets arrested. So even though he's not technically the world champion, anybody, and I mean anybody, can see, well, he's the next top guy. But he's not the world champ yet. He's not the tippy top of the card just yet. When you're sort of talking to the other side, you work for WCW, you're winded down, you're having conversations with quote unquote New York. Who are those conversations going through? Is it Jim Ross? Is it Bruce Pritchard? Is it Vince McMahon? Or is it what the narrative is? It was Vince Russo.
So before I answer that question, I want to make sure, and if you want to just say no, Jeff, we'll jump to that in a minute, but you covered the WCW time frame, and you mentioned the Horseman storyline, but you left out a little footnote. So I guess, on my 30th birthday, I wrestled Flair in Orlando, Florida on Nitro, which I'll never forget. But during that whole storyline, and I can't do a Kevin Sullivan, the devil impersonation, but Mongo and the Horseman and Deborah, and they wanted to do that storyline. And I never really saw how that fit, because Double J is, Deborah was the beauty pageant queen. So she needed, through my eyes, she needed a talent that would be, for lack of a better word, sort of subservient to her, cow down to her. And the Double J Jeff Jarrett was the flashy loudmouth entertainer that I'm going to strut right in front of Ric Flair. So I thought I needed somebody subservient to me. And me and Kevin Sullivan so had the discussions, and he said, brother, we'll make it work, because you know how to make it work. And I'm like, okay. But anyway, that story picked up a lot of steam, and I've referenced this on here. Meltzer wrote in one of his newsletters, and this may or may not be fiction, but oh man, Jarrett may be the hottest heel in WCW during this era. So, but the Deborah McMichael component of this story obviously later comes into play in a major way. So I didn't know if this was the appropriate time, Conrad, to throw that in there. But I didn't want to skip over my time in WCW, because it for sure relates to this story. So you want to say something, or you may keep going with answer your question?
You can answer my question whenever you get around to it.
You're in a bad mood. Jeez.
How am I in a bad mood?
I can just tell the look on your face.
I said, hey, who called Vince JR? And you said, well, not Deborah. And that's what happened.
Okay. So at when contract time was coming up, I signed the 1 year deal. I again, and I've said this, I knew literally Nitro One that this is a different company than I had been accustomed to, that there was no Vince McMahon. There wasn't no, Kevin Sullivan was booking with a committee, but Eric was the boss. But then Eric also had Hulk and Savage and you could just talk to those guys and knew that they were sort of doing their own thing. And then Hall and Nash were red hot. It was just a different organization. Knew it was run differently. And I knew that, you know, that just sort of weaving through everything, you know, I think I'd like to give Vince another shot. And during that time, because business was heating up and, you know, the guaranteed money was flying like crazy. And I, you know, to this day, I've never been a big believer in using agents. But again, me and Vince had our relationship, but I just said, hey man, I'm not going to get an agent. So I'm going to sort of work with my dad. What better guy that can give me context and can give me some good advice and help me through this process. So not that my dad was my agent, but I'll say maybe an advisor, and talked to my attorney in Atlanta. And the first real point of contact was Russo had talked to McMahon. My father had talked to Vince, and then I talked to Vince, and we set up a meeting and flew up to Vince's house. The thing that I had no idea that had changed from 95, 96 in a major way. And, you know, this is something that me and Jim ever get to sit down and really get granular on things, is that's the one thing that I had no idea, that when I left, look, Jim was an employee and an executive, but I had no idea the power that he had gained on putting together his team, his roster, his players, because I still thought it was a Vince McMahon completely run operation. I don't say that, you know, but anyway, so my point was my day-to-day contact, or my point of reference, was Jeff Jarrett needs to talk to Vince McMahon. And that's what was set up, flying to Vince's house, went up to Greenwich, went in and had the meeting, and Jim was there. And, you know, we all talked amongst four of us. And that's how the meeting went down. But that was how, you know, yes, Russo was a part of it, but it was more Jeff and Vince, and Jim Ross was there. Jerry Jarrett was there.
Is there anything said about working with Steve?
None, like zero. It creative wasn't even discussed, so to speak.
All that's discussed is the number of dates and the amount of cash.
Well, just the contract and.
But what's a contract if it's not the number of dates and money? That's it, right? That's a contract for wrestling.
It's just money. It wasn't even dates. I came to work, and you know, I'm sure some guys maybe, not to my knowledge, but it wasn't. I was ready to come back. I guess if you had to sort of subtitle the meeting, it was Double J's ready to come back and get up on this horse again, and not literally, but figuratively speaking. And here's the money, and get off to the races, and let's do this. All positive. We knew it wasn't going to be some long-winded, high-level negotiation, either just by Vince, unless I really screwed up. It was pretty much a given deal that, okay, I'm coming back to work.
So did you have a relationship with Vince Russo before coming back? Like, did you spend any time with him in 1995 before you left?
Oh yeah. He was a magazine writer. And this goes into the 94, 95. That was his job as a magazine writer, is to do features on talent. And I'll just say this diplomatically, the brash Long Islander, New Yorker that Vince is, not everybody was, I don't say not happy, not agreeable. Hey, it's a magazine. And I'm thinking, again, what you said, that I got the leg up in understanding. Hell, I wanted every amount of coverage I could get in 94, 95. So I did magazine features. We did photo shoots. We did the OJ Simpson thing was hot. Me and Road Dogg went out and did a feature in LA at OJ's house. But anyway, me and Vince struck up a relationship because I was a very agreeable talent to invest time in the magazine. And I just viewed it that way. So yeah, me and Vince's relationship started in 94 through the magazine exposure.
I know you said eventually, you're going to have to talk to Vince McMahon. Everything goes through Vince McMahon, blah, blah, blah. but I'm trying to get drilled down here, and I feel like you're not answering, and maybe it's intentional, maybe it's accidental. Did you have a conversation with Vince Russo prior to coming over to work, or prior to leaving WCW, prior to being on camera for the
yes. Yeah, but Vince was, hey, as I'll say, from a friend to friend, how's things going up there? What's going on? And those were not one conversation. I guess you could say in that year, I never lost contact with Vince, if that makes sense. Yeah, Russo.
Moving forward, let's say Russo and McMahon, just so we
Yes,
don't get each other tripped up. But
last names.
Hypothetically, did Russo float? Bro, I can see you in Austin. Do you remember that?
Never.
Okay.
Never. But those weren't the type conversations.
You think I'm making that up, but Russo said that you did. So I'm asking you because Russo it's out there.
What?
Russo has said many times that he wanted you and Austin to work together.
Yeah, but after the fact, after I got up there, I thought you're talking beforehand.
Yes.
Yeah. So none of those type conversations happened before I returned.
And then as the story goes, you're welcomed to a Monday Night Raw. This is October 20th, 1997. And I guess your contract was due every October. I think we've talked about that before here on the program. Your contract had been up how long with WCW before you're on this program here in 97?
So what's your specific question?
All right, you're here at the show October 20th, 1997. If you had to guess, when would you reckon that your WCW deal was up? How fresh off of your WCW contract were you?
Days. The first Nitro I could appear at.
The first Raw you could appear at.
My bad. Yeah, my bad. First Raw. Yes.
And so here we are now, and I believe it's Oklahoma City. Is that right?
You know what? What day? Because we're going to find something here. What day is this Raw?
It's a Monday, October 20th.
Okay. The China, and this is where it's sort of crazy recall. I think October 17th was, that because we'll know on the China deal, because it was the first day that I was out of contract. So whenever the Good Housekeeping match was the exact date of the rollover, dating back to the Double J deal, because it literally, Double J in 93 was a 3-year deal. And then it rolled over a year for WCW, and then a 2-year deal. It's like literally every October.
So just to, again, context is king. You're on this Nitro on the 6th in Minneapolis, and even
the 13th.
It's discussed there that I think it's just a backstage thing. Deborah slaps, Mongo, and you're standing nearby. And then 1 week later, so your last appearance is in Tampa for WCW, that Nitro, and 7 days later you show up on Raw.
Yep.
And I assume between the 13th and the 20th is when, during those 7 days, is when you flew to meet with Vince and took your dad and all that, right?
Maybe the meeting in Vince and Greenwich would have been several weeks before that, because I had to know if I'm going to have a deal.
Right.
I want to say a couple of weeks before, but that's a good question. But it wasn't. I don't think it was that week, because look, I don't. It wasn't that quick a turnaround deal, to my knowledge.
So somehow, you guys, I guess what I'm trying to drive to is, you don't have a deal when you appear on TV October 20th, 1997. You were not signed.
Oh, no, I was.
The narrative is out there that they had a deal with you in theory, that we were working towards a contract, but you had not yet put pen to paper when you went out and cut the promo. The idea being, we know we're going to do it. Yeah, we're going to do business, but we got to get this angle going, this promo going. We're in the throes of the Monday Night War, and they're marching towards their biggest pay-per-view they've ever had, Starrcade 97. And along the way, they're going to do big business at Halloween Havoc 97. And we're in the fight for our life here, Jeff, and blah, blah, blah. So the story was out there that when you did this promo that we're about to play, you had not yet actually signed the sheet of paper, but you're saying that's not correct. You had signed.
That's semantics. So maybe a deal memo but the terms, the dollars were agreed upon.
Okay. Carry me through what you remember of that day. This is your first appearance. Again, remember now, we're in the height of the Monday Night War. The last time we saw Jeff Jarrett was last Monday on the other channel. And now he's about to walk out down the ramp here at the Myriad Convention Center in Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, in front of 8,334 fans. Chat me up. What are you told before you go out there about what to say or what not to say or how to get your business done?
So we had agreed upon, and I say we, me and Vince, and
Russo or McMahon.
Good. Russo. My bad. McMahon. It was my start dates, the whatever that Raw was, the 20th, and all this kind of stuff. And then it was, you go through the song and dance of talent relations and travel and whatever it may be. But it was set in stone. I'm starting on that Monday, and Vince Russo is going to get with you on the promo. And so the couple of days before that, I mean, he came, all kinds of stuff. He was talking about the Ahmed Johnson, the roadie, the singing cowboy. And, as the Attitude Era shifted, and Vince is saying, bro, this and bro, that. But no, I'm saying that out of all jest. But, he's saying that, look, no cowboy hat. And which I agreed. It was, we got to see Jeff Jarrett and that whole, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. We're I was all in agreement that Double J was such an over the top character. Let's go with the attitude. And Stone Cold was, you talk about red hot, and Shawn and Brett and just everything about the company had radically changed from a creative perspective that the whole world knows. The shift from the new era. No, what was it called? Yeah, the new era. What was
new attitude? No, next generation.
Yeah, that was those days were long gone. And so I was me and Diesel and Razor and all that, we were that generation. So Jeff's got to be, for lack of a better word, the evolution of the character has to come hard and heavy. And Vince McMahon was for sure. I mean, he was all in on it, and we got to come up with the promo that works. Okay. So go ahead. I want to make sure that I'm following your question.
No, I'm with you. What we were looking for is new generation, not next generation. And then we mixed in attitude.
New generation was dead.
Yeah.
The Attitude Era had come upon.
And hell, we can't even get our Vinces straight. Now let's play the audio here from the promo, and if you've ever, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Yeah. So yeah. So I don't know if you want to play the interview first or afterwards, but it was this day right here, the Evansville, Indiana about check. This is another, communication is key. But again, I don't know if you want comments before or after or both.
Well, before we go, let's mention that, before we press play, Russo wrote in a blog post back when those were still a thing, quote, "The day of his return, I wrote an in-ring promo for Jeff, as I wrote all his in-ring promos. Jeff is just one of those guys that liked you to write his verbiage for him. After giving him his words, Jeff read through the promo and came back to me. Upon his return, he said everything was good, but that he was going to add one little thing. I'll let you respond to the one little thing later, but by and large, is what Russo's saying here accurate, that he wrote this promo and most of your promos?"
So short answer, yes. Vince, and I can remember having this conversation with my father about, this is not on this subject. I'm talking about 93. Man, they really like to get into like exact wordings. And, Memphis TV, Lawler or my father would give you 2 or 3 bullet points, but I mean high level bullet points. And then you had to go put it in your own words. That's what I was born and raised on. And then I get to the WWF and the Double J character. And I mean, just the simplistic spell your name on those opening vignettes. No. And Bruce would look, and it was such a learning curve, but in education, we're going to do the same thing, repetition over and over and over again. World's greatest singer, world's greatest entertainer, world's greatest wrestler. Ha ha. That's Double J, Jeff Jarrett. And I don't want to say scripted, but yes, your signature lines had to be delivered. And then a lot of it began scripted. So I would have those conversations with my old man, and he's like, son, let me just tell you something. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. 1. 2, if they don't like what you say, but you've gone off on a tangent, dude, it's all on you. So do what they say, do what they ask. Okay, that makes sense. And so no matter what, and certainly my first night coming in, yes, and Vince is like, I'm going to write the promos. As time went on and I wore multiple hats, Bill Banks, Jeremy Borash, others can attest, Dutch would never write it out. He didn't come from that generation. But other guys that were working for me, they would write it out. And it was to my best interest to go by that because they had thought it through. And I'm over here worried about finishes and contracts and Dixie and Bob Carter and 1,000 other things. But yes, Vince wrote my promos. That was his job. And he wrote a lot of other guys' promos, but he absolutely did write mine.
What'd you think of the segment overall?
You know, and I can't say that I've watched this. I probably watched that just due to history and everything a couple of times. I thought it was delivered. Mission accomplished, I think, to not go off in a rabbit hole and nitpick it, and I'll let you nitpick it and I'll respond. But the overall segment, mission accomplished. I told a backstory. I tried to put a nail in the old Double J character, the horse, the light, everything we were trying to do there and move forward and have attitude, give a little context to the attitude, the Monday Night Wars with Bischoff and that story, and tried to bring people up to speed that, okay, Jeff's been away from the WWF a year. I thought it was a sports entertainment, professional wrestling, attitude era, scripted promo. I thought it checked every box. I thought it was delivered well. I thought when you hear Vince and JR and Lawler throw in there, and I just, the chemistry and hearing Vince on commentary, a lot of new fans can't even imagine that, but I think Vince is the best straight guy, play by play in the history of the business. I think he's just phenomenal. And I was, to this day, I was very, very happy with the segment.
A little long for me.
Yeah, I got you. Anyway, but devil's advocate of that was they hadn't seen me on WWF program in a long time. And I agree with you, but also know that, gosh, how do we get all the story in? But anyway, that's nitpicking. Agreed though.
So, as we said before we pressed play, Russo said you changed one little thing. I feel like I can guess, but what was the one little thing?
Okay, you're assuming that he's telling the truth.
Okay, so you're assuming, or based on your recollection, then that was written and Russo hung out to dry here.
So the first, we'll call it sheet of paper,
first draft
that he gave me, he had, when I got down to the closing lines of the promo, he had it written. And this is where, again, communication is so vital. And I solely depended on Vince Russo. He had me mentioning Austin first, then Shawn Michaels, then Bret Hart. And I said, Vince, no. I said, Austin is red hot. Well, no, Bret's been around. I said, I get that, but we need to end with Austin. And if you hear the promo and the people started chanting, Austin was the most over babyface. He was red hot. I was going to say closing lines and all of that. And I said, Vince, and Vince, he talked about change. He knew exactly what I was going to say. And the little thing that I changed that he wants to say he didn't know. And look, I've heard him. Let me say this. I've heard others talk about Jeff. He threw you under the bus. He said he didn't know this and didn't know that. And as we get into this whole following 2 years that followed up with this, Vince was like anybody. And like he did later at TNA, he was just doing his best to protect his ass out of job security. But he knew exactly what I was going to say all the way through the promo, from the beginning to the end. And the drug addict line on talking about Road Dogg, I was a little uneasy about that because I'm like, I sort of see, but I was already gone. That was a mess, but I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm going to do as, let's roll. It wasn't a hill to die on.
So you're saying here now that Russo is the person who wrote the blasphemous line.
No, I suggested, okay, if we're going to get technical, I suggested it and Vince knew I was going to say it.
So it wasn't you going off the cuff in the ring.
No.
So as the story goes, you walk backstage. Well, let me ask this. How did you feel walking up the ramp? You toss the mic, get out of the ring, walk up the ramp, come through the curtain. As you're doing that, did you feel like nailed that? Got the response I wanted? Because in fairness, there weren't big pops for Brett and Sean as you're saying that, because they're both heels. This is knee deep into Brett being the Canadian hero who hates America. Sean, of course, is up and running with DX. So they're both heels. So when you mentioned Austin and the crowd starts chanting Austin, he's the first quote unquote baby face that you've listed. So it feels like in a traditional wrestling sense, boy, we've checked all the boxes. Were you proud of this? Did you feel like you'd hit a home run, or did you think, man, got to keep working at it? Not my best outing. Or did you feel like nailed it?
Nailed it. Just candidly, Conrad, I went, hell yes. And if you're going to end on something, the top red hot baby face, something that I was born and raised and tried and true, if a heel came in the territory and Lawler had him go out as a booker, or my dad had them go out as a booker and start knocking guys that were semi-main event or mid-card, you kind of knew, okay, that's the storyline they're putting in. But if you walk out through the curtain, no matter who it is or when it happens, if you start knocking Jerry Lawler, you're perceived, boom. Maybe not your storyline, but you're perceived as a top guy. And so, yes, when I finished that promo walking up and the people were booing the hell out of me, I'm like, the two things that I felt good about, because I was very concerned, because I felt the Double J character over the top, that really had a hell of a run and got over. And so now the Attitude Era, I got to shift gears and I got to make a hard right shifting gears. And I felt I did that in that promo.
So Russo would write in his blog, quote, Steve was on the other side of the curtain waiting for him when he came back. Steve was freaking furious. I mean, his bald head was blood red. As soon as Jeff came to the back, Steve was verbally all over him, holding nothing back. He told Jeff that he was messing with his livelihood and that he didn't appreciate that. Jeff backpedaled like I've never seen anyone backpedal before or since. It was literally the heel backing off the baby, but this was not scripted. So that's what Russo's put out there. Is that how it happened?
When I walked through the curtain, two people met me almost simultaneously. And to this day, I hadn't gone back and asked the other person, like, how did you know to be there? Were you there by luck? But I saw Steve making a beeline for me, and Shawn Michaels was right there. And I don't want to say he got between us, but he did. It's not like he was doing a pull apart, but Shawn stayed right there, and Steve dog cussed me.
So you felt like Shawn knew this was coming and he wanted to make.
I really don't know if he was there in guerrilla by luck, or supposed to be up next segment, or maybe Shawn just, okay, I want to watch, me and Shawn go back to 86, 7, buds. Maybe he just wanted to watch my promo, or maybe he wanted to be at Gorilla as my bud and get a reaction or see the reaction of the office or whatever it was. Shawn was there, and they met me about simultaneously. And maybe Shawn knew that Steve was furious, but Steve dog cussed me, and I couldn't get a word out for me to say, Steve, I did that on purpose. Steve, yes, I didn't mean to offend you, but here's my psychology. And this is what I kept trying to say. Steve, I'm a heel. Everything I said out there is a TV show. Whether I believe it or not, it's a TV show. I did it by design. Do you think I'm really trying to hurt your merchandise? No. Do you really think I have the ability? Don't put me on a pedestal and say, oh, Jeff can really hurt my merch. That's preposterous to me. Just silly. To this day, it's silly that a heel can affect Steve's merchandise sales. That's kind of jumping the shark there.
But he probably remembers back.
Oh, for
Evansville,
sure.
Indiana.
Yes.
And just like your daddy before you, now you're here to mess with his money. And he probably feels at the time, I got something. I got something going here. I'm not going to let him or anybody else take it from me. And I got more stroke around here, pardon the pun, than you do. I'm going to put a stop to this right now. And I'm going to tell him how I really feel about it.
And here's again, that was my first night back in the company. So I had no context that JR, well, you know, Steve wasn't JR's boy. JR was Steve's boy. I mean, that's the reality of the, and I get it. That's how it goes. Vince owned the company, but with all the, again, hindsight's 2020, Steve having the neck injury, that what did Steve really have? His mouth and his merch.
That's it.
And I get it. I didn't have a freaking clue that night, and I get it. But harboring that resentment, and look, I've been around talent and people, and I'm sure you have too. Different people are cut from. Randy Savage is one that always thought people were out to get him. I never understood that. Even when Randy was long retired, it's just sort of the nature of the beast. But when he came through and started venting, I just was like, he can't be serious. But he was 100% serious. But now, as I look back, and even not just weeks and months, literally days, I went, he really wants to hold on to that merch, and I get it. But man, damn, I wish I had Russo, told Russo, go approve this with Steve. I just didn't think it was needed. Look, hindsight's 2020. Vince McMahon loves controversy. He's a promoter. He wants to create that edge and that uneasiness. And the best thing you can do is get people to buy in. And Lawler and Dundee, I was born and raised on that. They would say stuff to get the other one riled up legit, but it was good for business. And they both knew that. They absolutely both knew that if you sort of blur the lines, it works.
Let me mention, because I don't know that this is, I'll be honest, I don't know how WWE Creative works now. I've never asked, not going to ask, but I'm of the opinion that these days, Vince at least sees all of the quote unquote scripts.
Yes.
Of actual verbiage that guys are saying. Back then, it felt more like Vince would have approved the format of the show, but maybe not been as particular about approving the individual scripts. And when I'm saying Vince, I mean McMahon.
Yeah.
My question is, did you believe in this era that when you talked about a change to a promo like this with Russo, that Russo would have then went and taken that change to McMahon? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is because, and maybe people listening to this haven't put two and two together, but Austin, we all know, made a whole bunch of money on his t-shirts. You want to guess who made more money than he did on those t-shirts? Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
Yes, sir.
And so as we're listening to that promo, and when you say Austin 316 or blasphemous or whatever you said, however you said it, you could hear an audible, oh, and then there's a little talk over it where Lawler's like, well, you invited him here. Don't cut him off now. And then JR even says, cut his mic off. Now, of course, they're babyface commentators. JR is at that era, and Lawler's a heel. So that makes sense. But I'm trying to dig in and ask, do you think McMahon knew you were going to say this?
Yes. Oh, okay. No, that's a Vince Russo. Vince Russo said, I don't know, but I feel certain.
Hang on.
Yeah. Cause we're saying Vince's.
No, I didn't say Vince. I said McMahon, and you said yes, and then said no. So here's your Men in Black. Stop. Hang on. Here's your Men in Black. All right. Nothing's ever happened. Did Vince McMahon know you were going to say the fucking t-shirt was blasphemous?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that.
Okay. Okay. And it didn't go well.
I finally got you to wake up over there.
Well, no, I'm, but every time I've asked you something, you said yes, no. And it's like, no, yes. And I'm wondering,
every time. You're full of shit.
On today's episode, I've never seen somebody get more confused about Vince's. Yeah. So I just want to make sure you discussed the verbiage change with Russo.
Yes.
And I wanted to know, because I think we as fans have been led to believe these days McMahon approves verbiage. Back then, if you changed verbiage with Russo, we believe, both you and I, that Russo, not only did he have the ability to say yes, but he still probably went and ran it past McMahon. True?
True.
Because it is
far at this point too, which adds a layer later, because when it goes from Ferrari, it's the whole chain of command. But yes, in this time, it was Vince Russo, the writer of Raw, that Vince would, whatever we'd collaborate with talent, and that was my understanding, but certainly on this night, hey, Vince, I want to put Austin last, move Brett here, and I want to say this about Blasphemous. It'll get a hell of a rise. Yep, okay, oh, boom, boom. Yeah, go to McMahon. That was his job.
So there's a shouting match. How does the shouting match end? How do we leave that skirmish, dust up, conversation, confrontation? What happens to get it to where, okay, people are walking away now?
My best recollection, Steve just said his last cussing out and walked off.
And you backpedaled and took it and apologized and said, hey man, we talked about this beforehand. I thought you were in the loop. My bad. Something such like that.
Yes. It was just like, hey, and I remember Sean standing there and walked up and said, well, good job, Jeff. I mean, literally as a joke. And I'm like, dude, he's serious. He goes, oh yeah, he's very serious. And I'm like, wow. And Sean just chuckled. Howdy boy, kid. Get heat first night in. You're only supposed to get it with the people, not the boys in the back. It was like a joke.
Yeah. So as the story goes, Austin finds Vince Russo, because I guess you faded the heat to him, cuts a promo on Russo and talks about how he had to live on potatoes while working for your dad in Memphis.
You know what? I'm sitting here getting irritated at myself when you're saying that I'm back. You know, truth be known, if we're going to just get all the cards on the table, I'm pissed off at the researcher, how little research he did for this episode.
Well, just tell us what happened.
No, look, me and Steve met each other in 87, 88. Nothing was put in the notes today about that. Nothing.
Well, that's not what we're talking about, Jeff.
I know. We're talking about, you're saying all this and that, and all this. I'm freaking pissed off that no more thought was put into this on the ad-free guys. So if that's why I'm irritated, folks, that's why I'm irritated.
And just to be clear,
hey gang, I want to do my very best for my world. The very, very best for our listeners.
Okay. Well, cover the ground we missed in 87 and 88 with you and Steve.
I'm supposed to recall everything. That is the researcher's job.
No, buddy, how would we know what your experience was? Where would we go find that?
Do is look up, and I've said it over and over to the researchers, cover everything in ring, and that will jar my memory.
But that's not what our show is today, Jeff. Our show is about Austin 316 and the promo.
Oh no, it's about Austin 316. And Austin 316, we started in 1987, 98 and worked about 100 times before I got to the WWF. None of it was covered in research. None.
Because that's not our show. That's not our topic. We're not talking about, so we're not doing a profile piece on Stone Cold Steve Austin.
We're doing a relationship piece
about Austin 316 specifically and what happened that day. And we played the whole promo.
I guess I missed that memo that we're just talking about Austin and 316, not Steve Williams to Stone Cold Steve Austin and later. I missed that memo.
It's been on the schedule since we first started the show.
You're right. It has been on the schedule, and he started that research less than 24 hours ago.
The title of the show is Austin 316.
Yes, and that's the title.
Yeah.
I thought we would go much deeper into that.
Well, we got to save something for next week.
Next week's Bound for Glory.
You get what I mean? We're doing 52 of these motherfuckers a year. So we talk about one specific story at a time. But listen, regale us with stories of your matches with Steve Austin in 1987 and 88.
You're getting sarcastic, but
No. I'm just saying, I don't know how that's relevant to Austin 316. So I'm listening.
I apologize to the listeners that I want to do my very best for this episode. And the research is just maybe an hour's worth of work of cut and paste.
I'm listening.
You're guiding this ship, so keep guiding. We're talking about Austin 316.
Yeah, well, I mean, you wanted to take a time out and talk about the other
I
stuff.
didn't want to take a time out, but you were saying, I said yes and no, and I sat there and I go, why am I really irritated? I'll tell you why. Because I wanted to bring my A game to this episode because I think A, the subject's awesome. B, there is a long history, the check in Evansville, this first promo. There's a lot of backstory to all this that we get into and all this, and all that was glossed over completely. So that's why I'm irritated.
In USWA on April 13th, 1990, Bill Dundee, Eric Embry, Jeff Jarrett, and Percy Pringle III defeated.
Look, let's end this. This is silly.
I just don't understand what you're irritated about.
I'll tell you, because the researcher did maybe an hour's worth of work, and that comes out of my money. Are you happy with the researcher's work on this show?
I thought the crux of what we're talking about today is the old check and the slap on the back that you and I've talked about before in Evansville, Indiana.
That has to do with 316
and the promo.
What does Evansville have to do with 316? We can say that about everyththing. About Jeff Jarrett's relationship with Steve Austin. And
here's what it has to do with it.
I'm off base.
Here's what it has to do with it. When Austin left your backstage confrontation with you, where you apparently faded the heat to Russo, Austin went straight to Russo and quoted the line about living off potatoes while working in Memphis. That is a direct correlation to the check conversation, in my opinion. Russo would also say this: Steve Austin harbored a lot of resentment towards the Jarrett family due to the way he was treated in Memphis. While Steve could only afford potatoes, Jeff was catered to, as the Booker's son. Jerry had a huge mansion in Hendersonville, and both of them lived a good life while Steve was getting around on $40 a night. So the reason the slap on the back and the check is relevant is because that's the reason he was explaining to Russo. He was upset about what you said, that he felt like you were messing with his money, and he felt like your dad had done it before. And clearly the whole check thing grew a life of its own as a result.
Fair enough. But that is Steve's. And look, he, without question, shouldn't have said it. And that was his opinion, and it grew and grew and grew. But just as equally is Jerry Jarrett saying, let's give Steve a job in Memphis. Let's put Steve with Jeff and they work together and they'll work night after night. Isn't that equally as important of the story behind the story?
Yeah. I mean, I suppose if you want to tell the good stuff, my apologies. We were just going to how you guys got crossed.
The yin and the yang of the whole story.
I understand. I disagree, but I understand. I thought we were talking about how the thing got sideways, but let's chat about what happened in the fallout from this whole shebang backstage. After there's this big confrontation, is there a sit down? Is there an attempt to mend fences or squash the heat?
Nope.
Did you ever talk to Vince McMahon about this?
Nope.
Did you talk to Jim Ross about it?
Nope.
In your mind's eye, and this happens a lot, I've heard, you tell me, guys get cross with each other all the time. Something goes wrong in the ring, an errant blow hits. Somebody thinks somebody stiffened somebody. Somebody thinks they forgot to shake so-and-so's hands. But eventually, this is just, man, we're putting on a show. Emotions are running high. Guys get frustrated. Guys get pissed off. And then guess what? They get over it. That's what guys do. And in your mind's eye, is that what this was? Or did you feel like, oh no, this is different, and you knew it right away?
There was a night in Newark at the Hilton where one of those deals where we all come back for a town and a lot of folks are checking in relatively at the same time. We're all waiting to get room keys and check in and all that. And I don't know if I was there first or Steve was there first, but we see each other, and he looks over at me. He says, "Hey man, you going to the gym tomorrow?" And I said, "Yep." And he says, "You want to ride?" "Yep." And I mean, I literally thought in a lot of ways that it was completely what you just said, water under the bridge. It was ugly, but as sort of time went on, and look, I went and did the NWA thing and whatever it may be, it was, I guess, lack of a better word, cooler heads prevailed. That I thought it was, I thought the reality of the situation of Jeff Jarrett affecting merchandise sales was
a little silly,
preposterously just a complete non-issue. And that's where I thought.
But it does mean that he's got some underlying feelings towards you. But you again feel like sometimes guys just need to get that out of their system. Right. And then you move on.
Yeah. And the check in Evansville thing, I can't remember specifically if it was during this era, but when I heard all that, but I'm going back to, I don't say me and Steve broke in together because I was a couple of years in front of him, but in our early formative years, when we both got $40 payoffs, we'd sort of come up that way and just sort of had an understanding of the wrestling industry. That's sort of the point of reference that I thought we were at, but boy, was I wrong.
Who's the first person who told you the check story? Do you recall?
I don't, and I wish I did. And I just don't, I don't think it was Russo, but maybe it was, but I really don't recall. And again, if it was Russo, my gut tells me that I would have completely dismissed it. And the reason being, not that I thought any more of any less of Steve. I literally said that comment, and that comment was said to me, I can't tell you how many times, hundreds, passing out checks. If I wasn't the one passing them out, others, "Hey, don't look at it. Don't look at it. You ain't going to be happy." Just, it literally was a sort of a running thread. Territory, Dutch Mantell says that story that.
Oh, the Dutch story is the best. There's a legendary story out there about Dutch when steroids bubble to the surface and it's a major conflict and conversation for Vince McMahon. Allegedly, your dad stands in front of everybody and says, "Now I want to make sure none of you boys are on steroids." And as the story goes, Dutch raises his hand and says, "Hell, Jerry, some of us ain't on food," which is
story. That's Dutch.
Such a great line.
That relationship, if you really look at it, my dad could have, in his mind, went, "That Dutch Mantell, that worthless piece of blah, 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 blah." But the context was they had worked together, they had drawn money together, they had good payoffs together and bad payoffs together. And that's Dutch's sort of making light of the situation. Don't cry over it, laugh over it.
So, you have conversations a lot about, I was riding with Road Dogg and, me and Sean were tight, and well, we were out at the bar, blah, blah, blah. Do you have that sort of interaction with Steve moving forward, or are you guys just acquaintances at best?
I mean, obviously we're on the road all the time.
Yeah.
But everybody sort of has their traveling partners. So I don't want to say we were traveling partners, but like I said, he asked me to go to the gym that time. There was multiple times going to the gym or rides or this or that. And, going in airports. "Hey, is our flight delayed?" There was never, in my perspective, my viewpoint, zero friction.
That was just water under the bridge at that point.
Completely.
Well, as everyone knows, not long after your debut, you're repackaged with Jim Cornette. You win the NWA North American title with Barry Windham over Barry Windham. Of course, that's a conversation for another day. We'll break all that down in great detail, but I want to zip right to Right after you win, Steve Austin comes out, stuns you, mocks the strut, and gives you the middle fingers and walks away. And obviously, Steve Austin being in your segment, hey, that's pretty cool. Did you think, oh shit, maybe we're getting to work together? And do you remember it being sort of pulled out from under you?
I remember this specific high spot. When Steve did the strut, I took it as if, all right. Now he could have stunned me and got up and beers and fingers and all that, but he kind of put my gimmick over by strutting. It helped me. Even if his strut was maybe the worst of all time, but no, him stunning me and mocking my strut, just like that's what a babyface does to get a heel over, psychology wise. I'm gonna make fun of his gimmick. It helps me. That's the psychology of the whole deal. So when he did it, I'm like, all right. Now, did I think we were going to work a program? Absolutely not. But I thought, great piece of business. Help both of us. He could have stunned me and walked off, but he stunned me and strutted, which was to my benefit, not his.
So Russo would write, when we arrived at TV, Steve pulled me in a room and read me the riot act, citing everything he had told me verbatim 6 months prior. Steve hadn't forgotten one word of our conversation, not one. After apologizing because he was right and I was wrong, I changed the show to meet Steve's wishes. So it feels as if at least the original plan was you were going to have an opportunity to work with him, and Steve just flatly refused to Russo. When were you made aware of that conversation, or did you know that day?
That night. Yeah. I mean, and that's when, look, Steve was working with Kane and Taker and a lot of big guys. And I know Vince, and Vince was rightly or wrongly so, he was high on giving Austin a different type heel to work with. And that's, look, he was in charge of writing a 2-hour show, 52 weeks a year. That was his mindset. It's not like I got up on my soapbox and pitched 15 creative ideas to Vince for me to work with Austin. That would be silly. I knew it had to go through a lot of layers, but when that got, when Vince told me, I'm just like, oh boy, it's still sticking.
So Austin's also talked about this moment. He says, quote, then we get to the Gund Arena and they said, okay, Steve, we want you to work a match with Jeff Jarrett. And I said, what? You want me to work with who? And they said, Jeff Jarrett. I said, I think Vince Russo was telling me this. I said, all right, come here. So we walk into McMahon's room. It might've been me, Vince, Jim Ross, and about 5 other people. I said, F this, MSF. These were the best damn cussing jobs. I said, I told you, son of a bitches, I never wanted to work with the guy. And now you're going to make me come here and play the bad guy. So now Steve is shot down working with you here officially. And he's even said in other interviews, this is on a Get in the Ring radio appearance that Steve did.
I press pause there? What did MSF mean?
I think motherfucker. I mean, he's abbreviating the bad words.
MS. That's what
I think S is shit and F is fuck.
Yeah.
Those are
the other thing that jumped out on that was he said, make me the bad guy. How is it the bad guy when he's the top guy calling all the shots and the whole world knew that? Why does he give a shit if he's the bad guy? That always struck me as, interesting comment.
Well, I think his thing is, hey, I'm the bad guy to the writing crew because they had something written and now I'm saying you got to write something else. Like, I don't mean to, not the bad guy from your perspective, but from theirs.
Got it.
He says in a Get in the Ring radio interview, quote, Jarrett wasn't physical enough. He didn't hit the ropes hard enough. And it wasn't a case of me being able to bring him up, more of a case of him bringing me down because of how hot I was. I'm not out there UFC shoot fighting, but Jesus Christ, lay some stuff in on me, bust my mouth, whatever. That's the way I did it when I was feeding comebacks on DX and all those guys. I mean, guys would be walking backstage, busted lips and noses, loose teeth. I was throwing sledgehammers in there and people were crazy. That's just the way it was. He can't hit the ropes hard enough to bust an egg. I had a violent I'm glad you laughed because I read it twice. I was like, don't laugh.
Yeah.
but I've never heard that before.
I've heard this quote. Go ahead.
He can't hit the ropes hard enough to bust an egg. I had a violent physical work style. I mean, Jesus, you want to work with me? Bring it. Woof. A lot to unpack here. You think everything's okay, and then this is years later when he's saying all of this. How did you feel when you were reading all this and hearing? First of all, I could see both sides. Like, I've always thought the idea was make it look like it hurts and you don't feel a thing. I love when guys say, man, that super kick Shawn Michaels had, I never felt a thing. That sort of thing. This is a different approach. And you were probably brought up in an era where you're trying to work 7 nights a week, and that lends itself to, hey, let's put on a good show, but let's live to fight another day, which is probably why at however the hell old you are, you've been in wrestling 35 years, 0 surgeries. So it's hard for me to poke holes in your style, but when you read this from a star like Steve Austin, I'm just curious how that makes, how do you process that?
I've been accused of a lot of things in my career, bad, good, up, down, but not being able to hit the ropes or break an egg or that kind of stuff. I get it. He didn't like me because of the check thing. He didn't like me at this point because of the Deborah thing. He didn't like me because of the resentment on my father and the pay. I get all that, but not liking my work style. And I can tell you, I won't name agents and executives, but he said that in an open room, I think to multiple people, even Russo, but there were people who came to me and I said, what? He goes, yeah. And they rolled their eyes to me that, And I'm like, Jesus, I get that he doesn't really want to say that he doesn't want to work with me because I'm an old man or whatever, but find something better to criticize.
I agree.
But I get it. Hey, look, he's the top guy, and he who writes the checks writes the rules, and he was making Vince McMahon a lot of money, so he was writing his rules. I get it. I totally get it. I got it then just as much as I get it now that he's the top guy and going to call the shots. But I chuckled when I heard that he didn't like how I hit the ropes.
Of course, Deborah's a part of this story as well. You referenced her in your promo here from October 20th, 1997. She's going to come over almost a year later to the day, October 19th, 1998. At this point, everybody knows that Deborah and Steve would eventually get married, but you two, you being Jeff Jarrett, the other part of that too being Deborah McMichael, they're going to be put together. And boy, that had to just fly all over Steve. When did you first know that Steve and Deborah were dating and they have a relationship budding here?
And see, what's crazy is I didn't even know Deborah was coming. No idea till Russo told me, I think the one Raw before she showed up. I'm like, oh, dude, we just went down that road in WCW. It doesn't really work. Well, no, I think, but and I don't think, there wasn't a master plan,
right?
Because Lawler later got the puppies over and Road Dogg got the puppies over, and Lawler kept saying it every weekend, week out. But obviously Steve and Deborah weren't together when she arrived at all. And, she was my valet. And again, it was sort of all in water, and Owen and me were teaming. It was just, it was, me and Owen were, as you can imagine, the second generation guys. I was Don't Piss Me Off. And Owen was, I'm not a nugget, but what was his other saying? Enough is enough.
And it's time for a change. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was the vibe. So it was a little bit unique. But look, I've said this story before because it sort of caught me so by surprise that, we're on an overseas flight, and Percy, and me ended up sitting across from aisle each other. And I don't know, we were 3, 4, 5 seats behind Steve and Deborah, and they had sat down beside each other. I had no real clue. I don't think a lot of us did. And all of a sudden, I think Deborah put her hand on Steve's knee, and Percy gigged me, and he goes, "You're dead." And I sort of looked at him like, huh? And he gave me the heads and look up front. And I was like, oh, damn, they are together. Look, I had no idea that the relationship had started. But I mean, it was what it was. Me, Owen, and Deborah were on-screen characters, but that was real life. And Stone Cold being Stone Cold, he didn't even have a tag partner, let alone some on-screen characters. So it was what it was, as far as business goes.
But you didn't feel like it was going to affect business at that point.
Gosh, no, not at all.
So we're in the exact same scenario. Vince Russo is going to propose it again in late 99. You're calling out Steve Austin. He's coming out and hitting you with stunners. It comes to a head on July 26th. There were two names proposed, according to the Observer. These are potential opponents for Austin. Austin would shoot down Billy Gunn, saying it can be something that they build to instead of just throwing it on Raw in a cold match. But regarding you, Meltzer writes this, quote, Jarrett is another story. Austin did next a planned program with Jarrett, with Austin believing Jarrett isn't over enough to where it would make sense for a guy in his position to work with him. The feeling within the company is that if Jarrett were to get over to the level the company wants him to be, that Austin might consider working with him at that point, although there are other mitigating factors. There's apparently personal animosity regarding Jarrett cutting a promo criticizing Austin 316, and that it was taken seriously. And he apparently has told people he doesn't want to be the person who picks Jarrett up to a level he hasn't been able to attain. Even more, Austin, who was together in real life with Deborah, complained that he didn't want a wrestling angle to interfere with his real life, and he didn't want to be in the position of not being able to hang around in places with Deborah because those two would be feuding on television. Now, that last piece, while it may seem like a nice little cover story, there's still a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of kayfabe in the late 90s. I could almost believe that Steve being Steve, a guy who, as we've heard most of the time in this era, he rode by himself. He was the lone wolf. He didn't travel with anybody, that he would want to make sure that he had his woman traveling with him. And well, if he's in a feud with you and she's with her, that might not look right. What'd you make of that write up from the Observer here?
Because there had been so much water under the bridge and I couldn't hit the ropes and the check and the promo, I was actually surprised when Russo, I want to make sure I get my Vinces and don't irritate you anymore, but when Russo proposed, let's go down this route again, that surprised me. But I'm like, okay, Vince McMahon is not going to do anything he doesn't want to do. It's his show and he writes he's the ultimate executive producer. But when we started down that road again with the stunners, I was like, okay, maybe things have changed. And because I don't know how many weeks, but kind of, we did several weeks of stunners.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, let's sort of see where this goes. But it surprised me that it was even tabled again. But then their relationship, and I knew that could get, not that so much from the kayfabe component, he just didn't want to be involved with his real life girlfriend on camera, even if it was opposing sides. I got that. I totally understood that. But it was bizarre and odd to me that Vince Russo and Vince McMahon went down the stunning road, but him giving me stunners week after week, it was very shocking to me that we went down that road again. It just was.
I got to ask, there were times where he was sort of hokey pokey, he being Austin pronouns pal. He was hokey pokey with working with the WWE. Did you ever have a conversation with him about what if trying to get him to TNA?
Never.
What is your relationship like now with Steve, if there is any?
Well, I did his podcast, and that was something that I was hoping that we could bring up, because that was in the it was right after I left TNA. And I had announced Global Force, but we hadn't really, looked to my best recollection, we had just sort of gotten things going, and he reached out to me for me to do his podcast, which, okay, that's cool. Yeah. and I was excited to do it. So did the podcast. He went on and did it separate ways. And then when I go back, Hall of Fame and go on through that, I don't want to say we were buds or chummy or nothing like that, but very professional, very cordial. And it was what it was. And then the last time I saw Steve was the Legends sellout in Tampa, Florida. And what a day that was in my role of, however you want to say it, creative / producer / whatever, but a lot of legends, and you had to get clearances and all that. But I was pretty much power walking down a hall to get where I was going. And Steve came around the corner and we literally passed each other with not even a heartbeat, like, oh, and then I turned around. I'm like, Steve, Jeff, hey man. And he looked at me, he said, well, son of a gun, how long you been back here? And at that time, whatever it'd been, a couple of months, he's like, damn dude, good for you. Shook hands and we went on about our way.
Man. Oh, this was a fun, interesting episode. Got a ton of questions. Lenny wants to know, was Steve still pretty much the same guy in the USWA as he was in the WWF, or had success changed him, in your opinion?
You know what? Steve always had that game time mentality. He played football, an athlete, but like I said, he had that Texas swagger from the wrestling school, but him being an athlete and really wanting to learn the industry, and him and Tom Pritchard's relationship, and me and him working in Memphis. And as far as lots of things and moving parts and lots of t-shirt sales. And I've said it on 1,000 interviews, the single hottest, not talking longevity, I'm talking about rise to, I still believe, in that era, and I was doing all those house shows, live events, single hottest box office attraction this industry's ever produced. And he was the same then, beer drinking, hell raising dude, than he was coming out of wrestling school.
Let's hit a few more questions here and then we'll wrap this one up. This is from Adam. He says, do you feel that your close friendship with Owen Hart might have contributed to Austin not wanting to work with you? The rumor and innuendo was Austin never forgave Owen for the neck incident.
At the time, I didn't even, again, I'm not only delusionally optimistic, sometimes I'm just delusional, naive. I had no idea. But in hindsight, knowing Steve and the check and the history, and Steve, obviously, so I'm told, but held on to resentment on Owen. I'm sure I got residual, just like I got residual from my old man. I'm sure I got residual Owen heat.
Oh, man. Ben wants to know, Vince Russo said he used the NWA angle to show Jim Cornette that old school stories wouldn't work in 1998. Does Jeff agree that classic wrestling angles don't get over in modern wrestling like Russo says? Or do you think you can use 80 stories with young guys like Corny has said?
It's like trying to play a basketball game nowadays without a 3-point line or a shot clock, or produce a television show like you did All in the Family or Andy Griffith. Things are done differently. So the foundation, the building blocks, you got to build a foundation, then you got to frame it, then you got to drywall it, you got to paint it, all those things you got to do, but just things are done differently. You cannot go back in time, period. You can't. And if you do what you think worked in the 80s, 90s, or 2000s and do it today, you're going to fail. You have to, in my opinion, you have to evolve with the times.
Phil wants to know, and we'll put a bow on this episode, should someone have so much say over their character that they can refuse to work with someone? In the regular world, that gets you fired.
This ain't the regular world, pal.
No, it's not.
In sports entertainment, and look, how many great songwriters get to pick who their songs go to, and how many singers say, nope, I want this song, this song, this song. Or movies, Tom Cruise or Pacino or any famous actor, they get to pick and choose who they work with, who's on set, who's not on set. It's just how the world goes around. So in the entertainment world, not just professional wrestling, LeBron makes his team around him. Michael Jordan, basketball player in sport, they built the team around. So the more clout, the more leverage you have, absolutely, it goes with it. It goes with it. So I don't harbor any resentment over Steve's business decisions throughout his entire career, because he had the clout to say it. What I do regret is me not, look, you learned everything. Me not, well, you can't, what I know now, I would, wish I knew back then, but that's water under the bridge. But just if there is a talking point or a walking point from today, it's all about communication. Had I communicated on the check situation, him on the promo at Raw, him on the situation with Deborah, him on the stunning things like, hey, Steve, I know you don't want to work with me. Is there anything we can do? Just go up and have the conversation. I never said a word. I just was a soldier and said, okay, you don't want to work with me. Let's move on down the road. I didn't communicate enough.
I love that in recovery, Jeff has learned to just say, you know what? I can't control what everybody else can do. I can only control what I can do. And I could have handled that better. It leads to a level of self-awareness that we don't often hear in wrestling podcasts. So I appreciate you being open and honest and transparent with us.
I mean, I really screwed up, and it ain't my business whether somebody else may or may not have, but it's the truth. And God almighty, if there's one person listen to this, and I'm talking family members, business, across the board, it's amazing what open lines of communication will do in your life.
Don't walk around with hurt feelings. Talk through it.
That's right.
And Jeff, as Tommy Rich used to say, somebody say something about fired up. This was a good episode today, wasn't it?
Well, Conrad, I apologize for going long.
No, it's okay. All good.
Irritable, but I wanted to set the record straight, but no. So shout out to the researchers. Start now on next week's. I'm kidding.
Hey, I don't know that you saw, but check your email.
Okay.
He won't be doing any research for you anymore. We got a new team member on the program that's happened in the background while you were ranting and raving today.
Oh, so now I'm ranting and raving. Just the whole vibe of it. We got into this episode, and I know, Conrad, and look, this is the selfish talent side of me. You've got, at a minimum, 6 other podcasts on your plate, and ad-free, First Family, and everything that goes with it. But I really, and I mean this, there's some, look, next week is the highest, biggest buy rate. I want every episode. I really, really do. I come with my A game, and I want it to be the very best. If somebody's going to invest, and this is what I told Karen on vacation, we were sitting on the beach under the deal, and she's like, are you on your phone again? And I go, look, we're out here just chilling, but I'm not just surfing. I'm on Twitter, and I'm sort of looking at some feeds and come back. I really, if somebody's going to invest 2 to 3 hours to listen to Jeff Jarrett and Conrad Thompson talk on a podcast, the very least I can do, the very least, is step up to the plate and give it everything I got. And I maybe unrealistically expect everybody else on the team to do that as well. I'll just say that.
No, I don't disagree. I think today the lesson, everything's a teachable moment, right? And so you and I are evolved human beings. We think that way. We look forward to a loss. I mean, it means we're going to learn something and we're going to get better. And maybe we didn't communicate clearly about the direction I wanted to take today's show, which to me was all about, man, I wasn't happy with I wasn't happy about my payoff and that check and then the promo, because I don't think if you remove the check conversation, if you totally remove that back slap and look at it all you want, it ain't going to get no bigger. You take that out of the equation. I don't know that Stone Cold steps to you as soon as you come through that curtain and reads you the right act. I don't think it happens.
So I could not agree more, but the story behind the story, the reason I thought I could say that to him is because my old man picked him to come to Tennessee out of all the talent in Texas at the time. Remember, Mick Foley was in Tennessee first. There's a whole, there's a bunch of guys that were in Tennessee first. The first guy to come our way, Mark and Steve. I literally thought I had maybe the liberty of saying, hey, Steve, I literally thought that as a 21-year-old kid. So that's where I think the whole context of, I was under the assumption that me and Steve were much bigger friends and buddies than we were. So I hear you.
I don't disagree, which is why we told the story of, hey, when do you think I could get booked full time? And he said, hell, I think you're ready now. And you guys were off to the races, and you did wrestle all over the place. You had events in Dallas. You had events at the Mid-South Coliseum. you were making towns, and you guys had a bunch of matches together in like 1991. I guess a couple in 1990 that I can see as well. Either way, it was fun today to talk about the how we got where we were with this whole situation. Boys and girls, I can't wait to talk about Jeff Jarrett's penis with you. You already know about stroke. It's a patented move from Jeff Jarrett. You already know about With My Baby Tonight. Well, you got to know that the hot tag that Double J is looking for, it's not one that the Road Dogg can give him. It's only one that Blue Chew can give him. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Because you know Double J's a thrifty son of a gun. Take them anytime, day or night. You can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. Now, the process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. And the best part, it's all done online. No visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, prepared and shipped directly to your door, all in a discreet package. But there won't be anything discreet about your package. Boing. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. We got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code MyWorld at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com. The promo code is MyWorld, and you'll receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring today's podcast and Jeff's wiener. Coincidentally, if you take a Blue Chew, man, you can swing that rascal like a guitar. Start hitting ladies in the head with it. Well, maybe don't do that. Just because Jeff did doesn't mean you should. Well, we're here today to talk about, you talked about how you've been around for 35 years. Well, the NWA, boy, they've been around for 100 years, it feels like. And
at 1904, 5, something like that.
Crazy. So we're back talking about the NWA, but the NWA in 1997 and 98. It's really strange how this all came to be as a part of the World Wrestling Federation. When do you first hear about this idea of, hey, we're bringing the NWA back to the WWF?
Conrad, going through the research and reviewing it, and things like they usually do start popping back into my brain. We're get into Jesus, the Mike Tyson, the creative staff at the time, because it all starts there. Sort of Vince's lack of hands-on in this entire storyline, which is obviously an enormous red flag. I don't remember if it was Russo, Cornette, Bruce. I don't really remember when this was presented, but I am sure that it wasn't something 3 weeks out, 4 weeks out. It was within the week. Hey, this is what we're doing. We'll get into the costume change and the Aztec Indian and all that. But this episode is, to me, I think it's gonna highlight a lot of things about this era from about October, November, December, up through maybe first quarter, the real transition, not just in the WWF, but in sort of in the industry. It's when the changing of the guard and the 83 weeks was over. Not exactly in this, but this type of storyline, the NWA, which was the opposite of the WWF, and they were entered in, and they were not at the time relevant at all. Pre-social media, as we know, it was the Monday Night Wars, and the NWA brand was completely unknown, so to speak, and a fish out of water. And I think this episode, in a lot of ways, Conrad, is going to highlight all of that.
Yeah, listen, it's an interesting concept, and it feels like this is something that Vince McMahon would have acquiesced to just to pacify Cornette. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what happened. Lord knows I wasn't there. But
I got to comment on that when we get there.
Go ahead.
Now, we're all human, but Vince sitting in the driver's seat with his own money and acquiring the not to get into that, but acquiring the business from his father, and at this point we're 10, 12, 13 WrestleManias in. Vince may but at the end of the day, at some level, Vince as a promoter says, I believe in it. Let's give it a shot. It may not hit a grand slam, but if we get a good stand-up double, it's good for the product. Now, this thing didn't get a stand-up double, but I don't think Vince was giving in I think he heard the pitches from around the room of Bruce and Cornette and Russo. I don't know the dynamic. Obviously, it wasn't in the room. Obviously, Pat Patterson being in there. But at some point, Vince gave this a green light, and I don't think he puts anything on Monday Night Raw to this day that he didn't say, all right. Now, in hindsight, you can say, oh, I just gave it a shot. No, going into it as a creative head, you want to put your best foot forward. You don't wake up and say, I'm going to try to screw up today.
Come on now. You mean to tell me you think Vince McMahon decided, with all the success that he had outside of WWE and then the success he had in NXT, I know what we need to do for Karrion Kross. Let's dress him up like a modern day Farouk. That's not that. No, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that Vince McMahon doesn't occasionally do shit just to, he's not, he didn't look at that and say, God damn, this is exactly what we want. Screw everything that was working. We got to do this.
Conrad, it's the first freaking episode of the year. And I love Kevin Kross. Don't create it.
I'm not shitting on Kevin Kross.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No. You think Kevin Kross picked that outfit? He didn't pick that outfit. He didn't say, hey, let's change everything that's been working. He didn't do that.
I know, but he did.
You assumed, I think you had to assume, I'm putting words in your mouth. You had to assume when you heard, hey, Scarlett and Kross are going to the main roster. Well, just take what they're doing in NXT and put it on the main roster, right?
The entrance was
unbelievable.
WWE does a lot of right things, and creating that emotion before the first lockup is one of their trademarks. I agree. The entrance was fantastic.
And when you saw him come out there in that skirt and helmet, you had to be like, well, what the hell is this? Right.
Let's change the pace.
and they did it to Keith Lee. And my point is, I can't be convinced that he being Vince McMahon, doesn't occasionally acquiesce just to prove people wrong. And here's my thinking. I have been under the impression, I'm not saying this happened again, I wasn't there, that maybe Cornette was a little feisty with Russo and Russo's style of Crash TV that really became paramount in 1997, where we've got these over the top situations and circumstances. And I believe that Cornette still had faith in traditional, for lack of a better word, old school wrestling, tried and true, proven. Hey, people still want to see competitive matches with good looking baby faces and badass heels and all that type of stuff. And I too still think that works, but it feels like it may have gotten a little too loud and proud. And one of the Vinces, whether it's McMahon or Russo, was like, let's just show him, with the idea being, I'll give him enough rope to hang himself here. That's just an expression, but you know what I mean.
For sure.
That, hey, we'll trot that out there just so we can not have to hear about this anymore. But I've also heard people say, like back in the day, I heard people say that Luke Harper had been Arn Andersoned because Arn was pushing behind the scenes anytime there was a meeting. Hey, what about Luke? Hey, what about Harper? Because he was really impressed with his matches. And then when the big giant push that everybody kind of expected or hoped for never came along, people would say, oh, he got Arn Anderson. And we've heard the same thing about Paul Heyman. Bruce Pritchard, out of his own mouth on Something to Wrestle, has said that Paul would hammer somebody so hard that there was pushback. CM Punk was a victim of that. I want him to tap the Big Show out in 60 seconds with the Anaconda device. That's Bruce doing an impression of Paul Heyman pitching.
Yes.
The idea being that if somebody pushes too much, they're just like, all right, we're going to show you. And I feel like this NWA angle is that. I don't think that this thing had to be snake bit. I just think it was, well, we'll show you. You disagree with that?
No, the dynamic of the room. And that's where I was going with the whole, my takeaway when I closed my iPad last night after the research, I actually text Eric, like the creative room that was, now you have Vince and Bruce and Ed, and lead writers, and then junior writer, but you have a room full of writers. Bruce, cut his teeth in Houston. Cornette cut his teeth in Tennessee. Pat Patterson, God, all over the country, but all that. So those are, we'll use those three. And then Russo, worked at the video store and magazine writer and worked his way up. Really 4 strong personalities in a room. And at the end of the day, Vince was obviously running the show. And I can see all that dynamic, just what you laid out. Let's just show him. Let's just show him. I still am going to say that Vince didn't say, we'll show him and we'll go fail. Vince, and his rightly so, supreme confidence is, all right, I'm going to take this idea that may have some date on it, may have some baggage on it, but maybe if we do it, put a little touch here, maybe I can make chicken salad out of this chicken shit with that. So we're kind of saying the same thing, but I don't think Vince just says, hey, we're going to go do this to fail. Who does that to valuable TV time? Nobody, and that I'm aware of. But snake bit is an understatement, because this is a perfect example of the different philosophies of the room at the time. Again, I wasn't in the room, but what a mess. And it gets messier and messier and messier.
Well, when you first hear the idea, I guess we should add context, because as Eric says, context is king. You come back in October of 97, and by December 30th, the angle's kicking off. Whew. So you're here, like, I don't know, 75 days or something. And all of a sudden, this is a real thing. Did you have confidence in this as the way to debut it? Were you excited about it? Or at that point, was it all about the money and the miles, and who cares about the creative?
Well, you got to, not that you forgot, but the Austin, my promo that pissed Austin off.
Yes.
And then trying to come back, I don't say come back for that, but get rolling with that. And they didn't want the look with the ponytail slick back. We'll call it the Aztec Indian look that came from creative services. Vince approved. This is what he wanted. I'd never wrestled in a singlet in my life ever. That jacket was different. It was a completely different look, but that original promo that I thought we were taking off on, which was reality based and with a lot of attitude in it, that's the direction I thought we were going. And then right out of the gate, the outfit didn't match it. And then, in December of this year, I worked with Taker on pay-per-view. So from a creative, I'll call it rebuild, because I was coming off WCW, there were stutter starts along the way. But when the NWA thing was thrown in there, to give it really context is, again, no social media didn't exist. So my head was around the NWA of the 80s, but then that got changed to WCW. So I literally had no idea. Independent wrestling wasn't like it is today. And the NWA promoters that were around the country, Carluzza, Brody, and others, independent wrestling wasn't even really a thing then. So yes, there was this loose group of promoters, but I really had no point of reference of what the NWA actually was in 1997, 1998. So when they presented the idea, I didn't think it was prestigious, good or bad. I thought, okay, here's a storyline. Cornette's involved on the creative team, and he's involved in this story. And, okay, let's give it a shot. I'm up for it. I've always been a talent in with the mindset, because I've been on both sides, is, okay, go run the play. Go run the play to the best of your ability. And that's sort of what I had with the mindset. I had no pessimism or optimism. Let's go do this. Give it a shot.
Now, for those who don't know, Dennis Corluzzo is a Northeast promoter. Howard Brody is a promoter based out of Florida. They're really the last two prominent NWA promoters during this era. This is the era where Dan Severn is the NWA champion. You had no experience working with either one of those guys, right? You didn't know them from Adam's house cat, as we like to say.
I mean, I knew of them, Coraluzzo. Yes, I knew of them, but I had never worked for them.
Here's what the creative is. This is a recap from December 30th, 1997. This is in the Observer as he's writing about what happened at the New Haven Coliseum. Quote, Cornette came out with Dennis Coraluzzo and Howard Brody as the president and vice president of the NWA, the oldest wrestling organization in the world, and mentioned it was the organization of great champions like Lou Thesz and Harley Race. They then had a match to crown the NWA North American champion, with Jarrett going against Barry Windham, not billed as Blackjack, but still with the black hair and mustache, and billed as a former NWA World Heavyweight Champion. The idea was they were going back to tradition, and the wrestling was blown because the match was terrible, with Jarrett mainly clowning around rather than wrestling. As Windham set up a superplex, Coraluzzo distracted the ref, and Cornette hit Windham with his tennis racket, and Jarrett was crowned champion. They did a presentation in the ring with Cornette, Brody, Coraluzzo, and Jarrett when Austin came out again. The first three got out of the ring, but Jarrett didn't see it coming and got the stunner. So we're going to crown a new champion, but oh, by the way, he ain't shit compared to Stone Cold. I mean, this is the first time we see it. The match is what it is. It's an overbooked finish. It's not this hard hitting, down and dirty, basic. Let's get back to the basics wrestling. Two very capable performers. Barry Windham here was still capable of a great match. No, it's not 1986 Barry, but he could have still put together a good match with you. I just know it. But it's a TV match, so they're only going to give it so much time. And just to make sure the audience knows this isn't something we should take seriously, let's have our top star come out and just shit all over it and mock it. I mean, that's what happened, right?
Bingo. I mean, right out of the gate, in the recap of all that, obviously hindsight's 2020, but dadgum. And here's the other, I think, well, this isn't, it's the obvious to me. The NWA brand in the context of the WWF is completely foreign. There was no WWE network there. So if you're a 2-year watcher or a 5-year watcher or a 7-year watcher or a 20-year watcher of that Northeast in New Haven, that wasn't NWA territory. So it was like such an insider deal that you really had to know from a history. I mean, and God rest his soul, Dennis and Howard, love them, but who are these guys? And Jeff's just coming back in, 8-10 weeks, and he had wrestled Taker and on that pay-per-view. And so I was just getting, it was a mess. And as you said, oh yeah, music, glass break, stunner. Okay, here's the button on the segment. What? So, so.
I mean, if they would have brought out some other NWA promoters, there were some recognizable names, like, even though they weren't technically a part of the NWA, you could have brought out Bill Watts, or I don't think Jim Crockett was doing anything with WCW by 97. I could be wrong. I know David was still there, but the point is there were recognizable figures. You didn't have to run it in this part of the country. You could have done this angle in North Carolina, or you could have done it in the St. Louis. You could have done it in Atlanta.
Let me say this, the seed planting. To my knowledge, the week prior to this, or a couple of weeks prior to this, there was no mention of any of this. And I think that is something that is often lost, that where it's a weekly episodic, at least plant a few seeds. Hell, we dug a hole, planted the tree, filled it back, watered it, and then all of a sudden, here come a tornado and tore it down, all in one episode in an 8-minute match. So. I mean, how you flipped me. It was, I'll show you.
It 100% is. Like, if you had any faith and confidence in it, you wouldn't run it in this town. You wouldn't have booked that type of match. You would have said, hey, you guys are going to go out there. Maybe it's okay. Match times don't really matter. But the point is, if it's an NWA title match, it can't just be a regular Raw TV match, 4 minutes or 6 minutes with entrances or whatever. This needs to be 12 or 17 or something. You guys got to tell a story. There's got to be more to it than that. And instead we're introducing, hey, this is a former tag guy who's been in kind of whatever spot with a tag, and it's a mess. And don't get me wrong, I see as a performer, you're like, well, shit, if Cornette's going to be my manager, this actually might work out. But again, they're doing it in a weird spot. They're doing
Maybe we get Howard Brody to do an ad free.
Yeah, listen, I don't know how much more could be said about this, but I do want to ask what you remember of the match itself. You know, Meltzer recapped and said you weren't taking it seriously. And obviously, once upon a time, Barry Windham was known for his top rope superplex. And that sets up, you know, the big racket crack. And here we go. You're the champ. From, again, a belt that this audience has never heard of. They're not familiar with. It's not like it's.
And it's not the belt in that brand.
Correct. If this was the actual NWA World Title, you're like, oh, I remember that. And you could have certainly dusted off some former NWA champions who held that, or old promoters.
Jim Ross would have happily said Flair, Luthez, Briscoes, Funks, all former champions of this title. No.
Harley Race could have been there.
Yes.
You know, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity that was there, and it doesn't happen. Instead, we're going to bring these two independent promoters out there. They're going to go have a Gaga match. And then once it's all over with, we're going to have Stone Cold come out and just stun the shit out of everybody.
And I don't remember it being Gaga because, you know, one of the things I can remember, and I met Barry in the late 80s, but obviously not being able to work. But when you're working with Barry, he's a big dude. He's a big, athletic man's man. And, you know, I don't think Barry was into comedy, and as me as the, you know, going for a title, you know, that's Dave having a little fun with his fiction. But, you know, as far as clowning around, and maybe Cornette, maybe we did a comedy spot. I didn't go back and actually watch this match, but Barry was always, to me, a pleasure to work with, and he's a pro. All right, I'm going to turn it up. It's TV. It's a house show. I'm going to do this. And Barry had a lot of longevity in this business, and second generation. So there you have it.
You're saying it's not a lot of Gaga. The match goes 3 minutes and 35 seconds for a title belt.
Bingo.
I mean, and by the way,
went home.
That's common. You know, let me just recap what we're doing here on this show. Ken Shamrock beats Farouk in 5:03. Jarrett beats Wyndham in 3:35. DOA beats the Truth Commission in 3:39. Owen beats Savio. Mark Merrill beats Tom Brandy in 3:41. Flash Funk beats Goldust in 2:33. And the Outlaws beat the Headbangers in 4:59. So nobody's getting a long match is my point.
Yep.
But we're bringing back the NWA in Connecticut with two promoters we've never heard of. You know, I don't mean to be disrespectful. You know what I mean? This audience is not familiar with them. And there's a guy who has just recently come back and has apparently pissed off Stone Cold. And maybe we know that, maybe we don't, if we read the newsletters. But then there's Barry Windham, who, as I said, has just been sort of languishing as a tag team act, one half of a tag team act. And we're going to debut a belt you've never heard of. And we're going to tell all that story in 3:35. And then we're going to have our real top star, because these guys aren't stars and we're not going to treat them as such. And we're going to have him just shit all over the thing 3.5 minutes later. Yes, of course that they wanted to prove a point. I mean, that's always been the way I felt. I'm kind of surprised it took me selling you for you to come around to that.
Well, I still think Vince values his TV time and says,
oh, but my point is, this was not TV time for you. This was for Austin.
Oh yeah.
So he will sacrifice. Hey, here's the big dog's got to eat is my point. And you were prey at that point.
Oh, 1,000%, not 100%, 1,000%.
But it's been positioned to Cornette as, okay, we'll give him what he wants. Well, he didn't mean for Austin to come shit on the shit in 3.5 minutes, right?
Probably not.
Yeah,
probably not.
I get what you're saying, but I think the same thing. Like, I know we did the whole Killer Cross thing earlier, or Karrion Cross thing earlier. Yeah, he put that out there for Jeff Hardy to eat. It wasn't for Cross. And I know that people, you know, sort of split hairs on what we're trying to say here. But Jeff Hardy can't go out there and wrestle himself. I mean, he probably could, but you know what I mean. He's got to have some.
He's got to have a T-bone
looking good dude to take down and beat up. He's got to beat somebody. So why not let it be this guy dressed like a gladiator?
But at the end of the day, because it wasn't a 1 week wonder here. I mean, at some point I can see in Vince's mind, or even the whole room's mind, look, we're going to come out of it. We're going to do this. But at some point, I'm going to get it over the way I want to get it over. You don't think Vince had that thought?
I'm not arguing that he felt like there could be value with this, but I mean, I'm not saying this to be an ass, but he also put the Truth Commission and the Barrique was on TV because somebody's got to lose these matches. So yes, you're going to get TV time, but you're going to be counting the lights.
There you go. And not everybody can be main event.
Yes. But here's my thing though. Barry Windham has been here and we've been looking for something for him to do for a while. And we tried him, when he came back in 96 as the Stalker, we tried it. It didn't work. We put him in a tag team with Justin Hawk Bradshaw. They became the New Blackjacks. They looked badass. I love that tag team. Me, Conrad Thompson, think it's awesome. But I also know if you put the word new in front of anything, it's dead before it gets started. And now we don't have anything else for him to do. So, okay, let him get out there and challenge for the NWA title. But you're there fresh off WCW TV. And you had brush ups with some big stars already and proven yourself. You've been assistant manager 48 times at that point. Like it feels like this is a waste of you, but you weren't even supposed to be in there with Barry Windham, according to Dave Meltzer. Dave would write, Doug Furnas was originally to be the Jeff Jarrett opponent in the NWA North American title match on the New Haven Raw. Apparently they either were trying to hide the angle or there was a mix up as the match didn't appear on the posted schedule. Furnas saw his name not on the show and apparently left. And they had to round up Barry Windham as a sub. Did you hear that before?
Never. I never, until last night when I read that, I'm like, what? And little story behind the story, Doug Furnas. My sister's father-in-law is from Oklahoma. Same town as Doug Furnas. They recruited him. So Doug went to University of Tennessee. So there's a whole story of Doug and University of Tennessee and all that. But he was in WWF just for a short time. I never heard. That's the first. Kudos to Dave if he got that scoop, if it's accurate, because I'm assuming back then, well, still to this day, he has great sources, but I'm assuming there's some validity to that. This is something that I don't believe is fiction. I believe Dave had that at some point. It's supposed to be Furnas, but he left. I don't know.
And by the way, here's why I believe the Furnas thing.
Okay.
Jim Cornette was super high on Doug Furnas. Smoky Mountain, Knoxville.
Okay.
Cornette was real high on Furnas, from my understanding, and we know JR is, but just because of his amateur status. And anyway, point being, it felt like to me, even reading this, I think people showed up to the building and they were like, oh shit, did we promise them we would do it today? Okay. Because I mean, this is such a last minute thing. Like, well, we're not going to give it a lot of time. I'll give it 3.5 minutes. I mean, it just feels like an afterthought because as it reads here, Furnas saw his name not on the show and apparently left, meaning Doug Furnas knew to be at TV, gets there, sees they have nothing for him and leave. Well, that means it wasn't written into the show. And by the way, maybe they were trying to hide the angle. They're trying to hide Dennis Coralluzzo. What? That's not a thing. Everybody else already worked. They're trying to hide. Did you hear Howard Brody's here? Nobody cares. This is 97. This isn't even a forbidden door. This is a forbidden trap door, and your ass fell through it. Is what it is.
You know what? You having the rhythm and the cadence of doing Bruce's show and Eric's show and Tony and Arn and all this, you actually do have a much better vibe because I'm sort of like time teleported back to this. Obviously, it wasn't a highlight of my career from that promo of returning to the following whatever year or so. But man, as you lay out that component of it, my delusional optimism was front and center.
Buddy, you're just showing up for work and happy to be here, and I love you for it. But I do. Go. When did you know? All right, so I'm gonna win the belt, and then Austin's gonna stun me. Did you? I mean, you knew that ahead of time. It's not like you're in the ring and the glass breaks.
No. Yeah.
But when they tell that to you, because you're a delusional optimist, do you then start thinking, well, this must mean I'm going to work with Steve?
not, look, he did it several times. I think this is one of the first times. And I was like, okay, two sides to look at this. He's going to stun me. And that takes care of, because Vince, I believe better than any promoter in history. My father ranks up there as, he kept Lawler. You just didn't mess with that aura. And Vince kept Hulk. As hot as Savage or Warrior became, they never, ever were positioned like Hulk was, ever during Hulk's, main run. And Austin, from the 316 and took off. And once he got in that groove, he was stunning 5, 6, 7, 8 times. He was the guy. So to even think for a minute in my mind, oh, he shouldn't do that to me. I just won the title. That's silly. That's being a mark for the business, not understanding it. Then on the other side is, okay, he could have stunned anywhere. Is it the segment? Is my segment some magical spot to put it in? Yeah, okay. Episodically, it probably works. But he did stun me. And look, is it really going to hurt me to get stunned? No. In the grander scheme of things, just winning the title, it certainly didn't do a lot for this NWA storyline, for damn sure.
To me, as a conventional wrestling circumstance or situation, it does feel like, and I'm not saying this to be funny, but it feels like if he's stunning you, he wants to feud with you or he wants your title, but there's no follow-up. In fact, not only is there no follow-up, he mocks your strut afterwards, which to me means definitely 100%. This is an issue. When do you know did you not know he was going to strut and mock you until afterwards? Or, I didn't know he's going to do the strut. I thought it added to it. And who knows, maybe we might've had a brief conversation and I said, hey man, you going to strut after you do it? It fits. And he might've said, hell no. And then got out there and said, okay, this is a good thing. I can strut and then give him the double bird. Who knows? I don't recall all that exactly, but it is one of those little clips that still lives on in infamy, like the Beetlejuice guitar shot. This stunner and that strut and the double bird is a heck of a gift. And so you pick your newly crowned sorry tail up off the canvas and go to the back and
get in the rent-a-car and say, I'm going home. Let's see. So it'd been a Monday. We went home on Tuesdays, or maybe no, SmackDown wasn't yet. But no, just again, that's why the WWF in the transition period into the full-blown Attitude Era, but the creative room was different. Bruce, Pat, Cornette. It really was a really, really different time.
I'm just wondering. It's hard for me to wrap my head around. You're okay with this creative. What's the self-talk to make you think, no, this is okay?
Oh, I have an option. I can go home and not get paid and be tied up in a contract, or I can come to work and do whatever they ask me to do the very best that I can in hopes that it'll get better. There is no, look, I got lucky or blessed to grow up in it. You better have leverage before you start bitching. If not, it's real simple to slide down that card, be left off a couple of house show runs. Not, that's what idiots do. Oh, I'm going to bitch about this and make it so painful to book, even when you're in the mid card. All right, just do the very best you can. Look, in reality, I worked with Undertaker the month before. I'm not sure what I did in November. I was doing house show loops with Dude Love or Cactus Jack, whatever it may be. The pay was very good. My guarantee, remember, this is year one of my deal. I was getting paid very good, and we'll get through it. We'll figure it out. And here's probably at the very, very, very end of the day. I've always had a ton of confidence in Vince. And
Russo or McMahon or both?
McMahon. A ton of confidence in him that, look, we did a deal, shook hands, signed a contract. Things don't always come out of the gate. You pivot, you do this, you tweak, do that. But at the end of the day, you figure it out. and you get rolling and you get going. And so I kind of think that is something in this industry that is one of those unsaid deals that who you're working for really matters, because at the end of the day, if you don't have supreme confidence in the system, then you start second guess, and then a hubcap comes off, then maybe a lug nut, and before you know it, you're derailed. But if you got confidence in the direction you're going, I mean, you see it in the NFL every day. I mean, you can take two different franchises. So we'll take Tennessee, Vrabel, the coach, John Robertson, the general manager, our best player sideline, and we're still winning games. The culture's set. You look at Belichick, greatest quarterback ever. They're rolling. You look at the Jacksonville Jaguars, and just a complete debacle, the culture. But that supreme confidence in the leader is to me where the rubber meets the road. If you've got supreme confidence in the leader, you can overcome everything.
Well, the figurative leader of the NWA was the world champ at the time, Dan Severn. At this point, had you met Dan? Had you met Dan by 97?
I don't think I'd met him. No, I again, an early UFC fan. And, Dan, not a lot of pizzazz, what a credentials, amateur ways, but I don't believe I'd actually met him until this time.
What about Reckless Youth? He was actually the North American champion. He was the guy who was holding the belt, but he had to vacate it so you guys could do this angle. I mean, I guess in Reckless Youth was really, when you go back and you think about independent wrestling, certainly you could argue it was Al Snow or Sabu, but of this era, it was Reckless Youth. He was kind of the guy.
You know one of his students were?
Who?
Derek. Shout out to Derek. Researcher Derek
Sabato. I'll be doing
that all precise.
Well, we got two Dereks on the squad, and
my bad. You're right. You're my bad. Yes, but Reckless Youth. It was, gosh, and it's like our listeners. It's so different when you say independent wrestling in 1998 than as opposed to Game Changer Wrestling in 2022. It's just it's so different. But yes, he was that guy that you.
I guess what I'm getting to is he vacated the title so you could win it. He did you solid. Is it true that you just didn't have a hair on it and you didn't think you could take Reckless Youth? Is that the deal?
That's it. It goes without saying. Look, I had to abide by my contract, and I could not wrestle anybody who wasn't under contract to Titan Sports. So
I'm telling you this, Reckless Youth could have gave you 3.5 minutes, just as good as Barry Windham did.
Oh boy.
He was 21 at the time. I mean, wow. Yeah, I mean, he could have. He's always going to be one of those guys where I think, man, why did nobody ever do anything with him?
Wow, 21.
Barry Windham. Your memories of working with Barry in this match, though. I mean, I know it was supposed to be Doug Furness. You didn't have the sack to take on Reckless Youth. It winds up being Barry.
Again, Barry was a guy that, second generation. Told you earlier about. I mean, he's a man's man. He's a big human being. I was just, red hot off of the faction that Barry was in. I was coming off my red hot 4 Horsemen run. And so a lot of respect, Conrad, I'm trying to get you to laugh there, but coming off my Horseman run. And so 2 4 Horsemen locking it up as me and Barry did, but no, a quick TV match. He was always Barry is smooth as silk, and he can go. I mean, again, a guy his size that can do what he could do. It was a great opportunity to work with him.
So let's talk about some other names that are at least discussed in the Observer. Dave would say there's talk of the Rock and Roll Express and Dirty White Boy coming in for this angle. Of course, Tony Anthony used to be TL Hopper, the wrestling plumber here, as an enhancement talent in WWF, but he had quite the run in Smoky Mountain. And I know You know, unfortunately, a lot of fans just think of him as T.O. Hopper. But Tony Anthony could tell some stories. He could work. He's an old school Southern wrestler, but it was hard for me to imagine him in the WWF here. Did you think that was going to happen?
Look, Tony was Dirty White Boy in USWA. I worked with Tony many times. And Tony's good, knew what he's doing. Him and my bud Jim Powell teamed up at one point, but the Dirty White Boys. But, you know, I didn't look, the rock and roll again. Another thing that jumped off the page at me last night that was very clear during this era of not just these guys that I'm mentioning, but, you know, the WWF, now WWE, they have a certain style of wrestling, just like New Japan, Strong Style, just like Lucha Libre and AAA. You know, everybody sort of has their different style. But Barry, obviously, born and bred on territory in NWA, rock and roll for sure, NWA. A lot of, we'll call it the WCW or the NWA style of wrestling. And I knew, because I went to the school of Shawn Michaels and Scott Hall and others, Bret Hart, that WWF style. And so I knew the mesh of styles were a certain issue, because Vince, and probably to a much greater degree, Pat Patterson, the in-ring product and in-ring style was done a certain way, and those guys didn't do it that way. And again, so I think I can adapt because of my upbringing, but I knew what worked for Vince and Pat, and those guys didn't have that style at all.
It's originally announced that at Madison Square Garden on January 10th, you're going to face Dude Love, but you don't wrestle on the show. And I believe you don't wrestle on the show because it's around this time. It's become apparent that you've got some stuff happening in your personal life. It is your personal life. So I'll let you discuss as much or little as you'd like.
You know, and you coined the phrase for the podcast, and I'm sure others, is the what ifs.
Yeah.
But, you know, for me to get to look, Cactus Jack McFoley came to Tennessee, went out to Texas with us. He went to WCW, had his run there. So I've had a relationship with Mick since 88, 89, you know, and then he comes in and works that real cool angle with the Undertaker as Mankind. And now he's, you know, he's morphing and all this. But for me to get the opportunity to wrestle Mick at the Garden, God almighty, man, what if?
Oh, it could have been gigantic for you.
For me, yes. And a lot of people, well, I'm sure you're aware, but you know, in those days, Vince didn't go to live events, very rarely, but he never missed a Garden show. And he would stand at the curtain and watch the matches live. And when you came through the curtain, if he stood there and either went to talking to somebody or whatever it was, oh, okay. But if he liked your match, he came up to you. And then if he really liked your match, you got to go to Smith and Walensky's, get a good steak. but you know, when I had matches, or that tag match a couple of different times, Vince would love the match. And so that opportunity that I didn't get to have, what a incredible what if. But I missed it that time for a good reason. And we'll just go into it briefly. That was the time that my first wife, Jill, that was her first diagnosis of breast cancer. So they immediately pulled me off the road and everything that went with that. So yeah, I that match didn't happen, but that's one of those what ifs. Jarrett Foley at the Garden, and you know, this time in WWF, the momentum was awesome. Stone Cold was just, I mean, you could just feel it every night when he came out on Raw or even at live events, the buzz that he had and the talent getting over and everything that went with it. But it was a hot time to be in the business. But no, I was pulled off the road to come home and take care. And that's exactly what I did.
So it is a fun what if, but Mike Tyson winds up being announced as appearing at the Royal Rumble. And there's rumors that he might be doing something at WrestleMania. It's hard for us to put that in the proper context now in 2022. But Mike Tyson in the 90s was the pay-per-view king. You know, whatever Floyd Mayweather was, Mike Tyson was much larger from a pop culture phenomenon, from the Nintendo game to everything else, just media the way it was, with there being less access through social media and the internet. If Mike Tyson was on TV, if Mike Tyson was doing a pay-per-view fight, the world stood still for a few minutes or maybe a few seconds. And the idea that he's involved here, the old school promoter in you has to think, well, business is about to pick up, right?
Whew. And, you know, a lot of ways, Tyson was Goldberg, but in the boxing world before Goldberg.
Yes.
It was unheard of. Again, 20 cable channels that really meant something, maybe 10, couple of networks. You didn't have football on Thursday nights during that era. Basketball wasn't 7 nights a week. The sporting world revolved around weekends, and not every weekend, because just how things, it was just a different era. But when Tyson was fighting, that's all you heard about day in, day out. He was on the front page of USA Today every day leading up to the fight, all the news broadcasts. That's how the fight was promoted. It just a big deal. And I don't even know if Bruce remembers this, but I can remember, like, I got to find out, as a promoter mentality, how the hell are they getting Mike Tyson to step into the professional wrestling world? Because knowing Stone Cold's persona and how they're going to do I didn't know the angle, but knowing, okay, that's where they're going with this whole rub, how they're going to do it. Vince had become a character, or, becoming all that. And I'm just like, this is big. I mean, Hogan Andre was enormous, but it was a spectacle in a different era. But now all of a sudden we're 10 years later, and we're as in knee deep into, again, I'm going to say pop culture. I didn't really throw that out there. This was, to me, the biggest pop culture storyline that had ever been done. And I can remember asking Bruce, how did you guys pull this off? I mean, this is Tyson. Again, I'm going back into a little bit of upbringing, that you're getting him to go into a completely entertaining world. And he comes from the quote unquote legitimate sports background. I thought that was really cool. And Bruce, all he would, we chat a little bit, all he'd say is, Jeff, we've been working on this a long time. And that's when I went, freaking McMahon is so smart. So smart.
You're back on the road in Anaheim at the Arrowhead Pond in front of 12,780.
That was funny.
And lose to Owen Hart by DQ when Jim Cornette interferes. Your old pal, Owen Hart, the Pond, 12,783 fans. Any chance you remember that one?
Oh, I mean, look, it was Austin and others as far as the touring brand, but to get to work with Owen on a live house like that, it's a night off. And again, Owen had been in the system 10 years at this time. He had come and gone, but still. So to get to go out and work with him and those California crowds, lots of fun, very lively, energetic at that time. Pond was Anaheim. I don't say it's a brand new market by any means, but that building, it had a vibe. It wasn't LA. Pre-Staples Centers, but it was the market to go into for us in LA, and a lot of fun. The
next day you're in Las Vegas working against Dude Love at the Thomas and Mack Center. Only 3,822 fans there. Dude gets the win by count out. So you do get to work Foley, but unfortunately it's not Madison Square Garden. It is one of those what could have been. At the Rumble, you and Owen Hart start a feud, which we discussed in our Owen Hart episode. You and Cornette would attack him in the aisleway on your way to the ring, and he returns to eliminate you shortly after you enter the Rumble. So this has to be something you're at least thinking is going to be a long-term program for a minute here with you and Owen, right?
Well, with the NWA, and I don't know, Owen, where he was at on the card, and just sort of, again, I don't want to go too far back in time, but you got to remember what happened. So how far are we removed from Montreal? 4 months?
Less than, at this point, it's January. So 2 months. Yeah.
So Owen was in a
big spot.
Yeah. A unique spot. I'll say that. A unique spot.
A lot of eyeballs on him, a lot of interest in him.
Yes. And so with the NWA and Owen being second generation, my optimism, it was a little mini storyline within the Rumble, but where are we going to go with it was my mindset.
The Rumble in San Jose did 300,000 buys. By comparison, WCW that month ran Sold Out, which historically was not a great show, but this one's different. It's headlined by Ric Flair and Bret Hart. And we've also got Lex Luger and Randy Savage here. They get 380,000 buys, and that's probably the closest competition you've had on pay-per-view in quite a while. When you take a look at that, and it certainly looks like the WWF is on the rise, and WCW is on the heels of their biggest pay-per-view ever, Starrcade 97. Are you ever second guessing your decision, or did it come down to, and I'm not trying to shit on anybody, but you had more confidence in Vince than you did Eric?
I had more confidence in, and this ain't just because I get to duke it out with him at the end of the month in St. Louis. It wasn't a Vince Eric comparison. It was so clear that it's a corporate run versus family owned. It was, that year was what an education, because Eric, and he we all know this. He's not Vince. Vince is not only the creative head, he's the executive producer. He tells Kevin Dunn what to do. He tells travel what to do. He tells marketing what to do. The buck stopped with him on everything. And Eric was collaborative, but you also had Hogan, and you had talent that had, they're a lot stronger say that at the end of the day, nobody ever disputed if Vince and Stone Cold go into a room, Vince is going to get what he wants, and what he wants may be acquiescing to Stone Cold for the night, but in the end, it's Vince's show. WCW is completely different. So your question was I second guessing? Not in the least bit. I had a contract I was happy with. I was willing to work and get an upside. And I had my year and knew exactly what WCW was about. So I was, I was not second guessing it at all.
The classic Raw from Fresno is the next night. Of course, it was a classic because you wrestled Bradshaw. Kidding. Austin Tyson is the thing that really jumpstarts the WWF and starts the momentum, at least, for Austin to take over the wrestling world. In hindsight, boy, what a big night that was. But you're still there, and Bradshaw, the tag team partner of Barry Windham, and we know he's going to go on to be a multi-time world champion. So interesting time. Let's take a look at the business. The month of January sees the WWF actually reach a 4 in the ratings on January 19th. I mention that because it's the first time they've done it since May of 96. And you might be wondering, what happened in May of 96? Scott Hall came down and started the NWO and the invasion angle. Nitro is still drawing at worst a 4.3 in that month, but the WWF is gaining some traction. Speaking of the match you had with Bradshaw, though, Meltzer said this: Jeff Jarrett retained the NWA North American title, beating Blackjack Bradshaw in 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Rock and Roll Express, wearing tag belts this time, although never called NWA Tag Team Champions, were at ringside and interfering freely. Blackjack Windham was at ringside as well, but seemingly asleep while all of the interference was going on. Bradshaw worked a lot stiffer and more aggressive after his Japan stint. Windham did a run in and went to hit Jarrett, but instead gave Bradshaw the lariat when Windham moved, leading to the pin. Rock and Rolls and Jarrett were beating on Bradshaw after the match when Windham teased saving him and then turned on him, and Jim Cornette announced that a former NWA champion, Barry Windham, had rejoined the NWA. Windham looked like he was asleep, which matches the way he's been wrestling. So Meltzer, a little bit of opinion in there, not necessarily a big fan of Windham, but it is the first time you've actually got some storyline. I mean, Rock and Roll Express are here and wearing some tag titles, and the Blackjacks are officially broken up, and Barry Windham's joining the NWA. So maybe it's not the best creative, but it's something, right?
Yeah, it is. And, again, and I know I'm probably biased but I never, ever believe Ricky and Robert were heels.
Yeah.
Even in downtown New York City, their likable body language, their, the name rock and roll is, even though it was maybe a little dated, it was still the Rock and Roll Express. Nothing antagonistic about them. So yes, there was some creative to it. You made the comment that Meltzer said that Bradshaw worked a little stiffer coming back from Japan. Hell, to my knowledge, Bradshaw worked stiff before, during, and after Japan. I mean, I don't know where Dave gets that, but that's another story. But JBL would always lay it in, but I enjoyed it. I mean, he again, you knew you were on a match when you worked with him, and that's how it should be.
Chat me up about Ricky and Robert, just their excitement to be here. I mean, don't get me wrong, they have been around a long time and had a lot of success. I mean, we've recently covered 1986 with both Arn Anderson and Tony Schiavone on our podcast. And even specifically Mr. Crockett, before he passed away, said one of his biggest regrets was not doing more with the Rock and Roll Express in 1986. He didn't understand just how dominant they were, how popular they were, how over they were, I believe is the word. But this is their first time under the bright lights of the WWF. And at the time, this has to feel like a big opportunity, but the presentation doesn't exactly look like the rest of the WWF here.
Bingo. When you look at, especially from a historical perspective, the Rock and Roll Express, I would never say they're the greatest talkers in the world, and their moveset, maybe not out of this world, but they had a vibe. And look, Beatles hit the US and they stepped off the plane. It's the aura. Yes, they had great songwriting, and they had played in Germany for weeks on end. So their act was down. The basics of the mechanics of the music business and the melodies and all that. But still, the it factor of the Beatles, or the it factor of the Fabulous Ones, or the it factor, the Young Bucks, you never say Nick or Matt are like these great talkers. And yes, their moveset is very unique and very progressive, and sometimes mesmerizing, awesome. But still, it's that aura of, hey, look at them, I want to go buy their shirt. You can't really capture that in a bottle. And Ricky and Robert had that through their, Lawler tying bandanas on their thighs in Memphis, and then boom, went to Watts, and then, went to the Crockett's and the Carolinas and took off. But then you drop them in the middle of the Attitude Era, didn't work. It's like trying to play a rap song at a
if they dropped Hulk Hogan in AEW tomorrow, the 1985 Hulk Hogan,
exactly,
it would be, don't get me wrong, there's a certain section will be like, yay, but if there was no nostalgia to it,
nope.
A lot of this young audience, they would have never seen the Rock and Roll Express before. They would be like, what is this?
Exactly.
And that doesn't mean it's bad. It's just sort of out of context.
Way out of context.
But
no attitude. No
attitude. Then the bell rings, and we know they're going to have a great match. There's no doubt about that. Like, what works in a wrestling match, that doesn't really go out of style. Jim Cornette, the Rock and Roll Express, Jeff Jarrett, Barry Windham. That's what the NWA is looking like. Later that night, you're going to tape Shotgun Saturday night, and the Legion of Doom are going to defeat the Rock and Roll Express with you and Wyndham at ringside. Process what we just said.
Yes. Let that sink in.
This is not Monday Night Raw. This isn't Nitro. This is a taped middle of the weekend, late night bullshit Shotgun Saturday night. And we've got Legion of Doom, AKA the Road Warriors, who used to be the biggest draw of them all. I mean, they even have a term to this day, a Road Warrior Pop. And one of the best tag teams, and clearly the hottest in 1986, Rock and Roll Express. And they're on a tape show. It's pretty crazy when you think about it.
Reliving this, Conrad, I'm going to go back to the earlier statement that you have to know the late 80s and how big of a deal it was. And I guess how many tickets they had previously sold, but what an education that neither team worked the WWF style at all. And so, yeah, it was a shotgun match. Nobody there that night went, oh, this shouldn't be on shotgun. This should be main eventing. Nope. It was for another time and another place. But it's fun to go back and relive this and discuss it and chat it up. But it wasn't the late 80s. It was the late 90s in the Attitude Era. And this was what it was.
In Davis, California, the next night, it's a Raw taping. Meltzer would write, Jarrett and Wyndham beat LOD in a weird match. The match was boring with Morton, Gibson, and Cornette in the corner. Animal was hit by Wyndham with the tennis racket while Morton and Gibson were fighting with Hawk, and then they pinned him. The bell rang and they were announced as the winners, although apparently it was a screw up as everyone acted weird and just kept wrestling looking mad. So this is clearly some miscommunication here, but it is a taped show. And no matter what happens, it's kind of cool to get your hand raised in a tag team affair over the Legion of Doom. It's not like they've spent a lot of time on their backs, but still, what do you remember about this match and why it was different?
Again, different era. Nowadays you have a segment producer, a match producer, an agent, if you will. We had them then, but it wasn't near as hands-on. You know, the Jack Lanza, God rest his soul, recently passed away. You know, Chief Jay Stromgo, Rene Goulet, Tony Gurria. Apologies, my voice is going. But just a different era. But I remember this for sure, Conrad. I don't know why, but my God, it was a stinker. I mean, it was scrambled eggs, went nowhere, very flat. It was what it was. I think nobody, they didn't want to beat anybody. I don't know the politics behind it, but it was not good.
So the match gets edited to hell. It cuts off at the pinfall. We don't ever see the DQ. So thank goodness it was taped. But on some level, this has to be, or I shouldn't say it has to be. Let me ask, is being on the road a distraction from what's going on at home? Or do you find yourself here saying, I need to be here, but I really need to be home? And then when you're at home, I need to be here, but I really need to be on the road.
You know, I would have to get that once once the diagnosis came, tumor removed, double mastectomy happened, went through the chemo, wherever this, you know, and it happened really, really quick. Once I guess that was just getting on the mend and getting well, Jill was very much adamant, go back on the road. All you can do is sit here and look, I got plenty of help around me. One child at the time, very adamant about going back on the road. And so she pushed me out of the house, or asked me to get out of the house before all this. I don't know the exact timeline. So we're probably in February, Conrad, March.
Yeah, February.
Yeah. So yeah. So it all happened really quick. But no. So you said was it a distraction? Neither way, it was go back to work.
So let's talk about what you're doing next. You're going to be working Chains, who is Brian Lee of the Disciples of Apocalypse. It's going to be on the Shotgun Show. He wins by DQ, and it's after a big interference schmoz. We don't talk a lot about the fake Undertaker, which is what most of our listeners probably remember him as. I remember him as primetime Brian Lee in both Smoky Mountain and ECW. And again, we see him here as Chains. You spend any time with Brian Lee? He's a Southern boy, right? He
started in Tennessee, or I don't say started, but he was childhood friends. I met him originally through Ron and Don Harris. And so, yeah, I mean, it was and that's where Mark Undertaker, they met, to my knowledge, in Tennessee. And so that's where that whole the fake Undertaker came out of it in 96. So, know Brian, know him well through the years. And we were all, I'll say, sort of came up together. I'm not exactly sure what year he came, but good athlete. And I know that he made some noise in Smoky Mountain, as you refer to, but yeah, know Brian well.
So then we're in Philly at the Core State Center in front of 12,088 folks. You're going to defeat Skull, which is Don Harris, who we've talked about, one of your old pals. You beat
a live event, right? This is the live event.
Yes. And you beat him again in Hartford in front of 6,000 folks. We haven't gotten to Austin Michaels yet, but you can feel the momentum. You can feel the houses starting to build. You defeat Cactus Jack, second from the top in Huntington, 6,120 fans, then zip over to Columbus, Ohio, another 6,480 fans. Long way from the days you and Mick used to spend in a sparse sportatorium, is it not?
A cold, sparse sportatorium. That's a tongue twister. No, but that's again, this was a fascinating look for me on WWF. Wasn't quite winning in the ratings, but look at the live events. 12,000 in Philly, 6,000 in Huntington, West Virginia, 6 in Columbus, 7 or 8. Just the houses were good. The product was, I'll call it hot. It wasn't red hot. It was going to get a little bit hotter, but it was definitely on the way, and they weren't winning in ratings. So again, going back to, the barometers of this business, merch sales, ticket sales, you could just see, all right, business is not picking up. It has picked up.
So you get to a match with Ken Shamrock on a loop in Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Louisville. Shamrock is relatively new to the professional wrestling business at this point. What was it like working with a relatively green Ken Shamrock?
I loved it. I mean, me and Kenny we hit it off as buddies, and obviously that came to light years later when NWA TNA. But Ken, again, his UFC background, and he had worked over in the Carolinas, and that can't remember what that small promotion was, Upstart. But Kenny, at this point, I can't say that he loved this business, but he wanted to understand it. He wanted to make money. He had a family. Kenny came up the hard way, not talking about the wrestling industry, in life. And so Ken had made a name himself for a UFC, and now he's going to get to make a name for himself in the WWF and make some money. And I enjoyed working with him. That was, to me, that played to my strength, is to have matches with guys and try to bring the very best out of them and accentuate the positive and negate the negative.
Let's talk about something kind of fun. There's a Raw from Indianapolis, which has you and Wyndham losing to Bradshaw and Flash Funk.
Oh,
process this team now: Justin Hawk Bradshaw and Flash Funk. From the Observer, or I guess it's Blackjack Bradshaw, whatever. You get the idea. Funk was attacked by the Rock and Roll Express and carried out, leaving Bradshaw, who is getting the mega push right now to create a 90s version of Stan Hansen, by himself. Bradshaw still ended up hitting the lariat on Jarrett for the pin in 7 minutes and 3 seconds to set up the NWA title match on pay-per-view. The entire NWA destroyed Bradshaw after the match, with Jarrett holding a figure 4 on him, while a newly blonde Barry Windham kept jumping on his bad knees that ended his football career. So you finally get a real opponent, a real angle. This is kind of cool. I want to ask about the lariat, though. I've heard over the years that a Bradshaw lariat goes one of 2 ways. He takes your head off or you don't feel a thing. Which version did you get?
Both. No, Bradshaw. Like I said, you knew when you got out of a match with JBL that you were in a match. And I say that out of all due respect, and really, in a way, it's how it should be. The old saying, "Oh, brother, I didn't feel a thing." I'm like, are you really doing, I don't say the business, but I don't think you're really doing things justice. I'm not saying you go out there and kill each other, but JBL, Texan, a man's man. But look, the goal is to go out and, I hate to even call it put on a performance, put on a match that is a very physical, aggressive style match that I believe equates into selling tickets. It's a business. So no, he would take your head off. I'll say that sometimes if he didn't like you, he took it off a little harder. But no, we always work good together.
In Evansville the next night, you're in a Raw taping, 8,457 fans there to see you and Wyndham team up to beat the LOD by DQ because Bradshaw attacks you. And then at No Way Out in Houston, you and Bradshaw meet up for the NWA North American title. Here's what Meltzer had to say. Bradshaw beat Jarrett by DQ in 8:59, so Jarrett retains. Jim Ross said the match was historic because it was the first time an NWA title had ever been defended on a WWF pay-per-view event. Lawler even talked about Paul Bosch promoting NWA matches in this city for so many years. While that bit of trivia is correct, it's hard to call the match historic since it was forgotten about even while it was going on. Rock and Roll Express and Barry Windham came out with Cornette and Jarrett, but everyone but Cornette was ordered to the back. They're trying to make Bradshaw into Stan Hansen right down to the ring entrance with the bull rope and the ultra stiff offense, but the crowd was deaf. Most of the match consisted of Cornette and Jarrett working on Bradshaw's bad knee. Finally, Bradshaw makes the comeback by catching Jarrett's crossbody and turning it into a fallaway slam. After a power bomb, Bradshaw then slingshots Cornette into the ring, and Cornette drops his racket. He whips the two into each other, allowing Cornette to take his 1980s manager bump. Jarrett then clocked Bradshaw with the racket for the DQ. After the match, Bradshaw made his own comeback, cleaning up on both Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson. They also took bumps for him. Finally, Barry Windham came out and they were cleaning house until the LOD made the save. Half a star. So lots of gaga, but it is an interesting little trivia note about an NWA title being defended on a WWF pay-per-view. As a wrestling nerd like yourself, is that kind of cool? Or since you lived it, is it like, ugh, rather forget that one?
Well, it's funny how the NWA, maybe you wouldn't think this, but how it was historic and JR was on point with all that. And now really that night, who would have thought 5 years later that I would be a part of the NWA champion, just that correlation, but there was none. It was a storyline that wasn't over. The people were not into it. They came to, I call it the summit. They came to the show in Houston that night. I don't think anybody said, hey, let's go watch that Jarrett JBL match for the title. That wasn't quite in the cards there, Connie. It was whatever was on top. They came to see Undertaker and whoever he was facing, and they came to see Stone Cold. And I don't know who else was on this card and all that, but it was, look, you just sort of named, it was look at all the folks in this, and JBL was playing the role of a Stan Hansen. So JBL, Wyndham, Jarrett, Rock and Roll, Cornette, LOD, LOD are really the Road Warriors. They got over as the Road Warriors, and the whole world knew, oh, Vince is going to have to make them with a new name, the LOD. They're still the Road Warriors. That whole storyline was fish out of water that didn't fit the WWF mode, and it damn sure didn't fit the Attitude Era mode.
No Way Out, by the way, is the February pay-per-view between the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania. This is a lame duck show. It only does 150,000 buys. So more like half of what the Rumble is. But again, everybody is in tune as wrestling fans. We've been conditioned at this point. The February pay-per-view doesn't matter. And here's a spoiler. It still doesn't. We care about the Rumble, and then we really want to get to WrestleMania. Anything in between is just conversation. They were voting that way in 1998 with their hard-earned pay-per-view dollars, because instead they bought the WCW show, Super Brawl. It didn't do 150,000 buys like No Way Out. It did 415,000 buys. It's a rematch though for Sting and Hogan. So it's a major event for WCW, a little L for the WWF, but WrestleMania is right around the corner. And the next night on Raw from Dallas, you work with Owen in a European title match that Owen wins by DQ. Of course, Cornette interfered. But I think this is your one and only time to work Owen on TV. Do I have that right?
I think I was just sitting there, not to rewind too much. 550,000 buys, 400 Super Brawl, 150 WWE,
Yeah.
WWF, February, 550,000 buys. And the ratings, it's just fascinating for the researchers, and thanks, Derek, and the team. Yeah, just to look at it in that context.
Well, here's the best part: 565,000, and that's just domestic. We don't know, what was happening in Japan. At this point, I don't think ECW had a February 98 pay-per-view. I think they had a March. Either way, though, the point is, you got a lot of places to spend money in wrestling, and a lot of folks are.
And I've recently started using the Apple Wallet generation. That you could literally click on your phone. Fight is a lot of impulse buys. That pick a fight, that's going to be something that people are going to see something hopefully on our post and go, oh, wow, let me click on this. And you can watch it right for your phone. Because look, not all these events are 60, 70 bucks. Some of them are 14 or 12 or 19. It's boom, go watch this. Anyhow, back to Owen. I think that's the first one and only TV match as far as, or the first, because we got into it later with the Blue Blazer and us as a tag team, but us one-on-one, him a true babyface and me a heel. I believe so.
So Jeff, you're 45 days into the gimmick. What are you thinking at this point? Do you thinking there's more meat on the bone, or this thing's winding down?
It's winding down. I mean, again, coming back through the curtain, I referenced that about Vince at the Garden, or coming through the go position or gorilla position, WWE after matches. You get the vibe. You get the reaction. You know where things are going. And there was, and I don't know exactly when, but I remember sitting at a TV and Pat Patterson walked up and said something to the effect of, I think he was the first, what about the Double J character? And I'm like, what about it? Well, we sort of had a conversation. What's your feedback? Look, and he's just like, Jeff, this is not official. I just want to pick your brain. And I'm like, well, we know it worked before. What are we going to do with it? How are we going to do it a little different? And then I don't think he said it, but I know the Tennessee lead, but I knew to stay on point, to stay on topic, this NWA thing was going nowhere fast. There probably was a stunner or two more inside of this that, it was as we know, filler, fodder. It wasn't going anywhere. And I think we all knew it. I'm positive we all knew it once it got going.
The next day in Waco, it's a Raw taping. Shamrock gets the submission win, but it's a non-title match. And after the match, you say it's time to go your separate ways from Jim Cornette. Why the sudden shift here? Is this Jim's idea? Russo's? Was it just not working? I mean, just like that, the North American title disappears. It's all gone. I mean, what the hell happened, and why so quickly? Did you show up to the building and they break the news? Or
my take was, in creative that week, Vince said, it's over, guys, end it. And literally that was the end of the conversation in regards to NWA. Okay, we're going to have Jarrett and Shamrock. Jeff will put Shamrock over. They'll do the clean break. We're going to put a button on it, and it's dead. That was my take. I didn't ever think that it was a Russo or a Cornette or a Bruce or a Pat. It's Vince wants it over with. It's over. Game, set, match, boys.
And literally the next week, here comes Tennessee Lee. The former Colonel Robert Parker, jump rope and all, coming out to introduce you as Double J, the world's greatest country singer, the world's greatest wrestler. When do you find out, okay, we're killing the NWA tonight, and we're bringing Colonel Parker in next week? It
was all, I don't have the completely photographic memory, but it was, we're ending this, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Because me and Robert, God, we worked hundreds of times in Tennessee. And again, our families go back to the 60s together. So been around him in a lot of ways. He was one of my early mentors. He taught me a lot about promo skills and cadence and timing. And, there was no scripts in those days on Memphis, Tennessee, but Robert would like, hey, Jeff. I mean, Robert his promo skills and his thought and story, he's good, really good. And so him coming in and coming off that Colonel, it all sort of fit. He could do this. He is a third generation promoter. So it fit with, before we did Double J, I had a roadie. Now we're bringing Colonel Parker, a la Elvis. I sort of saw all where it was going. Knew from the beginning it wasn't Attitude Era, but it was a different slant. And how can we integrate into, are we the opposite of Attitude, which can get us some heat, and Vince will shine a light on that. But I know from the beginning, I was super excited because Robert can talk. It was a different twist on Double J and where we're going to go with it. And I guess at the very top of it is, I'm out of the NWA storyline.
And you were glad about that at this point?
Hell yes.
So Robert and Ricky Morton, unfortunately, are going to continue as the NWA Tag Team Champions, even dropping the belts to the Headbangers before the new Midnight Express angle of Bob Holly and Bart Gunn begins. And of course, that all wraps up in April in Unforgiven. Were you disappointed to see Ricky and Robert have their cup of coffee in the big time and have to move on? Because this had to be like a new lease on life for them in this era.
For sure. They were going to get another, I don't call it a run, but get more work, get consistent work. Cause Ricky had done a lot in WCW in the early 90s as a single. They had their heyday of the late 80s was long gone, and they had some stagger starts, or they'd got occasional work. I don't say full-time in WCW. So here they go. But man, in hindsight, when you look at it, this was really the last of the, I guess you could say, 80s wrestling. This was sort of the last stand with Cornette and rock and roll, and it didn't ever come back from this, to my knowledge.
Here's what's crazy too. I've given you a lot of shit because we're buddies, not because I really feel that way, but I've been like, hey man, you killed the NWO, killed the Bullet Club. I didn't know you damn killed the NWA too. That just slipped my mind. You killed the NWA, Jeff. Don't you feel a little bit of guilt?
I brought it back in 2002. I resurrected it.
Oh yeah, I guess that's right. Well, I wonder
the power that I have.
Is that the game plan with GCW? You're here to close that puppy down, and then you'll breathe new life into it, and it'll be called not Game Changer Wrestling, but Global Championship. I don't know, but there's got to be something, right?
You are such a ball buster. I refer to you as silly shenanigans, Conrad.
I'm good with that.
I tell you what, bud, I think you will be surprised at some future plans. I'll just say that.
Barry Windham is going to continue on with Cornette until May, and then he's gone. You're really the only one who survives the NWA gimmick, if you will, this whole storyline or angle. Eventually, Dan Severn comes into the fold, but really, the NWA disappears completely by mid-June. It was just, I don't know. I can't say it's a bad idea. I really can't. I just don't think it was done very well. And it almost feels like it was done that way out of spite. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, now that we've beaten it up and dissected and cussed and discussed, what say you?
I don't think Vince would ever say, I'm going to create bad content on purpose, but it was never a priority for Vince. That's very obvious. And it was, like you said, this is cleared up a little bit more for me, that it was hunter be hunted, killer be killed. And so somebody's win and somebody's got to lose. And so this was a segment or two that of the 11 segments that had a little different thing, but it was clearly seen throughout that, okay, maybe it was used to get JBL over at some point. Maybe they had that. We're bringing JBL back from Japan, and we're going to use this storyline to get him over. We're going to obviously use Austin when he needs some chum to stun. But yeah, I'm still going to say, I don't think Vince says, hey, we're going to show Cornette this sucks. We're going to go do this. It is, all right, let's do it. And he's not going to prioritize it over something that has a Dude Love, a Mick Foley, Austin, a DX, or whatever it was. He was never going to get priority over that. It was what it was.
Let's do some fan questions.
Oh boy.
Ad Free Show's top guy, Nick Myers, wants to know who created your gear and slash came up with your look during this time.
All creative services. It was a different look they wanted. I don't know if it was Vince or someone in there, but when they came up with the singlet, I was like, I've never really worn a singlet. So it's a different look. But then when they started getting into the we'll call it sort of a, it was later sort of referred to as the Indian Aztec, but sort of the wings and all that kind of stuff. That's all WWF at the time, creative services.
Yeah, I think we call it Aztec Warrior is the look I've seen, or the way I've seen it described. Ad Free Show's top guy, Sean, wants to know what happened to the North American belt. That's a good question, Jeff. Do you know who owned or had possession of that belt?
Hell, you're the belt expert. Do you have any idea? I don't. I have no idea. That's one of those belts that never went home with me. I can say that. It stayed with whoever, but it didn't come home with me.
Too valuable. Ad Free Show's top guy, Brad, wants to know, what do you think of the current NWA product? Do you agree with their subscription model?
Two-part question. I love anything that creates, and I don't want to say this in derogatory, but a niche. They have the studio setting. They have obviously the lineage, which I'm high on. They have a style. You know, you can look at Trevor and Nick Aldis and Latimer. You know, I don't want to say bigger guys, but it's not a cruiserweight. It's not an X division. It's not that style of wrestling. It's old school storytelling. So I'm a fan of any promotion that says, I'm going to go create this niche and service this part of the wrestling audience. It's not for everybody, but it is for, and I'll say slow hanging fruit, NWA fans, but it's a style of wrestling that if you like that style, it's all about it. Now the subscription service, that is something that can forever be debated. I think that you have to draw the fine line that, Conrad, you know this from marketing, you have to give your product away in order to make money. So what's the balance?
Yeah.
What's behind the paywall? What's in front of it? What's, that whole business model. So I'm not intricately involved with Billy Corgan and Nick and know the ins and outs of their numbers, but the streaming service business model is certainly something that it's what WWE's doing on a much grander scale. It is what it is. That's Game Changer Wrestling. They're right at the very top, and that's what they do. They put their product, whether it's LA, Chicago, Detroit, Atlantic City, New York, they put it on Fight for a very economical buy. So it's the way business is done these days, Conrad.
Ad Free Show's top guy, Adam, wants to know, having worked with them back to back, what are the biggest differences you found between working with Jim Cornette and Robert Fuller as a manager?
Gosh, pretty simplistic in that I don't want to say Jim's more animated, because Robert in his promos was animated, but Robert at ringside and Jim at ringside are two different talents. It's the obvious that you can just see. They both got minds for the business. They both believe in heat. There are some folks that don't understand that. I'll say this. They're so old school. They were never going to take away. If I was doing a high spot in the ring, I didn't have to worry about them carrying on. They're got a lot more wisdom with me as far as being outside. So both very knowledgeable of how to accentuate the match, and they never took away from it.
Ad Free Show Slapnut Chris wants to know, what role, if any, did Cornette's near weekly commentary on the state of wrestling play in the creation of the NWA invasion angle? I always thought the timing was convenient as the NWA started coming in within a couple months. That's a great question.
So what was his commentary?
So, they would go to Cornette and he would be against a fabric backdrop, like for a photo shoot.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That. I think it was all of the Method of the Madness.
Yeah. That was the sort of the precursor for how the NWA came in. Interesting observation or question here from ad-free show Slapnut Sean, how much do you think the NWA branding hurt the stable? In other words, do you think a similar stable could have worked with a different, maybe more territory specific brand? I don't know about territory specific, Jeff, but that collection of guys, if you didn't call them the NWA, could it have worked? Because this is something that not a lot of people talk about. And I know you and I, as wrestling nerds, we know the difference. But to a casual WWF fan who just started watching wrestling, and we'll call it 96, and now here we are in 98, so they're 2 years into their fandom, and we see on the other channel the NWO, and now we flip over here and we see the NWA. By comparison, this is a pretty lame presentation.
Oh, and I'll here's where I'm going with that whole line of thinking. Southern Justice with Double J, Mark Canterbury, Texas, those big, rough-looking guys had no NWA stench, and I say that out of due respect. It had a vibe of Attitude Era. Oh, I mean, it fit much more in the Attitude Era than the NWA stable. But I say all that, it was stereotyped of a Southern brand and lesser than. So 2 strikes coming out of the gate.
So one last question. This one comes from ad-free shows. Scott Hyatt. He wants to know, is it true PCO took a big country shit in your locker room this past weekend at GCW? That's real inside baseball, maybe 2 inside, but Scott wants to know, did PCO drop the kids off at the pool in old Double J's dressing room?
So Conrad, did you watch? Yeah, you watched the other night, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was middle of the card.
As always.
Okay. I that was a softball for you. That's a softball for you.
Oh, Jeff, I love you so much. When I saw that, my eyes got big as saucers. Like, did he really say that?
Yes. So technically speaking, my night's work was over with. So I exited the premises.
Sure.
But out of complete respect for Mr. Ouellette, and I've got to tip my cap to him, he diplomatically asked, hey, pal, we've known each other, Jesus, since the mid-90s.
26, 27, 28 years?
Yeah. I mean,
would it be possible if I shit in your bathroom?
He said, do you mind if I drop a deuce? All kidding aside, he actually was very polite, and he said, do you want to know the conversation, Conrad?
Yeah. Let's get granular about the doo-doo.
So you know the photo shoot I alluded to earlier, right?
Yeah.
Came in off that, and I'm going to hit the road, get on back over to Philadelphia, and gather my bags up. And me and Carl have seen each other a couple of times out. And in the dressing room, he's now called by, hey, PCO, or hey, Carl, right? I call him Pierre. So we're in an autograph signing or somewhere a couple of months ago. And I said, Pierre, no answer. Pierre. And I'm walking toward him. And then I finally said, hey, you dropped a couple of spicy words for him. Pierre. And I literally, Conrad, got 3 feet from him. I'm like, hey, man, what's up? He turned around and he goes, oh, you're calling me P. I mean, it dawned on him. I was actually, he didn't even go by that name anymore. Right. So anyway, he came up to me and actually introduced him. He says, hey, Pierre's got a question for you. Would you mind? And he said, would you mind if I use your bathroom? And I looked at him sincerely and I said, and I'm assuming you're going to drop one. He looked at me and grinned. He goes, yeah. And I said, go right ahead. I'm done. I'm out of there anyway. Thanks, Scott. I appreciate you proverbial stirring the pot.
Yeah, right. Iconic wrestler Kevin Von Erich just announced his first public tour. The show, titled Stories from the Top Rope, will feature Von Erich sharing insight into his career, personal triumphs, and tragedies. Stories from the Top Rope will go on sale June 2nd at EmporiumPresents.com and will offer a very limited number of VIP tickets, which include a meet and greet and photo op. Von Erich, now 65, will be the subject of a major motion picture, Iron Claw, which stars Zac Efron and is slated for release later this year. See Kevin Von Erich live September 1st in Dallas, September 2nd in San Antonio, September 3rd in Corpus Christi, September 5th in Houston, September 6th in Shreveport, September 8th in Oklahoma City, September 9th in Amarillo, and September 10th in Midland. Tickets on sale at EmporiumPresents.com.
Hey guys, Tony Schiavone. Need to call a timeout real quick. Wanted to tell your listeners what I've been telling What Happened When listeners for a while now about all the cool things happening over on adfreeshows.com.
On the debut episode of The False Finish, Chris Harris talks about his successful TNA run as one half of America's Most Wanted, and his not so successful run in WWE as Braden Walker.
To be honest with you, I wanted out. I mean, it wasn't, I was saying the right things to Johnny, like, hey, I'm going to make this work. But inside I was thinking, I hate this fucking place. It's broken me down. It's made me not love wrestling anymore. That's kind of when my drinking took a bad turn. And I really needed out.
Buff Bagwell joined Ad Free Shows members for a live Q&A, talking about his road to recovery and sobriety and recovery from a broken neck.
We took an angle between me and Rick Steiner that could have been a unbelievably long angle, and they took that and just made it into a one-night match on Nitro, which I lost my debut match back with a broken neck. I feel like that was a bad call.
Who booked that shit? That's just a small taste of what we got waiting for you. With 4 levels to choose from, see for yourself why Ad Free Shows is the best value in wrestling today. Sign up now at adfreeshows.com.
So listen, we talked about when you left WCW last year.
The topic.
We're finally here. That was the topic last year. What a great piece of art that was. Throw it up there again. Let's take a look at that. Finishing my first run in WCW, Jeff is Pee Wee Herman. And that Jeff almost looks like Memphis Jeff. That was a fantastic piece of business by Dave Silva there. But now we're going to pick up where you left off. So you leave WCW to come to work for the World Wrestling Federation. Booker T would defeat you on your last Nitro and your last WCW match here before you jump back. And Meltzer had this to say. Jeff Jarrett's contract expired October 7th. He was offered $300,000 per year to stay, but turned it down. And the general feeling is he's gone. Duh. Jerry Jarrett, who's handling his negotiations, smartly used media avenues to play up the contract expiring and get the word out he was negotiating with Titan to play all the leverage. He was being advertised on Nitro, and they even did an angle to build up a match with Steve McMichael where if Steve won, Deborah would have to get out of the wrestling business, even though he wasn't signed, nor had he agreed to work without a contract. So listen, there's a lot to unpack here, as I like to say. Talk to me first about the accusation that your dad was smartly using media avenues. Is that a fancy way of saying Jerry Jarrett called Wade Keller?
Yeah, well, you know what? Here's what I read the research on this, Conrad. So 97, where were we in? Was it, for lack of a better, where were we at? Prodigy chat as far as online?
Yeah. There was AOL chats for WWF, Prodigy chats for the WCW side of things, but I don't think your dad would have been on that. That was more of an Eric Bischoff moderated type thing.
But I mean, where were we at as far as the internet? Everything else was newsletters, right?
Yes.
Maybe some hotlines, but yeah. So I'm going to your point. Yeah, maybe a fancy way of saying calling Wade or talking. Yes. So I'm agreeing, but I was trying to get my head around. We're going back a few years, just exactly what that meant, and to give it kind of a set point here. I knew that.
Your dad also participated in a message board for wrestling classics back in the day. And message boards once upon a time before, all the social media stuff was what it was. Wrestling folks, even Tony Khan, famously was on wrestling message boards back then. So it would have been message boards, hotlines, maybe some news sites that existed back then, and then of course, maybe most prominently, Wade Keller's torch.
Go ahead. I mean, yeah. So no, are you throwing it to me? Because what I was going to, are you throwing it to me, Conrad? I was just
Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I was sitting there thinking, just to kind of give it a set point from what I was, my thought was the Flair, Jarrett, Horseman, that whole thing, Frick's hurt, just it never got going. And by this time it had petered out. So my thought process was, oh man. And there was one angle going on at the time. You probably know this better because of your other shows, but NWO is about the only angle going on, and rightly so. I'm not saying, but as far as storylines, there was, the cruiserweights and the first hour of Nitro and high flying, all that. But as far as storyline driven, wasn't it basically the NWO and others?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm not, that's not even a knock. It's just kind of the reality on.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. And so my mindset was, man, I don't really have a lot of, why would Eric up my pay? Is kind of where I'm going with it, that I'm going to need to at least test the waters on the other side. Yes, I was frustrated, but you don't know till you find out. The Jarretts and the McMahons had dealt with each other for years, but you didn't really know till you kind of got into things and figured it out. But I knew I needed to test the other water, and that's where I'd called my dad and basically said, hey, here's kind of what I'm thinking. What are your thoughts? And we kind of went back and forth. And so he did, for lack of a better word, go into his own, go into business for himself, so to speak. And as that was Dave, you said, that reported that, used the media.
Yes.
Yeah. So that wasn't at my direction. That was, hey, I'd like to hear your thoughts. I'd like your help. Maybe, and I didn't really know my dad and Bischoff's lack of relationship at this point. I knew it wasn't great, but I didn't think it was bad. But my dad had dealt with Hogan and Savage and just all the players and all that. So I was just trying to get guidance and figure out, and wanted, if I was going back to WWE, maybe my dad could be an advisor role. Agent's probably too strong. Advisor is probably the perfect word.
So he is trying to maybe not handle your negotiations, but he's somewhat involved. Let's talk about the offer. It's written here you were offered $300,000 to stay in WCW using the old handy dandy inflation calculator. $300,000 in 1997 dollars translates to $556,000 today. That's a pretty strong offer, especially for a guy who used to get those same type of checks that Steve Austin did in Evansville. Was it just about, hey, Jim Ross always says it comes down to cash and creative, the two C's. Was it more about the money or more about the creative of, as you said, it's kind of NWO and others?
The NWO and others. And look, I didn't even fault even Eric or Hogan, because they were running the show. Certainly not Kevin Sullivan. It was the Flair thing had some serious juice behind it. The Four Horsemen deal that got traction, but nothing like I think we all had kind of, I don't want to say hope, but for me and Kevin Sullivan, I'll go on that. I think Kevin Sullivan had high hopes for it. I certainly had high hopes for it. I'll stop there because I never got the sense, Rick had, and look, you just kind of got into it. He had his own agenda, and rightly so. But so it was more creative, but my creative or lack thereof certainly didn't incentivize Eric to say, hey, we got to hold on to this guy. We had a great working relationship, very professional. I think he respected my work, but he knew the NWO and everything attached to it. That was what was moving the needle. And probably more importantly in the situation, I knew that. So I knew that again, corporate versus one man run the show. It's just night and day. You know, man. And the older I get, and the more miles I put on, and the more wrestling I'm around, it just comes down to it's truly that simple. I mean, you can look at the NFL. Coaching can change a culture, and if you just don't have that tip-top leader, it's there's issues. It's just that simple. There's issues.
So, you know, everybody sort of assumes that your dad is handling the negotiations, and Meltzer would even report that your dad was handling the negotiations with the WWF. And I think a lot of people probably jump to the conclusion of, well, maybe that's because of the way Jeff left. Of course, you famously walked out at In Your House, and we've covered that before in the archives. Maybe there was a concern on your end, or maybe from your dad's end, that maybe there was some trepidation about doing business with you again. But we know that not too many years removed here, your dad was pretty tight with Vince, speaking to him on a weekly and sometimes daily basis. Was your dad trying to handle some of that discussion with Vince?
And you know what? Here's kind of, well, look, live and learn. So I can't say I regret it, because at the time I was doing what I thought was the very best. In hindsight, because I kind of touched on it, we both knew he wasn't my agent, because agents defer to talent, to their client. I'm not going to tell my dad what to do. That relationship, you know, that almost demeans him. Did I want him to advise me, maybe guide me? Well, the nature of the beast of his entrepreneurial spirit is, if you ask him for guidance, what he hears is, I'm going to run the show. So there was kind of a balance there. I'm not saying he took off and run the show, but it wasn't an agent client role. It was an advisor, but that advisor had 20 plus more years than I had the business. So that was kind of the situation. But hell, to kind of run this whole thing parallel, Vince is the boss. JR is running talent relations. Vince Russo is leading creative or the writer. I don't know what they called the department back then. So I had a conversation with Russo, or conversations. My dad had conversations with Vince. I had a conversation with Vince in his office, and we set up a meeting to go up to Stanford to meet at Vince's house. So that's what I'm saying is, to say my dad was an agent probably doesn't do him the story justice.
I got you. Were you concerned that there were going to be issues because of the way you left before? Did you know that that's just wrestling?
Pretty much. It's just, I'll say this, and maybe naively so. Why is he going to take the meeting if he just wants to BS me? Either he wants the meeting or not. If he's going to take the meeting, hey, let's go to work. I mean, did I make all the right decisions before? Hell no. And I knew that. And he knew I knew that. So he's the boss. I mean, it's not like I was that kind of mentality.
Let me ask, I'm not trying to pick, I'm trying to understand. And I know that, you know, we're talking about you 25 years ago. So, this is 25-year-old Jeff Jarrett here. And we're trying to get into the mind of a 25-year-old, but you had, what was that?
30 has 30, right?
Oh yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to round down for you. That's my bad.
Thanks, pal. Damn. Good.
Hey, you got more abs than me and everybody in the chat combined. So you don't have to take this kind of shit.
The queen saw the abs on Instagram. She was,
she didn't need Blue Chew neither. Roll Tide. Hey, so let's talk about, you know, just where you were. I mean, you were in a really good program with Shawn Michaels. You'd been the Intercontinental Champion. You'd been on pay-per-view, and your whole life, you know, as long as you could remember being a fan, the WWF had always been the big show with WrestleMania and Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage. I mean, this is where you want to be. You get there, and I think it's natural to feel a little disappointed or maybe even disillusioned. And now Hulk Hogan's on the other show, Nitro gets going. Hey, this is going to be a thing over here. So you make the jump. And certainly with the NWO, man, they're hotter than ever when you arrive. And we'll call it the fall of 1996. And it looks like they're clearly number one. I mean, WWF is playing catch up ball no matter what we tell ourselves. And you're almost immediately put into a really cool program with Ric Flair and the Four Horsemen, which, as somebody who grew up watching the TBS show, you knew, man, this is, as far as being on this station, this is pretty doggone good. And then they come in with another big guaranteed offer. And now you're interested in going back. It feels a little bit like the grass is greener type deal. Oh, I'm missing out. Was that part of it? Or did you just realize, hey, you know what? I shortchanged myself in the WWF. I made a young man's decision. Looking back, I can see the grass really wasn't greener over here. And I do really want to be over there. Because at the time, even when you're jumping back in October of 97, WCW is still the number one show. WWE's in second position. That has not changed from 96 to 97. If anything, they've only cemented the lead even more. So just what is your thinking in, I'm turning down the guaranteed money. I know I've been programmed with Flair, but I think the grass is greener back where I was before.
It's a wonderful question. And it almost goes on to, and I don't know if I'm more mad at myself or mad at you, Conrad, but we'll figure that out later. But no, here this is the kind of the fun part of podcasting, because you're assuming, and I would assume the listeners are assuming, because now we're literally talking 25 years later, and
Yes.
there were two companies, and then WCW went away, and then TNA came along, and we had our run, and then that went away, and then there was kind of a gray area. We all know, then AEW. So there was always the WWE, and then, promotions popping up and all that. The reason I'm kind of saying all that is, if we go back to Jeff Jarrett, late 20s businessman, looking at it through my eyes, I came up in an era where, and I'm talking teenage years. Hey, this guy got hot in Texas, and then he went to Louisiana, and then he went to Charlotte. Oh my gosh, he went back to Louisiana and made a fortune. Oh, and then they popped back over to Dallas. You talk about the Freebirds run. The Freebirds had a run for Watts. They had a run, we could go on and on territory days. I'm not saying that I viewed it as two different territories, but I viewed it as,
well, it was. That's fair.
That's what I'm saying. Two different promotions, and knowing that Japan, and I didn't always look at WWE, and I still don't to this day. There's always opportunity out there. You just got to go grab it. Now, in 96, 97, like you're saying, those were the two biggest places to make money. But I'm kind of going on, what's my best opportunity in the next 12 months? Because things can change, injuries can happen, bookers can change. I mean, just look at this year, Conrad.
Nobody would have predicted in January we'd be where we are right now.
And can you finish just that sentence kind of short? Like, what do you mean by that? Because I'm going to give.
Nobody would have predicted in January. Well, maybe nobody would have predicted that Cody Rhodes would have jumped ship.
Okay.
Nobody would have predicted in January that Stone Cold Steve Austin would come back and wrestle at WrestleMania. Nobody would have predicted in January that Ric Flair was going to wrestle one more time and do really big business. Nobody would have predicted Vince McMahon would be outside of WWE. Nobody would have predicted that CM Punk would actively probably no longer be a part of the AEW roster. I know you can't talk about that. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that happened since January 11 months ago where we're like, wait a minute, this is a whole new world that we're talking about right now.
I knew you'd hit it out of the park. That's my point. I just from even at that age, enough experience to know things are going to change.
Yeah.
Talent's going to change. Administrators, executives, bosses, production. One thing's for certain in life, and that's change.
Yes.
And so you and I respect that. Hey, is the grass greener over there? I guess to sum this up, this little conversation is that I looked at it in going, what's my best opportunity in the next 12 months? And I knew that Eric and company had zero reason, because they're on top, to change their philosophy. So let me go check out the other side. Now, if that would have gone bad, what the hell?
Okay, time out. Let me just expand on what you said, because I think you just hit a home run right there, and I want to give you a high five and credit for that. If you're doing something that's working, this is true in every form of business or entertainment, or we'll just say life. When we're doing something that's working, we don't deviate. And in wrestling, sometimes we drive that shit into the ground. We just keep doing it over and over and over because it works. And so as long as the money printer's going, you keep doing it. And so with the success of the NWO getting even hotter between the fall of 96 and now the fall of 97, in the fall of 96, the NWO looked like a big storyline, but man, how many big storylines have there been? This one really got kicked off in May. It got kicked into high gear in July. So most people probably thought, yeah, they'll blow this off, December, and then we're done. We'll get it through Starrcade and we're off to the races. That did not end in December of 96. Instead, it gained even more momentum, which tells the old pro in Jeff Jarrett, well, they're not deviating from this anytime soon. And where I'm at is kind of where I'm at. So let me go roll the dice and see if I can move up somewhere else. Using the old Freebird adage, where Michael Hayes told me, when you would leave territories and know when it was time to leave one and go to the other. And me, being a dumbass, said, when your payday started to slip, fuck no, idiot. When you get your biggest ones, you leave on top. You always got someplace to come back. And that to me was like, what? No, we got to keep these paydays going. No, when you're on top somewhere, everybody else knows and they want you there too. So if you leave on top, they'll always want you back. And I'll be damned. In wrestler logic, that makes a ton of sense and really justifies everything you just laid out.
It's it's the wisdom, and I'm gonna even double down on that. Hey, Dad, can you advise me? And you're a player in this business, and you're one of the dinosaurs of the territory promoters. Help me kind of feel my way out. Me and Eric never had a conversation where I said, nope, don't accept your offer. Nope, that's a crappy offer. Nope. Because in my mind, you never know. Vincent K. McMahon may say, come on back, Double J. We made a lot of money together. We got that character off and running. We're going to shoot this. We're going to do that, or whatever it may be. Or he could have said, hey, man, Jeff, I really like you, but the timing is just not right. Had he said that, we might be having a different completely different conversation. So it's just kind of feeling your way through the business. And that was it. But I knew that I need to explore my options without question.
There is a Prodigy chat that happens Tuesday night, October 7th. Bischoff says this: Jeff's contract ended today. I have respect for Jeff as a performer and a person. I sincerely hope Jeff will stay with WCW, but if he decides to go anywhere else, I respect the decision and wish him the best. He's a pro and a good human being and deserves whatever success he can get wherever he chooses to be. And the Torch would say, Eric Bischoff went public on the internet last week, responding to reports that Jeff Jarrett turned down his initial $300,000 contract offer. Bischoff said he refused to negotiate with someone who would disclose details publicly. Quote unquote, unfortunately, out of principle, I will withdraw the offer and refuse to negotiate further, Bischoff told Bob Ryder. I wish him the best wherever he ends up. Once they disclosed money, they're trying to start a bidding war. I feel pretty strongly about that. Let's take a timeout right there. That feels as if he's confirming it was indeed a $300,000 a year offer. Your dad would be quoted around this same time as saying that you had made considerably more money in the WWF. I don't know. You and I've never talked about it, but I call bullshit. This is a down era for the WWF. You guys are running really tiny crowds, sometimes even high school gyms. It is perhaps the worst era of the WWF ever. The entire time Vince McMahon owned it, to the point where J.J. Dillon and Bruce Pritchard and guys like that got their pay cut in half, and the non-wrestling people sustained, but everybody else took a 50% pay cut, to the point they pulled the water coolers out of Titan Towers to save money. And as someone who has water coolers, that's not very much money per month. So let me just ask, was your dad not letting the truth get in the way of a good story and trying to negotiate? Did you actually make more money than you in the WWF than you did in WCW?
In 95. This is, I'll you know what? I'll throw it at you. In 95, I was on track because I worked through July, that date, whatever,
Yeah.
that's July. So I was on track to make much more than 300 had I stayed that year.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's true. And
But now, hang on now. Does that factor in a WrestleMania or whatever? I know you got paid for that WrestleMania.
So whatever it may be, those 7 months,
Yes.
I would have gone way over 300 had I, you can't quite say double it because it's the 7th month, but I'd have gone, yeah, I would have gone well over 400, maybe 5. Yeah. Well, look, would I have been on SummerSlam? Would I have been on Survivor Series? Probably, but you can't count your chickens for the eggs, you know, all that. But I was certainly on track to go way past 300. So
well, let me ask this then. If that's the case, why would you take less money from WCW to take this contract that you're on here that you signed in 96? Is it because you knew you needed fresh creative and you looked at it as a long-term investment, or what? Did you see real value? And I'm not saying this to be funny, but did you see real value in the guaranteed aspect? Because as we know, the WWF contracts famously were really a guarantee of opportunity,
guaranteed of 10 dates of $150.
Yes.
And it had changed, right? Obviously it had changed because Kevin and Scott had jumped, and that was the beginning of all the change.
Yeah.
But so we're in the middle of this hybrid time frame, but without question, remember the Double J character, me and Brian left. I came back December, January, ran with Ahmed and a couple other things, blew my back out, put on a shelf. Contract was coming up. That original 3-year Double J deal was up. NW had launched in September, Labor Day, all that. Want to see an opportunity. And I'll say, Eric, pretty simple salesman. Kevin and Scott were down there. I knew that that 3-year deal didn't go all that great on the last 6 months. So back to JR, cash and creative. I'll take that guarantee deal and work for here's where I think you can either say I'm blessed, grateful, little wisdom. I did a 1-year deal with Eric.
Yeah, let's talk about that because it's written here.
That's
signed a 1-year contract with the idea being he would sign a long-term deal about 6 months into the contract once he established himself. Is that the way you sold the 1-year deal?
That's where me and Eric and that's why I think I kind of felt good after I read that. I'd forgot Eric had been so professional about, hey, Jeff's a good guy. That Eric didn't have to say that publicly during this time, and he did. It's kind of where when I look at the years that all go by, that how much water went under the bridge at first because of my father, and look, rightly so, and then because of Dixie. But me and Eric have really
hung in there together for a long time.
Man, and that's rare.
Yes.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what kind of makes me feel. I mean, it's a rare. It's an oddity. So, but Eric, the offer was obviously guaranteed, and I'm like, hell yeah, I'll take that. Doing a 1-year deal, because I said I don't know what the conversation was, and it's, hey, let's work together and see where it goes, because he respected my talent, and I probably wanted more money, but I don't even remember. But I don't ever like to drive a hard bargain up front, because it can kind of come back. This business is so subjective. Just what you said. I knew you'd hit it out of the park. It's always going to change.
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
It is always I mean, look what's cool. I mean, 2023 is going to be exciting. I'll just say that.
Nobody could have predicted 2022. And I agree. 2023 is going to be a big year. I do want to ask about the Eric Bischoff piece where he says, I'm going to pull the offer because they disclosed the money. I don't want to be a part of a bidding war. When he says they disclosed the money, do you because you sort of insinuated earlier, I didn't really know the relationship between Eric Bischoff and my father. That's your dad, right? That's not you necessarily.
Yes, 100%. There were. I was uncomfortable on all of that. I was. Now, with that being said, here's what I'm not exactly sure of. What was the date that I flew to Stanford? Because when I went to Stanford,
Oh, here we go. I got that.
that-
So
that-
let's talk about it.
so whenever that fell into place, go ahead. I don't want to jump ahead of the story.
Wade wrote this. Jarrett signed a 1-year contract with the idea being he would sign a long-term deal about 6 months into the contracts once he established himself. WCW head Eric Bischoff apparently was not impressed with Jarrett's showing, as he failed to discuss renewal until the day before his contract expired. Jarrett was disappointed with the offer and forwarded Bischoff to his father, who was acting as his official agent. Bischoff never contacted Jeff's father and instead pulled the offer from the table the next day during an internet interview, saying he would not negotiate with a party that revealed details of negotiations publicly. All right, timeout right here. Lot to unpack, but I do want to get into it. First of all, is that the way you recall the timeline going? Eric comes and mentions to you about the contract or makes the offer the day before it expires, like a buzzer beater type offer.
So let's just call it September.
Okay.
Nitros. Yeah, just 3 or 4 nitros in a row. Me and Eric, and we've never even talked about this. I mean, it was, hey, let's get together. It could have gone back as far as August. Hey, deal's coming up soon. Let's talk about the future. Okay. He'd go do his stuff, NWO. I'd go do my segment, whatever. Okay. Another Monday night went by. Well, we'll catch each other the next week. Oh, we'll catch each other the next week. As kind of time floated on, silence is a response. Remember that, Conrad.
Yeah.
Silence is a response. But no, just so with the wheels turning that way, of course I'm going to start thinking, all right, let's find out options. So when I do sit down with Eric, I was hoping, look, it's just one-on-one negotiation. Eric, what do you got? What's the offer? Okay, whatever it is. All right, let me think on this. I appreciate it. And then find out, do I want to accept it? Go find out if I can better that offer or it's really, that's only 2 choices, or go back to a counter and try to get in that numbers game. That's kind of what it came down to. And as we got closer and closer through September and into October, I'm like, okay. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know when I sealed the deal with Vince. That's as far as the Prodigy chat goes.
Well, we'll talk about it. I was curious if it happened the day before, because the day before your contract expires, it would have been your last Nitro. It's at the Target Center in Minneapolis. Jesse Ventura is there. It's a sellout crowd. You're in front of 14,357 folks. The show even opens with a little tribute graphic for Brian Pillman, who tragically had just passed away. And you're working with Booker T on your last Nitro here. But I just find it fascinating that he would have maybe made the approach here at Nitro with the offer. And of course, we know how that's going to go. But
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just during that time frame, I'll just give you the lens through Double J in WCW, and I'll just call it the summer. Eric, and this is it relates to Eric, he was immersed in
Running WCW.
Yes. And I rarely, I'm not going to say, he wasn't seen. I didn't see him very often. I would see Kevin Sullivan and whoever some of the agents were, and you're in and out on Monday and you're whatever it may be, leaving. It was no hang around, no very, very little watching on the monitor and all that kind of stuff. Eric was consumed running the company. And I do remember it got right down to it. Yeah. Hey, I need to get you an offer there. And I already had it in my mind. I may have already had the Vince meeting scheduled. It was right in that, I'll call it that 14-day period.
It's a 4-hour car ride from you to Atlanta. Does it ever cross your mind to just go have a discussion in person? Or was that really, or were you not all that interested in sticking around in WCW?
I wanted to find out if the grass was greener. You know what I mean? I did at this point, I wanted to find out what my options were.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. And it's written here that you were disappointed in the offer. Is there a number do you think he could have hit? I guess what I'm trying to drive to is it more about creative or is it more about cash?
And because JR is a wise man, as it balances out, me knowing that creative's not that good, but if you go to a talent and say, hey man, I know we've had a real rough patch here of the last 90 days with Rick's injury and Arn and the Horsemen and whatever you want to put into that conversation, but we value you as a talent, and to tell you how much we value as a talent, we're going to offer you 500 grand, 600 grand, 450 grand. So whatever it is, then I've had to say, you know what? They admit, and I admit, Kevin Sullivan admit, this creative didn't go, but I've kind of earned, my next contract. So you know what? I'll stick around. We never got to a negotiation. I never countered. That was the offer. I never countered.
Do you wish you would have, in hindsight? Just had a conversation where you could say, hey, what do you see for me? Because here's the thing too. It says, and I understand that you maybe liked a 1-year contract, but I've also seen other talent where they sort of stair step it.
Yep.
So the first year, maybe it's 400. Maybe you could have got that. And then the second year is 500. The third year is 600 or whatever it may be. So but I'm just trying to get into the nitty gritty of what would you have been happy with?
So here's the nitty gritty. Cash on one hand, creative on the other hand. Here's kind of that thing that I've said over and over and over, and I said it earlier in the podcast. When I met with Vince, yes, he is a fantastic salesman when he wants to be. Just maybe the best because he has so much experience, and it's like Nick Saban walking into recruits. He don't have to BS them. I got this national championship, this, all of his stats show it. So that carries a lot of weight. But here's what was game, set, match for me. Vince is the boss, and you have there is no discussion. WCW, corporately run. I dealt with marketing and track phone sponsorship. I dealt with Eric and JJ and the agents and Kevin Sullivan. I knew it was corporately run organization, and I didn't like the odds there. I didn't. I didn't. Yes, it wasn't a business that I grew up in, but I also saw everything in my core, from the lessons my grandmother taught me, the lessons my father taught me. Everything about it is you got to have someone that the buck stops with them, that leads the vision and is headed that way. It's just that simple. So that's the intangible of why I don't regret getting a counter offer.
Jeff, let's talk about the visit to Vince McMahon. On a Wednesday night, Jeff Jarrett and his father, longtime Memphis promoter Jerry Jarrett, met with Vince McMahon, Linda McMahon, and Jim Ross at McMahon's house. By the time they left hours later, an agreement had been reached. That's all from the torch. So it looks to me as if, and boy, this happens quickly, Monday Nitro, Tuesday Prodigy Chat, I'll pull the offer. Wednesday night, you're in Vince McMahon's house getting a deal. Does that line up?
Is that the time? You know what I was when you were doing Camper Max, and I can't wait to take you up on that offer. I started chuckling to myself from the beginning of this podcast. You're a puppet master.
Whatever that means.
Don't give me that.
I mean, listen, I'm just trying to figure out the timeline here. I know you wrestled Booker T in front of a sold-out crowd in Minnesota, October 6th. Back in the confines of Atlanta, Eric Bischoff does a Prodigy Chat on the 7th that says, nope, no offer for him. And then on the 8th, 48 hours after you wrestled Booker T in Minneapolis, you're in New York City getting picked up, and I assume a car service takes you out to Vince's house.
That was all the same week?
I think so.
Okay. That lines up right. So, yes. And I was going to find out if the grass was going to be greener. And Vinnie Mac sold it like it's a beautiful pasture with a back 40. And
well, talk to me about how that works. Did he do the whole, we're going to fly you up first class, pick you up in a limo, drive you out to the house routine?
No, I mean, more or less, we're going to fly you up. Of course, I mean, there wasn't any roll out the red. Well, I mean, it depends on what you define as that. Hey, I looked at it as this. Me and my father are going to go up and talk to Vince. It's a business meeting. Like no more, no less.
Let me ask you this. Had you been to Vince's house before?
Yes. In the driveway. I'm just trying to think, but no, I didn't hang out at the, I know
that sounds crazy, but just humor me. There's lots of guys who have a story about, and then I got invited to the house, and there's supposedly like different levels, and guys have just, conspiracy theorists in wrestling, surprise. But the idea being, hey man, if they meet you at the office, they think you're here. But if you get the house meeting, they think you're here. The idea being, it must have been a little different because I got the house invite. So-and-so did. Jericho even wrote in his book, I wore shirts that were 2 sizes too small. I put lifts in my boots. I made sure I did push-ups before he answered the door. Everybody is like, they understand my whole career, my aspirations for what I want to be in wrestling are made by the guy on the other side of this door. And this is his house. This is a big opportunity. So everybody has a sort of Vince McMahon house story. And I realize and recognize as a guy who grew up in the business, you're probably like, well, that's the bunch of goofiest Marcus shit I've ever heard. But that is the way it's discussed. So I just want to know from your experience.
I have never heard that.
Oh God, it's in every wrestler's book, Jeff. It's in all their shoot interviews. Like they all have stories about the house and the chef, and there were cookies, and me and Vince locked eyes on the last one, and everybody's got a Vince McMahon house story. So when I brought it up and you looked at me like I had flaming turds hanging out of my mouth, I'm like, this is a thing, Jeff. We got to talk about it.
And look, that's, again, I'm going to go back to my set point. Vince was a promoter that came to Memphis, and Lawler talked him into decking him at ringside, and he became, now this promoter of the WWF who had done 4 or 5 WrestleManias at this time, but now he's a manager at ringside and Deck Lawler, and a hell of an angle got him. I've always had it. That's growing up in the business. I just never viewed Vince. Now, respect, I don't want this to come across the wrong way. From the very first time, when you see him in the ring at WrestleMania 1, 2, and 3, it's his show.
Yes.
I've never seen that. My father do it. I'd never seen a promoter. In my mind, Don King was kind of that guy that, shit, he don't box. What the hell is this fruitcake do? That was my only context. When you see Vince command the ring, and obviously he's play-by-play and all that, but understanding that, Vince McMahon does exactly for New York what my father did here. And before that, Nick Goulas and Roy Welch. And over in Texas, it's Fritz Von Erich, and it's Bill Watts down in Louisiana, and it's Jim Sr. over, and Eddie Graham, and going on and on and on. Okay, here's this one cat that took it national with cable TV. That's how I viewed Vince. He put on his shoes every morning like everybody else, but his brain on a whole nother gear. But I never looked at the house and the cookies and that kind of stuff. I never.
Well, no, I wanted to ask, was this, and I think you said before, this is your second visit to the house, but the last time was just in the driveway. This is the first time you got, you made the comparison to Nick Saban. This is the recruiting visit.
Yes.
This is the first one.
Yep.
So you said he put on a big show, and let's hear about what the presentation, what does he lay out to convince you?
Words in my mouth. So not big show, but over the top, relaxed. Let's talk about it. Hey, how you been? Let's small talk. Jerry this, and Jim Ross was there, and what I knew now, or what I knew in the next 30, 60, 90, 120 or a year and all that. I didn't realize that this was going right into the head coach. That's Jim was there, but the conversation was really a Jeff Vince conversation. And that was, I screwed up. I had no idea that how Jim looked at putting his roster together, that it was truly director of player personnel, whatever you want to call, Jim was putting his roster together for the team, for Vince. And I went right in talking to the head coach. But it was a fun 2 or 3 hour conversation. A lot of conversation because
hang on, I don't mean to cut you off, but I think I pride myself on being able to what I call speak Jeff.
Yeah.
And I think what you just said there in a roundabout way, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'm just trying to clarify. You said Jim was running player personnel, and boy, I screwed up. I just started talking to the head coach. It feels as if what you just said right there, translated from Jeff speak, is I maybe didn't show the proper respect to Jim Ross in that circumstance and felt like, why talk to the horse's ass if I can talk to the head? This is the real boss. This is who I focus my attention on. And JR was there. You weren't maybe intentionally being negative, but in your mind, I'm here to put on a Vince show. Oh, and Jim just happens to be here. In hindsight, maybe you wish you spent a little more focus or energy.
Hell, 1,000%. I was under the mindset that whatever Vince wants, Vince is going to get. And but that wasn't, look, the next 12 months told me that in a very uncomfortable way. And the following 12 months of that, even in a more uncomfortable way. That's what
so you felt like, to say it differently, you were accidentally, unintentionally disrespectful to Jim Ross in that meeting.
Disrespectful, probably that's too strong. Dismissive. Yes, dismissive. Hey, young guys out there, I'm just going to give you a little, whoever's in the room
matters.
Okay.
If they're important enough to be in that room, they're important enough for you to pay attention to.
There is our golden nugget of the pod. If they're in the room, they're important.
So you leave with the deal, and I assume, based on the way I've heard some of these deals before, but I don't know because you haven't told us about it. Is it as simple as, or let me back up. When you first start the conversation, at any point, do you feel like you should address, and maybe you even game plan or seek your dad's advice? Hey, do we even talk about what happened before? Do I bring it up and say, hey, Vince, first of all, thanks for having me out. I appreciate you letting bygones be bygones and it being water under the bridge from before. Do you even broach that subject? Is it something you feel like as just a nicety to get out of the way?
We discussed it probably before we got on the plane, or when we got on the plane, or in the car. We discussed it beforehand, and it was very simple. Let Vince lead the conversation. He's the boss. It's just that simple. If he brings it up,
talk about it.
Talk about it. Yes.
Did he bring it up?
No.
I didn't imagine that he would. So I also understand that he is going to say things like, I could see, and fill in the blanks there. He might not make any sort of storyline promises. He might not necessarily make any sort of commitment to, you're going to be the champion or whatever, but he will get to this vision for what he sees for you and how he could see you fitting into the system. And then maybe he offers a dollar amount, or does he just kick it back to you and say, what are you looking for? How does that go?
We went outside and talked dollars, just me and him.
By the pool?
Like a back patio.
Okay.
Yeah. But before I get into that, here's kind of the takeaway from the meeting that I think's pretty cool. The new generation era was dead.
Yes.
On the WWE side, I guess we're talking 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. I'm just trying to think how the product began to have the attitude in it. Obviously, it wasn't called that at the time, but King of the Ring was in.
You're coming back at the right time. Shawn Michaels is jumping up and crotch chopping.
Yes.
With stuff. Yes.
Stone Cold was in June.
Stone Cold get hot in June of 96. So now we're in 97. Stone Cold's super hot. Yeah. He's just been dropped on his head. He just stunned Vince McMahon at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, but 96 was when Stone Cold, that was kind of a pivotal point, kind of.
Yes.
But all that. So they had all of 96, and now so a full year of that. In that, we'll call it blurring the lines. That's where I'm going with it. The line.
October is when Pillman pulled a gun on Raw. So it's 1 year into the craziness.
Okay. Blurring the lines is kind of what I'm saying is, yes, you can jump the sharp or you can push the envelope too far, but the transition had taken place.
Yes.
So in the room, you have four, and I'm definitely the youngest. Boy, I miss those days, but you have Vince, you have JR, and my father. And all three of those gentlemen had an infinite amount of territory stories. Back in the day, although in reality it's not, but their mindset was they did a lot of stuff where they blurred the lines, Lawler and Dundee, and you can go to any territory in the country, but the blurring of the lines. So there was that kind of camaraderie talk about blurring the lines, which I thought was really cool, that Double J, the country music singer, world's greatest singer, world's greatest entertainer, world's greatest wrestler, all that over the top, new generation character, all that kind of stuff. The conversation that I can't wait to be Jeff Jarrett, that blurring the lines, let's get in there, no cowboy hat, no blinking lights, that kind of promo. Vince is like, I can just see you, you got a lot here, and we'll write some good stuff, or not. He didn't say right. We'll do some good stuff, but just kind of the authenticity. That's what I remember. You always, what do I remember? What's my takeaway? Yes, yeah. I know we agreed on money. My takeaway was, I cannot wait to be this extension of Jeff Jarrett in the WWF. That was what I could not wait to get up and running.
So it was less about the money at that point. It was more about, they're going to cut me loose.
Because the deal was a downside. I thought, well, I'll blow through it wasn't a guaranteed. It was a downside. I mean, Conrad, I was pumped to the gills. I was so excited.
Do you remember what the number was for the downside?
Sure.
Will you share it, or is that private?
I mean, I'm sure. I mean, it's more. It's 350 downside.
Okay, so it was more. That's what I was getting to. It's a bigger offer, but it's also represents more opportunity.
A lot more. No disrespect, but I knew exactly. Well, I didn't, because I never countered, but I knew what the offer on the table was. They gave guaranteed deals. I've always liked to bet on myself. Always.
Oh, I know that about you. I guess what I wanted to drive to is, I wonder if when your dad discloses the 300,000 to the media, does that get back to JR, and JR puts a bug in Vince's ear, and when you step out, he hits you with the 350 because he knows it's more, and he says, and that's the least it'll be. It'll only go up from there. Or do you disclose on that back private meeting with you and Vince, hey, they offered me 300, and he goes, well, let's do 350, and that'll be the minimum, and that's it. We're off to the races.
I wish I could recall that. I really don't. I just know that I left there and was tickled to death.
Well, listen, I love the idea. It's a hell of a story, and I feel like in your mind, you probably know, hey, I'm in the big time. You didn't feel like you even wanted to flirt with the idea of doing something with ECW or Japan, like. And I know that sounds silly to some of our listeners, but what I know about Jeff Jarrett, and I'm not trying to speak for you, but Jeff Jarrett views this business as exactly that. It is a business. So we're going to go and take our talents where they pay the most money, and there's the most opportunity. And at the time, candidly, that was not ECW or Japan. It happens. You sign a deal with the WWF, and you're going to make your debut in Oklahoma City on October 20th, 1997.
Yeah, say something just to put it all in context. I went to the big times 3 years before, 4 years, right? 93.
Yeah.
I kind of touched on it earlier. So to talk about the growth in the boy from Hendersonville, Tennessee's career that loved to make some picture money, I went from a contract for 3 years, and it was guaranteed 10 shows at $150 a piece. So that's
$1,500 a year.
Oh man, all of it, 10 shows. That's all that was guaranteed. So fast forward 4 years later, that's how radically different the business changed.
By the way, in case you're wondering, that $350,000 deal that Jeff signed in today's dollars, $650,000.
Look at you,
so
Google machine.
Not bad. You got your hair slicked back here in a ponytail. Meltzer would say, with his hair slicked back into a ponytail without any sign of a gimmick persona, Jeff Jarrett walked into the ring 30 minutes into the live October 20th Raw. Jarrett signaled the first major jump from WCW to the WWF since Vader and Dustin Runnels. Now, let's take a timeout right there. Vader and Dustin Runnels jumped pre-NWO. when it was still very much a war. People are fighting back and forth, but mostly the WWF's the lead dog. WCW didn't turn a profit until 1995, and that happens to be the year where both of these guys get pieced out. So the WWF is still very much the number one show. You're the first jump of the Nitro / NWO era. McMahon hopes Jarrett can become more than he was given a chance to be in WCW and more than he was in his last stint in the WWF. Clearly, from Jarrett's opening speech, he's being positioned as a top-tier star. McMahon hopes the Big Four, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Steve Austin, The Undertaker, expand into the Big Five. Woo! What a statement. Think about that, man. Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Stone Cold, The Undertaker, Jeff Jarrett. If I'm you and I'm getting pitched that in Vince McMahon's house, I can't sign that damn paper fast enough.
Let me ask you something in your Google machine. When did the 83 weeks end? What week?
It was April of 98.
April of 98. Wow. Interesting. So it was, okay. But so I was the first one. I knew there was, well, I didn't know I was, say that again now. I was the first one to jump from Nitro to Raw.
During the NWO era.
During the NWO, okay. That's how you class shaded. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Vader was supposed to be a big part of like the second Nitro. They were going to set up Hogan versus Vader on the second Nitro. Vader gets his ass knocked out by Paul Orndorff in shower shoes. That's the end of that.
Yeah.
So he's never really on Nitro. And of course, if you remember, Dustin and Barry Darsow got fired for blading in the back of a moving truck on an uncensored pay-per-view for blading. So that would have been March of 95. So they both sort of predate when Nitro doesn't launch until late 95. So once Nitro gets hot, and I guess, you know, that's important to note, but even when Nitro heats up and people start saying, oh, there's competition, that's one thing. When the NWO hit, you would have had to have been a crazy person to leave the hot show and go to this show.
That's me. I'm crazy.
Jeff Jarrett's crazy like a fox, baby. But now we heard the pitch. We're going to put you alongside Steve Austin, The Undertaker, Bret Hart, and Shawn Michaels. The Big Four expanding into the Big Five. And of course, Wade would continue. There was no country music, no flashing suspenders, no waving blonde hair, no exaggerated ha-ha. He walked out to the ring earlier than McMahon planned, according to the storyline. Quote, sorry, Vince, I know you wanted the big introduction and to be standing alongside me, but I've got something to say, and I'm going to say it right now. Last week on Monday Nitro, Jeff Jarrett was declared everything but dead. Since I refused to accept Eric Bischoff's offer and re-sign with WCW, he did everything within his power to bury me. Being the coward that he is, he even hid behind his computer and announced to the world that he had pulled the offer from the table. Where, Eric, the only thing you ever pulled from Jeff Jarrett was opportunity. Since I wasn't one of your boys, you put a lid on my potential. I was going to go as far as you wanted me to. There was never, ever any ladder of success for me to climb. So let's time out right there. Strong way to open the promo. Of course, you're saying that, you know, oh, I came out here too early. Well, that was clearly just part of the show. That was all written in. You don't just run through the curtain all willy-nilly when you want to. But this promo, is this something that you're just doing from the heart? Is Russo writing some of it? Are y'all working on it together? How does that come together?
And this is where hats off to Vinnie Mac. Look, I'd have to go back and really, but so he wrote the promo verbatim. Did I change a phrase here or there? Or did me and Vince go over it and he went back on his computer and maybe move some chess pieces around? But he was the writer of the promo, period. I mean, game, set, match. And I have said this 1,000 times. With a Vince McMahon direction and the right pieces of the puzzle and Vince scripting, if you will, and the right talent, that maybe a little collaboration here and there, that's a real good recipe for success. That was it. That blur again. I'm going to go back to what you said on those, you know, make it go from the Big Four to the Big Five. Vince pumped me up and I was ready to go, but I knew kind of the whole foundation of that is that I could talk, I could deliver promos. I was born and raised on Memphis TV to deliver these kind of realistic, money drawing promos, or the authenticity, however adjective like last week, Conrad, on Dynamite, when I cracked the guy, when I cracked Max with the guitar, the people in the building, it was heat. It was, and this promo right here, if you go back and watch it, that I started with a cadence, and I mean, to me, the people, I felt it, that you could just, the timing, yes, the words were crafted right, but man, they were like, this guy, he really thinks he hung the moon. He's out here bashing his former boss and his old boss and this guy and that guy, and it kept building, and I don't get too far ahead of the promo, but I thought the whole, I'm going back to your point, the setup was, oh, wait, here's this guy, no cowboy hats and this, but wait, he came out here, he didn't make a big deal about it, but he's telling the folks, I was supposed to come later, but screw it, I'm coming now. I'm trying to make my point, Conrad, that little nuance, but it's a subtlety, but the viewer at home and the viewer in the building, you just say, wait a minute, he's not even supposed to be out here.
You're going off script. This is real. We want to suspend disbelief.
Okay. You always can just put but that's it. That's it right there.
So let me ask about this, because and you and I have talked about it before, that a friend of ours in wrestling once smartened me up and said, in wrestling, Conrad, there are attractions and there are opponents. And I know you pride yourself on being the guy, and you've shared it here before. Hey, man, the key to longevity in this business, da-da-da-da-da. And you sort of passed down some of the wisdom that the old timers had given you over the years. And I can see you saying to yourself, I want to be the opponent for everybody. Because if you're the attraction, then you got to wait until it's your turn. But if you're everyone's opponent, you get to be in the main event working against all the baby faces. And so on some level, getting hot and staying hot at a white hot peak as a baby face could be very, very difficult. Just being the antagonist who everybody wants to see get his comeuppance, whether it's against this guy or that guy or whomever, boy, there's longevity in that. So I'm asking this in the most business-like, respectful manner. Did you see yourself as the attraction, or did you consider yourself the perfect opponent for an Undertaker, a Shawn Michaels, a Steve Austin, a Bret Hart? Because the Jeff I know thinks, shit, there's more money in staying on top and being the opponent for all those jokers, right?
Conrad, the old timers will tell you heels draw money.
Yes.
And I know that sounds silly to a modern fan, but like, I'll say this, I'm going to bring it back. You know, in AEW, me and Jay Lethal are positioned. We don't deserve a tag title shot.
Correct.
Oh man, I'm cherishing the hell out of that, because you're going to say a 2-time Hall of Famer, a 12-time World Heavyweight Champion.
Yes.
Jay Lethal has held every title that Ring of Honor has ever had. He's been a champion wherever he goes. He's got wins over Sting, wins over Ric Flair.
Yes.
Maybe the 2 most credible guys on the roster, but the positioning of it is money. And so, yes. And look, Jarrett, you still see it from time to time. Jarrett started his own promotion just so he could be a champion. It's just like,
well, let me time out here for a minute, because where I get to is there are wrestling podcasters and talking heads, luminaries, who will say, well, Jeff Jarrett was never a top guy. Nobody ever saw him as a top guy. No. Jeff Jarrett always worked against the top guy. And I don't know if you've ever seen a top guy wrestle himself, but that don't work. So if you are always the opponent that the top guy wrestles, by definition, you, sir, are a top guy. You're working in main events. Now it might be so-and-so versus Jeff Jarrett, but if it's always versus Jeff Jarrett, it's like gambling. The house always wins. And in that case, Jeff Jarrett is the house. So I just feel like that, for instance, we and you never talked about the attraction and the opponent ever in regards to you. But I knew your answer just based on, oh, okay, well, Jeff just wants to make sure he's always getting main event payoffs. And the way to do that is everybody hates him no matter what. Well, that guarantees it. So
yeah,
I was thinking.
But that is, and I've never really heard it. Boy, that was good, Conrad, because of course that's my mentality. I want people to think damn right I'm a top guy. And my mind is that just pisses him. I mean, boy,
Yes.
Yes, by design, I won. I'm still winning. The people in the dark studio in Orlando studio, Universal last night, where Jarrett sucks was ringing loud. The entire Shivani came back and he just looked at me and he goes, "They hate you in Orlando." And I said, "They always have." But he was, I don't want to put words in his mouth.
He was impressed. He told me this today.
Okay. I was going to say maybe bewildered, but he was just like, son of a gun.
I mean, because the thing is, nobody does it anymore. And so I think because it's been so long since they're, and by the way, we're getting down a rabbit hole. The NWO ruined all that and made cool heels. Well, you decided a long time ago, ain't going to be nothing about me cool. I'm going to be hated, which is why when we launched this podcast, I had to say, hear me out. I know you hated him. I know you don't think he was a top guy. But did you notice that he always wrestled the top guys? The definition of a top guy is he who works in the main events. And Jeff Jarrett still knows how to get a reaction. He still knows how to make people hate him, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, I'm excited to see, just the conversation of lumped into the Big Five. Now, of course, we know, unfortunately, that didn't happen as well as we would have liked, maybe.
Lesson learned right here coming up.
We've talked about it, and it is in the archives. And if you're expecting us to talk about it again, I'm just going to recommend you go listen to the Austin 316 episode. As a part of that first interview, Jeff steps into it, maybe accidentally. And when he comes back through, Stone Cold's pretty upset about it. Shawn Michaels happens to be there. All the details are in the archives, but we did a whole show about it. I don't want to waste any more time on it because it is in the archives. So if you're looking for that conversation here, by all means, go listen to that episode when we finish. Go ahead.
Let me just touch on it briefly.
Sure.
Just because it rolls into what you just said is in the scripting of that promo, the main change I had was, we get into much more detail is that, I think Vince had, as the promo crescendo really came to a boiling point, is that he had me knock Austin first, Shawn Michaels second, Brett third. And I said, Vince, I feel very strongly about this. I'm going to leave Stone Cold because he is red hot. Let me leave him to the end and let me do the other two first and build that up. And we're blurring the lines. I'm going to zing it. I'm going to just barrel into it like no tomorrow. Of course, in a blurring the lines role, but it's all about money. It's all about making business. Steve's the protagonist and I'm the antagonist. Well, he took high offense to it, and man, oh man, that thing went sideways, and I truly never recovered in WWF for all intents and purposes. We got it back on track the next year, and in the China and all that whole storyline. And
let me time out. You had two critical mistakes we've learned today. I just want to recap. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Let me make sure I got it right. Number one, when we realized, maybe there were three, maybe we shouldn't have had your dad so involved. That's a minor footnote. The real two are, when we meet with Vince, we were too dismissive of JR. We didn't read the room right. Should have spent a little more time with Jim Ross. And then number two, probably shouldn't have mentioned anything that affects the guy's merch money without at least having a conversation about it. If we had those two things to do over again, the whole thing could have looked a lot different.
Communication.
Yes.
Communication. Even though the assumption, the expectation, that's where expectations, and I've learned this. Have I learned this the hard way through the years? And man, this is really a lot of meat on the bone. The thing is, and look, just this year, 2022, we talked about Orlando, we talked about Effie, we talked about the NWA and SummerSlam and Ric Flair's last match. One thing that you sometimes don't bring up, Conrad, is the Stone Cold sessions. When I got to go out there and do that, and me and Steve, had a 2-hour conversation on the air, but the conversations we had off air, Russo, you want to talk about having a real conversation? I feel very grateful that Steve invited me and we got to have that kind of conversation and all that. But you go back to the interview we're talking about, he was ready to knock my head off. And Shawn Michaels, I don't know if me and Shawn, we hadn't talked about it in at least 15, 20, I don't ever remember, but I'd love to chat with Shawn now. Like, Shawn, did you want him to hit me? Wouldn't it have been good backstage drama? Because then that would maybe taken some heat off. I don't know.
Would have faded the heat from him for at least a minute. That's for sure.
That's what I'm saying. But he was there and saw it all. But yeah, it was. The
next piece of business I want to talk about, and we've gone way deeper on this than we always do. Of course, you and I do this every time when we sit down to record. We say, well, we got this many ads. We need to make sure we go at least this long to service those. And I say, you know what? We're going to blow right past it because we're just going to get into it and have fun talking about it. And I'll be damned.
You suckered me up front, but go ahead.
Well, listen, I'll do it again next week. I'm the puppet master, baby. That's what I do.
You ain't kidding.
1997 is an important year for establishing characters behind the characters. We would sit down and see Jim Ross sit down with Goldust and talk about his real life relationship with his father, or lack thereof, and the relationship with his wife, Terry. And then we would fast forward and we would see really a star-making series of promos, almost the same kind of delivery, a multi-part sit-down interview with Mankind, where we learned about the real-life upbringing of Mick Foley, and it's sort of in and out of character, but it really introduces the world to Dude Love and just helps Mankind and Mick Foley become a megastar beyond just he's this crazy man who's feuding with the Undertaker. Well, the third person, and for whatever reason, this doesn't get, well, not for whatever reason, it doesn't get talked about as much because of when it happened. It happened on the go home episode of Monday Night Raw right before Survivor Series 1997. Yes, that one. But the sit down interview with you and Jim Ross, and a lot of stuff is covered. Some of the things you're going to discuss, you're talking about your old WWF persona. When I got here, all of a sudden, Vince just had a vision of who he wanted Jeff Jarrett to be. I succeeded in spite of Vince, but he definitely put limitations on me. He tried to make me the character Double J. Vince and I had a conversation 2 years ago, and I said, Vince, Jeff Jarrett is the only guy in the world who can be Double J because that's your vision. But just let me be Jeff Jarrett. In discussing the night you walked out, you said, it was one of the greatest nights in Jeff Jarrett's history because it was the night I said, Vince McMahon, you will no longer run my life. On the difference between the two companies, you said, Vince gave me an opportunity to be Double J. WCW gave Jeff Jarrett no opportunity. I more or less had a spot when I walked in the door and one when I left, the same spot. No ladder of opportunity. If you're not one of Eric Bischoff's boys, if you don't have strong enough stroke, if you're not in his clique, if you don't have the ladder of opportunity, you don't get the spotlights. So we'll take a time out right there. I appreciate your telling the truth about the way you really felt about your time in the WWF. But then after Eric Bischoff has been pretty complimentary to you, although he did publicly rescind the offer, but you leaked the number, or your dad did. I guess that's fair. Now you're taking some subtle shots at him. Is that the real Jeff Jarrett? Is that you knowing this will get people talking? Or is that Vince Russo saying, bro, what if?
But it's funny how, that's why I love this business. You said, I appreciate you telling the truth about, why is that the truth? And then,
well, because you told us before that you were frustrated with your creative.
Oh, I got you. So it was a TV show.
Yeah. I know it's a TV show, but I'm just saying you have disclosed on this podcast the reason you left is you were frustrated with the creative.
Yeah. All that.
Now you're saying that in a fancy TV way. You don't say, I didn't like what they booked for me. We're not saying that yet. Yeah.
That was all to build the persona of Jeff Jarrett.
Yes.
100%. Vince Russo involved, Jim Ross involved, Kevin Dunn involved, Vince McMahon involved. Let's do this sit-down interview. And again, Vince had confidence in my delivery of these type stories. I mean, that was, I'm not 6'5". I don't have I'm not this, my skill set is solid in-ring work, if you will.
Bumping and feeding and talking trash.
But delivering the setup, the go home, I can talk. All that. That was my strong suit right here.
Well, you're going to continue sort of talking about the differences between the two organizations. A lot of people say WCW is built on has-beens and name recognition guys. Those guys, their track record speaks for itself. They've been very successful in what they do. Put me and Shawn Michaels in the ring, and I'll put that match against any match in the world. Japan, WCW, anywhere, your true in-ring ability does not count in WCW. I would argue that it does count on the undercard, maybe not the main event, but that's where you're aiming to be. And on the main differences in the two organizations, you say, you go to a WWF arena show, and I haven't been to one in 2 years, but I know the last time I was at one, there was action from bell to bell every match for 2.5 hours nonstop. WCW, you don't really have that at their arena shows. You don't have the excitement from bell to bell. They have their moments, and it's no secret that 6 to 8 top wrestlers are all over their 40s. I think in the WWF, we have maybe one. There are only a few Nolan Ryans in baseball who could pitch in their 40s. There are no basketball players. Wrestling is a young man's game.
So can I stop you here?
Please.
That's when I asked you about the 83 weeks. Did you know why I asked about that?
No, I don't know why you asked.
At this time, WWE or WWF is a clear 2. Is that safe to say?
Yeah.
I believe that in this array of talent, a guy jumping from number 1 to number 2, it's a little bit different when this guy punches up.
Yes.
The challenger brand. It's one thing for Shawn. It's one thing for Brett. It's one thing for Stone Cold. Yeah, that's all great. But how do we punch up? Well, we did, the Ted Turner skits and all that kind of stuff. But here's a talent who has had success. I'm not trying to companies, whatever it may be. This guy punching up, and I believe in that philosophy. That's why I didn't want to mention Vince Russo's name today, because again, I wish him nothing but the best, but you never punch down, and that's just the cold hard facts. And so that's why I just think in this promo, by design, everything I said, even taking knock at their older talent, or me taking stolen opportunities, whatever it is, when you take a step back from the whole promo, this guy's punching up.
Boy, you just stepped in it right there. I can't help but follow up. You said, that's why I didn't want to talk about Vince Russo. You just don't punch down. You think Vince Russo is beneath you?
Look, he does nothing to the My World listeners. Our chatter, I don't believe the My World listeners want to hear it. That's my honest assessment of it. I do not think they give 2 flips about it.
Well, we want you to vote on that. Go to @MyWorldPod over on Twitter, and we'll put up a poll and see what you think. And you know what? As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and do the hashtag. Hashtag.
Have you seen the Elon Musk
the Twitter poll about whether or not he should step down? That's live right now as we're talking. Yes.
How many votes?
Buddy, people can say what they want about Elon, but that dude knows how to court attention. My goodness, he's got them stirred up. Woof.
But to this whole point, I know you're playing Elon. You love this stirred up. I don't think. Look, we can check it. But look,
I want to give it what they want. I'm not going to say our audience doesn't want to hear about Vince Russo.
But either way we go is not life or death. They come to hear the My World stories of 97 and 99 and you've taught me that.
Here's what they're here to hear, Jeff. They want to hear you shit on somebody.
Isn't that the truth?
I'm just saying, like, there are whole podcasts whose entire platform, the entire show is built around shitting on people. And they chop it up and they put it in clips and they make money on shitting on people. And that's fine. That's their deal. Get after it. Bruce does stupid voices, and Tony and I tell fart jokes, and you and I cry. I mean, we all got our bag, right? That's our thing.
Yeah. And I'm
but I know that ain't you and I, we might side text and shit on people, but we're not going to get on here and do it.
The thing is, I believe I don't want back.
And I'm shitting on people in real life is bless his heart. That's as brutal as it gets with us.
Look, I truly am grateful that I'm alive.
Oh yeah, of course.
If that's my set point, it's all gravy. I believe that. I live my life that way. An opportunity out the wazoo, and it's too many good things have happened to me over the last 5 years. Why mire in funk that the first line of the Serenity Prayer, accept the things you cannot change? I can't change the way Vince Russo thinks as long as I live, and I don't want to try.
Let's talk about the sit down interview here. Your sit down is going to continue on your value with the WWF. Quote, I've been around 12 years in the ring, night in, night out, never taken a steroid in the ring, no skeletons in the closet, have the star potential and star quality that I have. Looks like I do in and out of the ring. So for the WWF to get me at the price they're paying me, I think it's a bargain. I like that, but Jeff, come on now. 12 years in the business, you never took a steroid.
Not
in a little bit.
No, at this point, no.
Okay. All right.
At this point, no.
Yeah. Of course, we know as you're coming in, Brett is on his way out. I do want to ask, and this is important. I know that you're going to get irritated when I bring this up, but in September, Vince McMahon goes to Brett and says, sorry, I can't honor your contract. See if you can get that offer from WCW and go. And then the next month he brings you in and puts you on a deal for $350. Did you know he had told Brett we couldn't afford you? And now in hindsight, boy, that's a head scratcher, is it not? No money for Brett, but we got money for Jeff.
Not so let me kind of give you kind of my thought process.
Okay.
This is a life lesson, but I'm glad I never assumed to know what Vince knew.
Right.
Vince obviously had something in his mindset that he was off Brett.
Yeah.
Brett,
but here's the thing on that, Jeff. When he has that talk with him, Brett's still the champ. How do you go from I'm off him to let's make him champion? What?
I think a lot of people this is going to come out. So
no, just let it rip, Tater Chip.
It's like a promoter mentality. Just because he's the champion doesn't mean he thinks he's the most valuable guy in the company.
I'm not arguing that, but I am saying if you're really over him, do you continue to push him as the top guy and put him in the main events and make him the world champion?
So I didn't finish my set. Over him in the point of I'm not paying him this amount of money. I'm not getting the ROI on this deal. So I'm willing to let him walk if I can't restructure a deal. And I have a feeling he knew that Brett wouldn't restructure. I don't know. That's
fair. That's fair. Listen, what you just said makes total sense. The idea being we're still struggling financially with him as my top guy. Therefore, I need to try something else.
And
I've tried this.
Paid $1 million?
I think that the number was $1 million. Yes.
Okay. So,
but it's important to recognize too. And boy, I feel like we're picking on Brett, and that's not my intention.
No,
business was in the shitter in 93. Brett was champ. Business was in the shitter in 94. Brett was champ. Business was in the shitter in 95. Brett was champ. Business is a little better, but not really. House shows are worse than ever. Sean was champ. By 97, we got to find something else, and we're hoping it's going to be one of these new cats like Stone Cold.
But here's kind of look, and I'm not going to assume. It's just a life lesson. I'm not going to assume it, but hindsight's 2020. But don't you think Vince said, we sure have sold a lot of Austin merch. We should have sold a lot of this. Let's go look at Brett's numbers. Let's go look at Sean's numbers. Let's go look at Taker's numbers. Okay, so comparatively speaking, we got a guy doing, Jesus, he's doing 50%, 60. Wait, he's doing damn near 75% of our merch. Oh, wait, when I do my payoffs, this guy's.
Yeah, I get it. It doesn't correlate. You got to make sure that they're all.
Vince balancing his books.
Yes.
That's how I looked at it.
I get it. It's interesting because when you come in, you do this sit down interview, but you're not regularly working on TV. And part 2 of your discussion with JR gets cut for time. And that makes me wonder, boy, is that a bad sign? But again, the focus has now shifted to Brett walking out. Meltzer would recap it saying this. Part 2 of Jim Ross's chat with Jeff Jarrett aired where Jarrett said he'd be surprised if Michaels didn't beat Brett at Survivor Series. He said, even though he's never beaten Brett, he thinks he is now, quote, better than Brett in every way. He called Eric Bischoff right place, right time, right wallet. He called Randy Savage the hardest working wrestler he's ever known. He played word association with a few other wrestlers. How about if Jarrett wins a match in the WWF before he starts evaluating the careers of every other big star in the industry? You even called Hunter a tag-along. Of course, these days you call him a banana-nosed circus leader, but that's a different story. You finally get a match on TV, and it's against Crush, even though you kept calling him Chains. You complain that in your contract, you're supposed to get a catered meal and bottled water, and how Vince McMahon was already not living up to his part of the deal. Meltzer would speculate this is all really just a shot at Bret Hart to sort of symbolize how he was crying about the contract. Kane is going to come out and destroy Crush, which actually is his exit from the company. He's going to follow Bret to WCW. What do you think of the creative here, coming out and saying, oh, you're not honoring the contract and to have a catered meal and bottled water? And then you're even calling the guy by the wrong name. It is his last night in. So you're just double burying Mr. Adams here. What do you remember about this creative?
I was being the role that was exactly laid out. An arrogant, pompous prick that could work his ass off. That was kind of the whole mindset. that was, excuse me. But looking back on it, Conrad, there's a lot of what ifs and a lot to unpack here. But knowing that he's, however you want to say, let's just, here's where I'm putting all the chess pieces on the table. We know how he felt about Bret. At the very least, he wasn't getting his ROI on that, right?
Yeah.
So another piece of that is, boy, I can damn sure get my ROI out of this Stone Cold Steve Austin over here. So there's a lot of value over here. Okay. So that's on there. Jarrett comes in. Oh man, that promo, damn, that was good. Walks through the curtain. His top babyface wants to deck him, wants to take his ass out behind the scenes. That's real. Now, all of a sudden, the whole Survivor Series, who screwed, just that whole went down. That's kind of a recipe for me to quickly get lost in the shuffle. And when you look at the Aztec Indian, that's it. This is a fun podcast to do, because when you see it in these bite-sized conversations and see that this happened here and this happened here and this happened here and this happened here. Yep. Jeff, we're going to get Dennis Carlos and Jim Cornette and the Aztec Indian, and you're off to the races. What?
Who made that gear?
Creative Services. WWF's Creative Services.
Did you have any input on it, or do they just bring it to you and say, this is what it is?
That's what Vince signed off on.
And when you get it, do you say, well, hope Eric Bischoff didn't block my calls because I need to make a ring-a-ding-ding?
Of course I didn't. Look, my delusional optimism, look at young Michael Cole there. But my delusional optimism is, look, I'd never wrestled in a singlet in my life, but that kind of went with the wrestler mentality, pompous, arrogant, blurring the lines, that kind of deal in street clothes. But when he gets in the ring, he's wrestling in a singlet. That's, did I think it was great? Hell no. I kind of thought, well, these cuddlers, well, yeah, they got a little Indian to it, but nobody's got them. The talk is gone. But, we're joking and laughing about it cutting up now. At the time, was I enamored with it? No, but I didn't think it was a death knell.
So you debut with this big promo where you step off in it with Steve Austin on October 20th. Then we have those sit-down interviews that air. And then you refuse to wrestle Crush on November 24th. So you're just kind of chilling. Are you just healing up? Are you waiting on your time? Are you sitting at home thinking, what are we doing? Let's go. Because there's a month in between there.
Yeah, I mean, it was do the debut promo and do the sit-downs. Again, character development. Remember, the Double J character started and didn't appear live for 3 months. So I didn't think it was going to be 3 months, but developing the character, if you will.
Week 2 of this same character, as Ahmed Johnson comes to the ring, his right leg looks to be a total mess. And you're going to say, you're not going to wrestle him. And you refer to him as a water retaining idiot, which Meltzer says is a steroid reference. And you're refusing to wrestle him. Sergeant Slaughter, who's the on-air commissioner, comes out and says, you will wrestle, and you're going to wrestle at the pay-per-view against the major star you want, because you're going to be wrestling The Undertaker. Buddy, working with The Undertaker means you're in a top guy spot. That's rarefied air. You versus The Undertaker on pay-per-view. Sign me up. It's going to happen at In Your House D-Generation X, just 1 month after the Montreal Screwjob. Did you know when you first got going, when you first came back, I'm going to be working with The Undertaker, or does all that come to be once you're up and going and part of the company?
I had no idea. And I honestly thought, oh boy, okay, Taker wins at pay-per-views. Always. I mean, and when I kind of found out that finish is a week or two or a week before, whatever, like, oh, no, we're going to get out of it. We're going to have Kane and, you do your bumps. And of course, because I mean, Taker, if he's in a storyline with the top heel, Taker, will get beat and lead up. But, he was a storyline, money-making. This was a cold match. So for me to say that I wasn't super excited would be an understatement. I'm like, damn. I mean, it was a great spot. No story, but I mean, it's still, like you said, if you're advertised against The Undertaker,
what is there to complain about? That's big time stuff.
Big time. Huge.
Let's remind everybody, you have wrestled him before. It was a tag team affair back at a house show in San Bernardino, California. You and Bam Bam teaming up against Diesel and The Undertaker. The 1995 King of the Ring qualifying tournament, a Monday Night Raw episode. Undertaker would beat you on TV in 8 minutes and 54 seconds. Then you would wrestle him in Memphis in a tag match. It's Brett and The Undertaker against you and Jerry Lawler. But this is your second ever singles match against him. The first one was on TV. Now it's on pay-per-view. It's a big opportunity for you. And I think even now it was your last time in a singles match with him, right?
Yeah. And you would have to Google it, but I believe me and Taker, because Rhodey, not Road Dogg, but Rhodey was with me. It was Memorial Day weekend, and because it was leading into the King of the Ring qualifiers. I want to say it's the first time Raw broke the 3.0 ratings barrier.
Wow, there you go.
It's right. It was a hell of a rating. The reason being, and I've said this on the podcast, Vince called and left me a voicemail, and I saved that voicemail forever. He was so damn excited when he got the Raw ratings. He said, I'm going to call you. I've called Mark, or I'm calling Mark, or already, or whatever it is. Just let you know on these ratings. Very exciting. We've got, again, going back to he was very excited about the Double J and Rhodey and the success and where we were headed and all that. He was pumped up.
The match itself with you and Undertaker at In Your House D-Generation X goes 6 minutes and 56 seconds, and The Undertaker doesn't win. You do, by DQ. Meltzer would say they basically did nothing except Jarrett clipping Taker and working the knee, all of which got no heat. Kane showed up with Uncle Paul. Jarrett told Kane to destroy Taker, so Kane chokeslammed Jarrett, which enabled Jarrett to win by DQ. Kane, who with lifts in his shoes was made out to be taller than The Undertaker, slapped him in the face. Undertaker wouldn't hit him back. Kane and Bear left. Jarrett then jumped Undertaker, but got chokeslammed again for his troubles. It was a one-arm variety, and Undertaker nearly lost him on the move. After Undertaker left, Jarrett got to strut in the ring. If you look up the phrase "not getting over" in your dictionary, I'll have a photo of Jarrett in that Mayan Indian outfit next to the phrase "dud." Wade liked it better, gave it a 1 star, but I think everybody recognized that the gear was regrettable. But again, not necessarily your call. The next night on Raw, you're going to beat Vader in a match that actually never got started because Goldust came out and flashed Vader, who chased him and is counted out. So let's get this straight. You come back from WCW to the WWF to talk about how they misused you and they never gave you an opportunity to use your skills. We do a shoot promo, gets us in a little hot water. We do a sit down interview series that they cut short because of their own Brett fiasco they created. Your pay-per-view match with The Undertaker becomes a background for Kane and Undertaker's WrestleMania match 4 months away. And then the next day, we're trying to get over the silliness of Crash TV with Vader and a crazy outfit, Goldust, and flashing. Any regrets of 5-6 weeks into this thinking, what did I sign up for? Or are you still the delusional optimist?
Still probably the delusional optimist at this point. A little early. I'm trying to think of when the kind of the timeline hit when Jill's first diagnosis with cancer came as we kind of get into this first year. So at this point, but look, the outfit and the vibe of the in-ring character, I don't think Russo or McMahon or myself or the agents ever really felt that. You know, it was one of those things. And look,
well, I know they didn't feel it because you show up to TV after this and they don't even use you.
okay.
So like you're at that pay-per-view and your match is kind of a background to their thing. The next day, your match with Vader is kind of a background to the Goldust thing. And they don't even use you at the next set of TV tapings. Now you are on the road, and I want to talk about this because boy, there's some controversy here. Chattanooga, Nashville, Little Rock. It's you're teaming with the King, taking on the New Age Outlaws. So it's got to be fun for you with Jerry Lawler and your old pal Brian James. I mean, the old Kings of Memphis, but man, it gets a little hairy. December 14th in Memphis. Quote, there was a near riot December 14th in Memphis when, due to actions and decisions that appeared, at least to people at the show, to be Shawn Michaels, the main event didn't take place. In Memphis, the scheduled main event of Jerry Lawler and Jeff Jarrett versus Michaels and Hemsley never took place. Before a crowd of 5,078 fans at the Pyramid, Michaels came out for his once per week scheduled arena match and was met with so much garbage thrown his way, he simply refused to wrestle, and the show ended without the match ever taking place. As it was described to us, the show itself was poor, and the crowd, many of whom had been drinking heavily, were getting unruly even before the main event. Michaels was hit with a few cokes, and a large wad of tobacco juice nailed Helmsley in the face, at which point Michaels grabbed the house mic and said, well, that just cost you your main event, and walked out of the ring with Helmsley and Chyna. When the crowd realized what happened, they got even more unruly. There was an attempt by Dude Love, who was at the event but couldn't wrestle due to his fractured ribs, to get the crowd to chant HBK to get Michaels to change his mind and wrestle, but he refused to come back out. Finally, Lawler tried to apologize to the crowd, but the crowd pelted their hometown hero with debris after chanting for Lawler and Jarrett to wrestle each other, and Lawler responded by saying that since he didn't have a contract to wrestle Jarrett, that match, quote unquote, couldn't take place. This has become something that wrestling fans have talked about a lot in the last recent years, this sort of almost riotous situation. You were there. What do you remember?
In the back, like I wasn't out in the arena to know all of that. It was a wild, wacky time. When I read this research, I remember the incidents. I totally forgot that it was back-to-back nights. Was I in the Little Rock show? Sure.
So in the Pyramid, it was supposed to be that. And then on the Little Rock show, it is you and Jerry Lawler against Road Dogg and Billy Gunn. They're the tag champs. Y'all are going on last.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, kind of a blur going all through but I remember Memphis because that's Lawler's, you know, that was our home base. It wasn't good, but look, it was a WWF show. It wasn't a Mid-South, you know, it wasn't a Memphis USWA show. Different, not completely different, but different fans. It was taken different. But man, that was a unique time. It really was because the houses, what were they? I felt like they were not great, but
no, you had 5,078 folks in Memphis, 6,449 folks in Little Rock. So not great, but not terrible.
Not terrible. Yeah. So no, I mean, believe me, if you ever said 2,000, but yeah, so 6,000 fans, that's a gate.
Yeah.
That's 150, 200K. I mean, that's so, but I remember the Memphis incident. I don't remember all the details. I can just say this. It was a complete mess, but, at this time, Shawn did what he wanted to do. I mean, there wasn't anything like, hey, Shawn, will you go back out there?
I'm not interested in talking about Shawn.
Yeah,
I'm wondering from your perspective.
It was a mess.
Here you are.
Not delivering a main event under any circumstance is bad.
I totally agree. And I know you do too. I'm just wondering what's going on in your head, man. You're 2 months in here.
Oh,
you've wrestled exactly one match and it was on pay-per-view against Undertaker. You've wrestled not at all on TV. You have wrestled some house shows, and then some of those house shows, the main event gets canceled because guys just do what they want to do.
It wasn't a red letter run of events, no doubt, to say the least. Have we covered this on this podcast, this specific of the run? We haven't. I knew.
No, we talked about the NWA before and how we knew that was sort of snake bit, but this gap we haven't.
We haven't discovered because I knew we hadn't talked about the lead up to it.
Yeah.
That was some good stuff. But this, okay, I guess you could say the first 90 days, a disaster.
Yes.
I mean, it started, it was all downhill from night one. That's the truth. All downhill.
Jeremy Strunk says, typically when people talk about guys starting to jump from WCW to the WWF, they mention X-Pac as the first one or maybe skip to Big Show. But Jeff did it before those guys. And as far as I can remember, he was the first one to go from WCW to the WWF in the Monday Night Wars era. Why isn't Jeff mentioned or recognized more in that way? And I think the answer is even you didn't really know that, did you?
Well, I didn't. It was a wacky time frame. Is that a listener that just are we starting questions?
Yeah, Jeremy Strong.
Okay, because I heard that. I'm like, is that a reporter? What the heck? Well, thank you, Jeremy. No, it was I think for the most part, the timing of all of this was we're still talking. I mean, the Survivor Series, Montreal overshadowed everything in this time frame by far. Who's jumping who? Mick Foley sit down, riots in Memphis. Because the business was in the process, it was the embryonic stage of the greatest antagonist this industry's ever had. Vince McMahon, who brought the United States at this point from the regional territory to he literally, same thing, but it was presented differently. Professional wrestling to sports entertainment. That guy who was in the Pontiac Silverdome and lead promoter, he now was stepping into the villain role, and the people were ready for it, and that overshadowed everything. Headlines in front of the camera and behind. And for a split second, and this is where I just think from a real historian point of view that in today's times, a lot of people kind of miss this. The NWO angle truly felt like the WWF invading WCW. They felt that part was real. Now, flip 18 months later in the WWF, Vince, I don't even want to say switching heel, but that's for purposes. Vince switching heel was real. People said, oh, no, that's real. Because listen to him talking, he really is the boss. And that kind of set the charted course for the employee-employer relationship between Stone Cold and him that catapulted WWE's business.
John A. Wilson wants to know, do you still have the Aztec Warrior gear?
Sure do.
Do you think we can show that off here one day? I mean, I know it's in your storage facility and you got to go dig for it, but we should do a Jeff Jarrett show and tell one day.
I'd love to. Let's enlist the queen. I'd love to.
We'll see you next week right here on My World.
Peace. Double J, Jeff Jarrett, here to tell you a little bit about the nonstop savings happening over here at SaveWithConrad.com. Are high credit card balances holding you down on the card? If you're looking to give a guitar shot to your credit card debt or give your home the push it deserves with some upgrades and remodeling, you need to go to SaveWithConrad.com. That's right, SaveWithConrad.com. Conrad and his team are routinely helping My World listeners save $500, $600, $700, even $800 a month. Oh, did I mention you get to skip your next 2 house payments? Take a cue from The Last Outlaw, because if anybody knows how to get the bag, it's me. Strut on over to SaveWithConrad.com today and see how much money you can save for free. That's right, it's SaveWithConrad.com.
NMLS number 65084, Equal Housing Lender. Woo!